Chapter 601 A party sets off. A brilliance that was reminiscent of gorgeous stars was continuously shining from an enormous rift that stood at a central position of a galaxy. This rift towered over 100 miles in size, being something so ridiculously large that it could be seen from great distances away. This rift was commonly known as the Universal Rift, a unique tool that the inhabitants of the galaxy that just recently received a weak signal utilized. Monitoring the signals coming through this rift was the job of the Watchers, a powerful group of beings chosen to tirelessly release their auras as they learned to communicate with this radiant rift that allowed for them to reach the point they were at today. The uses of the Universal Rift were many, and it made it possible for this galaxy to stand strong over an unknown number of years as its inhabitants used this Universal Rift to explore the chaotic void of their universe. The first beings to utilize and test this Universal Rift realized that it had the capabilities to smoothly allow for the exploration of their universe by allowing whoever stepped into it a smooth passage across the chaotic void. A unique energy would surround the beings that passed through it, making them appear outside of the galaxy as this unique essence given by the Universal Rift would surround them for an entire month before it disappeared. This meant that one did not have to be a Grand Controller to be able to leave their galaxy, where anyone bold enough to explore could do so. Over the numerous years, the inhabitants of this galaxy had done just that. Numerous explorations occurred as they rose to new heights and gained strength of colossal proportions, multiple controllers and other powerful beings rising over the years. More often than not, Grand Controllers were favored as they could traverse the chaotic void with ease, each party that was setting off for an exploration almost always leaving with one or two beings at the level of a Grand Controller. But in this galaxy, controllers were not even the beings that were at the peak of power. Given the title of Lawmasters, controllers were actually just a powerful force that resided in this galaxy and focused on the comprehension of universal laws. There was an even more terrifying force that was led by powerful beings that were directly chosen by this galaxy and granted fearsome power to wield. These were the beings that were granted traits, beings that were known as blessed. The blessed were powerful beings either born with a trait or awaking to it in their prime. Beings such as them becoming more and more prominent over the years as their galaxy garnered more and more strength from their explorations. It was like a feedback loop of elevating to higher levels of strength, where the inhabitants of the galaxy went out to explore the unknown universe and brought back spectacular treasures which enhanced the power of their galaxy. This unique realm that had a universal rift within it continuing to rise over the eons as it now stood at an unshakable level of strength. On this day though, another exploration was about to occur as an advanced party was being sent to check out a weak signal that Watchers had noticed being attracted to the universal rift. It was a signal that was weaker than all the others they had come across, so the higher-ups had simply given the task of checking out exactly what this signal was first. Sometimes it was the signal of a galaxy filled with treasures and wonders, other times it was a signal released by powerful entities seeking to devour unsuspecting beings for fun, or it could be an unknown treasure simply floating around the chaotic void of this vast universe. The signal that was received recently would be checked out by a powerful group of Lawmasters and Blessed, which consisted of multiple controllers and beings with powerful traits. Even though it was simply a scouting mission, all precautions were taken as the beings about to pass through this universal rift knew of dangers they could come across the chaotic void. Near the universal rift, multiple beings adorned in regal attire walked across the golden floors below as they entered into an expansive chariot. This chariot having a shimmering starry blue barrier covering it as the animals that would be pulling it were fearsome creatures letting off an aura similar to that of a normal controller. This was known as an imperial vessel that was pulled by creatures commonly seen outside of galaxies, creatures known as void beasts that could traverse through the chaotic void with ease. These void beasts had wide dark wings swirling with runic circles as their bodies could very similarly be compared to a griffin, but their eyes oozed the power of space and chaos as they looked forward coldly, the reins attaching them to the grand chariot making them shockingly seem like docile creatures. Multiple figures entered this imperial vessel as a single stone-faced man sat at the forefront of this spectacular chariot, holding the reins as his essence of a grand controller fully tamed the void beasts that began releasing a powerful essence of space and chaos which caused the chariot to take to the skies. Rumble, the many watchers and beings carefully observing and noting the changes of the universal rift gave their permission as the chariot pulled by void beasts flew forward, going into the rift as they soundlessly disappeared. On this day, a shimmering blue chariot pulled by void beasts entered a universal rift as they went on to search for a signal. Within this chariot known as an imperial vessel, 3 Lawmasters and 3 Blessed took this exploration mission that would bring about unintended consequences. This marked the first time that the galaxy known as the Nexus Galaxy, A terrifyingly powerful realm that had survived eons and collected powerful beings of stupendous strength. It marked the first time that the forces of the Nexus galaxy set off as they would come in contact with a being that would soon bring to fruition a spectacular trait. Chapter 602, Into the Nebula Realm. On another side of the chaotic void, a singular being in the Novus galaxy continued to advance forward as multiple milestones were achieved. The first milestone was the continued upgrade of his subordinates, the harbingers of sin and other powerful beings overseeing the Novus galaxy actually being granted entrance past the golden barrier of the central realm. Using the ability of Pocket Realm, Noah used it as a simple transfer portal as his subordinates came into the depths of the central realm with ease, their minds being shaken once more as they sensed an abundant atmospheric essence that was even greater than the infinite realm that was still expanding even now. Noah had brought his subordinates over to the mystical clearing that had numerous inheritance crystals which contained the techniques of comprehending universal laws, and he gave them the option of choosing what law they wanted to follow. Unlike him, none of them could afford to focus their attention on multiple laws, with his subordinates choosing the law that fit them best as they also embarked on their path to become future controllers. Kazuhiko's eyes shone when he glanced towards the crystal containing the techniques of the law of chaos, looking at the dark glint as he rushed towards it right away. To him, he would finally be achieving his dream of releasing dark rays of chaotic light from his blade once he became proficient in the law of chaos. Athena had only come into the central realm briefly as she sought to learn more of the truth of this realm that many celestials fought for, being one of the last few remaining celestials who had even been able to enter past the golden barrier. She remained on the path of the law of fate as her resolve became even stronger when looking at the level of strength her junior brother displayed, knowing that she had to work that much harder. Others like the Kraken were humble as they remained comprehending the normal laws of fire, air, earth, and water. One particular Emperor Penguin was even bolder and more arrogant than the rest as he chose to study both the law of time and space, making it his goal to increase his spatial abilities and combining it with time to be even more deadly. Excitement was abound in the hearts of Noah's subordinates as they learned these techniques as well as the treasures of the central realm. Things like luminescent rainbow dews that could upgrade one into the world rank were free in many, with other treasures of similar potency or even stronger being able to be found in these deep areas of the realm. Their goals of rapidly increasing in strength to catch up to Noah seemed to be possible at this moment as the next few days were spent with them making rapid progress. The second milestone was the bringing another skill tree into the star forging realm, Noah getting ready for whatever was coming as best as he could, and he chose the goal of bringing at least one more skill tree into the nebula realm before whoever received the released signal came. The skill trees he chose for this task were the Fate's Guardian skill trees. He chose Fate's Guardian naturally because the law of fate was currently one of the only laws he had at 100%, and the skill tree would benefit greatly from its backing. Over the past few days, the product of this skill tree at the star forging realm had been produced as it added even more to his abilities, their skills seeming subpar at this point compared to Terror of Cthulhu skill tree currently at the nebula realm. He gained another pair of skills that passively increased his comprehension of the law of fate, as well as a skill termed Celestial King that was very similar to what Aldrich had used in the past battle. But this skill tree was just one of the major things in Noah's mind, because he was currently focused on absorbing the Nebula Realm cores that he had obtained from the defeat of Aldrich. He had chosen not to convert the origin of Aldrich into skill points in order to obtain these cores, as the strength and resiliency of his level would matter just as much as the perks being given by becoming a controller. As he advanced to further stages, from the stage of a star forger, one would have to destroy their very origin that was in the shape of a star, as they later used the shattered dust of this star to try and form a nebula, an origin that was so strong that it would contain multiple miniature small stars. As Noah absorbed more and more Nebula Realm cores, his origin had continued vibrating at a high speed, as it even caused the artificially formed origin cores of laws to bounce in excitement. Within Noah's body, there existed not just his main origin core, but also the fire, water, air, earth, light, and dark origin cores. He was shockingly walking around with multiple cores within his body, and his main one was about to dissolve into dust as it served as a base to build even more miniature stars in the future. Rumble, his main body, was situated in a beautiful scenery of green as enormously tall ancient trees surrounded him, his position currently being in the depths of the central realm past the golden barrier as an overabundance of essence surrounded him. Much of this essence was currently swirling towards him rapidly as he had already started the process of entering into the realm of a nebula. His origin had been vibrating at a high frequency as a pained expression continued to deepen on his face, the process of essentially shattering one's own core before reforming into something grander being extremely dangerous. Crack. Crack, lines of cracks spread throughout the origin core as Noah felt the other origins representing multiple laws rotate even faster, bringing a sense of stability as in the next millisecond, his main origin shattered. Rumble. It felt as his origin had been completely ground into dust, leaving behind a cloudy mass that began to circulate rapidly. This cloudy mass was the initial formation of a nebula, and it needed enormous reserves of essence as it was circulating faster and faster while trying to birth multiple stars within. Yet it turned out that at this time, the nearest sources of essence was the unique energy that the fire, water, earth, air, light, and dark origin cores that had been even more actively rotating and releasing essence as this multicolored assortment of energies rushed forward to build the stars within this nebula. The unique essence of universal laws themselves. Going towards building a single being's nebula, such a thing was unheard of, and it would be the beginning of a shocking set of events as far from the novice galaxy where Noah was trying to condense his first stars. An entity that was freely floating in the chaotic void of the expansive universe multiple light-years away opened his eyes the moment that Noah began establishing a new core that was being built with the essence of universal laws themselves. Rumble. After countless eons, WAA, the body of the entity took a seated position as this moment as a shocking event played out light-years away. Chapter 603, Too Many Eons, the entity floating amidst the chaotic void that would shred the defenses of any being that did not have a unique treasure where the essence of a grand controller had gotten to a seated position, his stature simply too enormous to even comment on how large it was, there being no suitable point of comparison in the current space he presided. Truly too many eons for such a being to rise again. The entity waves his hands as in front of it, a page that shone with the most gorgeous color of gold appeared. This page had an archaic language written on it, the entity reading the words of the page with a somber expression, a being with an origin molded from the universal laws themselves, a being with multiple unique powers that will cause even the most powerful void beasts to tremble. Why isn't there more information? Rumble, the entity grumbled with unhappiness as he waved his hands and caused the golden page to disappear, his gaze glancing around the chaotic void as he opened his mouth and began sucking in the surrounding void as if it was malleable. The chaotic void that could rip many beings apart actually being devoured by him rapidly as he patted his stomach thereafter and released a burp. Alright, guess I will continue searching for the remaining pages of this trash book of ruination. Such a pain, his body began moving through the chaotic void once more as this entity continued forward while releasing shocking words. Too many eons have passed, too many. Rumble, if I just had more pages, maybe I would be able to locate you. This entity shockingly had the page of a treasure called the Book of Ruination, a treasure so extremely high that it should not even be talked about at this stage of the story. This creature had been able to sense a change because it held a page from this book, noticing the advent of a being that had a core molded by the essence of the universal laws themselves. Unbeknownst to many, this being moved, back in the central realm, a wondrous scene was occurring as amidst a forming nebula, the colors of red, blue, gray, green, white, and darkness that represented the numerous law origin cores within Noah's body were freely flowing into the establishing nebula, the stars sprouting up having a spectacular array of colors as they shone with magnificence. Within the spinning nebula, colorful round stars had begun forming as one could count their numbers in tens. This was an extremely shocking thing as those familiar with the process of stepping from the star-forging realm and into the nebula realm would know that normally, one would form a few stars within their new nebula, with the norm being around 3 stars or geniuses forming close to 10 the moment they established their nebula. Yet Noah had tens of stars forming within his nebula during his first time condensing it, the starry nebula rotating heavily as if it was carrying enormous weight, the essence of numerous universal laws surging into it endlessly. Rumble, all the surrounding essence particles were also being sucked in rapidly as the many ancient trees around Noah lost their luster, even their essence being devoured as his nebula took every source of essence that it could find. Bzzz, its heavy rotation slowly got faster as this nebula spun while absorbing even more energy, numerous small stars shimmering with color being seen within as a resplendent ray of multicolored light shot forth from Noah at this moment and pierced the skies of the central realm. WAA. It was a magisterial sight of wonder that attracted the attention of the nearby protectors and infernals as they looked towards this sight with confounded shock. Noah opened his eyes at this moment as he felt the rotating nebula that drew in a ridiculous amount of energy at every rotation, energy from the law origin cores, energy from his own body, and even atmospheric energy. All he could say as he felt this rotation was a feeling of unbound and wild strength. This nebula had a myriad of colors as it looked extremely beautiful, where one could actually get lost in it if they observed it long enough. The feeling of strength that this nebula brought to him was simply too much. He felt like he could step out into the starry space as he threw out a fist towards a world, and this world would shatter. He felt as if he could throw a punch in the skies and it would crack. It was such a joyful feeling of strength as each of the cells within his body felt drunk by the unique essence floating through them. The 6 origin cores of fire, water, earth, air, light, and dark rotating even faster than when he was actively cultivating using their techniques, as if they were receiving an enormous pull from the nebula they surrounded. It was a shocking and much welcomed development where even Noah did not understand the complete meaning of it. It seems a change has occurred with your very origin. The essence of the universal laws becoming more closely entwined than they should be. He heard the voice of his own realm system as he tried to sense the enormous changes within himself as well as his strength, but even he could not fully fathom it. He released a breath as even his breath unconsciously released a colorful burst of mana. As if he was simply too full at this moment in time. How different is it from the breakthroughs of other nebula rank beings you've observed? Noah voiced out a question not towards his own realm system, but towards the entity known as the Novice Galaxy as he received a reply soon after. The pain from hearing this voice being much dimmer after all this time, completely different from what I have observed before. There should be a special property with your nebula as it looks to be made of the unique essence of universal laws. I will see if it is possible to decipher it. Rumble, essence freely flowed from Noah in droves as he nodded, moving his body as explored this ridiculous feeling of strength while moving on to his next goal. Shockingly, more than 50 stars had formed within his nebula at the time that he established it. 50 FUCKNG stars. If the knowledgeable creatures of this expansive universe heard this, they would tumble from their seats as they lost all hope in the meaning of what genius was. Chapter 604. The requirements are met. As his main body ascended to new heights of power and ridiculous new possibilities he did not even fully know about yet, one of his clones was currently exploring the Latalis expanse. This was the same Latalis expanse that was mysterious to him before as he moved while observing the positions of the ancient terror and the terror of the void that had gone back to their posts as commanded the day that Aldrich was defeated. He could also sense the wild power of the terror of ether that had sulkingly returned back to its post after whatever the Novice Galaxy told it, but Noah could still feel boundless anger from the heart of the Cthulhu as it still was not convinced of why they invited doom over to themselves. Even now as Noah thought about what the Novice Galaxy had told him, he had slight apprehension as it involved the lives of simply too many, but his apprehension was overshadowed by the possibilities that the Novice Galaxy spoke about as he resolved himself and continued forward. He had been going around the Latalis expanse the past few days as he connected more and more worlds from this expanse while exploring the race of ancients that he did not get the chance to interact with before. Many of these ancients actually stemmed from the ancient terror that stood at the level of a controller, one of the 3 terrors currently residing and watching the boundaries of the Novice Galaxy that were thinnest in this expanse. When one looked at a galaxy, they could not just look at it as a circle with many things contained inside of it, but something that existed within its own space as it only had one side that could be seen as a door. Using this analogy, the entirety of the Latalis expanse could be considered as a door, the area that if one wanted to enter the galaxy, it would have to be through here. This was why the 3 terrors at the level of controllers were stationed to monitor the boundary around the Latalis expanse for the past thousands of years. And still the reason why they were there until now. The rest of the Latalis expanse had vibrant prime worlds that held the unique race of ancients, with Noah coming across beings nearly the same as the ones he came across before when he used summon the ancients from the Bloodlord skill tree. The ancients living in the Latalis expanse were very closely tied with the terrors, their race being similar to the infernals that had recently returned into the central realm as they also had the task to act as protectors. The vampire progenitor had originated from them, and this was why Noah believed that the Bloodlord skill tree that came with the bloodline of the vampire progenitor would lead to the abilities of the ancient terror when he made it into the nebula rank. Very similar to how Amorphous Space Beast led to the abilities of the terror of ether. Thus, he continued traversing the Latalis expanse as he connected more of its worlds, the passing days allowing for the count of the worlds integrating into the infinite realm to increase more and more rapidly. Rumble. At this moment, he had just finished the integration of another world when he felt a rumbling within his own origin, his connection to the infinite realm communicating something to him as he stopped to pay attention. The time is nearing. OOM. His main body in the central realm heard the voice of the Novice Galaxy as he was still studying his newly built nebula, the last world integrated into the infinite realm, causing some type of reaction as Noah could sense the entire realm was overflowing with essence. With the addition of this world, the goal of completing the trait of infinite mana was actually nearing. You mentioned that you would know when the conditions are met. Yes, the base requirement was for your origin and soul to be strong enough to withstand the last step, as well as your realm being expanded into at least a large realm. The conditions were for him to achieve the nebula rank, which granted him a ridiculously strong origin that was even more stupendous than even the novice galaxy expected, with the unique formation where the essence of universal laws was now flowing within it, as well as his realm being expanded multiple times as hundreds of worlds were now integrated with it. All the hard parts are finished, and your origin should be strong enough at this point to withstand the last step, which is establishing a connection with the novice galaxy itself, Rumble. To bring to fruition the trait of infinite mana, he didn't need to spend months and years connecting and integrating every single world in the novice galaxy into his realm. All he had to do was grow strong enough where he could withstand a connection with an entity at a much higher stage than him, and he would effectively share a connection with everything it was connected to. This will only be possible using your infinite realm as the intermediary for the connection, with it really being a three-way connection where I shall be connected to your realm. And you are connected to it, yes. Even though Noah had stepped into the nebula realm, the task of successfully forming a connection with an entire galaxy was much too grand to even be thought about. But they could use other means to force a connection, and therein lay the use of the infinite realm. Good. Let us get started. Noah's eyes shone with asunder as he floated to the skies and went even deeper into the depths of the central realm. His face was calm as his heart beat soundly, not an ounce of nervousness appearing on his expression as he exuded strength and confidence. This was the same being that was only a rank F hunter a few months ago. This was the same man that had been fighting with goblins in Goblin King's abode. The same man that was tussling with lowly demon lords in the frozen lands of the beast world, yet now, he stood at the precipice of something grand as he set out to do something that others could not even imagine. Chapter 605, Trait, Infinite Mana. The wings of change were rapidly blowing as many beings were taken into a brand new era. The dynamics of the light and dark expanse had changed greatly just over the span of the last few days. The name of the overseer known as Noah Osmont, beginning to spread around the two expanses as he went around integrating worlds into his realm. Many beings came to know that a wondrous realm called the Infinite Realm existed, and that this being that had quite literally wiped celestials off the face of the galaxy was the one controlling this realm. In just a matter of days, as many worlds were integrated from the expanses, the dynamics of power shifted greatly as many realized the strength they carried could not even be held in comparison. Yet even before the beings could absorb this change as they learned to adapt to this starting of a new era, Noah was changing things once again as his main body appeared in front of a huge blue door. This door was near the position where his home world used to be, and it was also the door that led into the Infinite Realm. Noah's hands rested upon this shimmering blue door as he utilized a feature of the Infinite Realm that would make possible what he wanted to do. Realm Gateway. A shimmering blue archaic door of light is all that remains of the Infinite Realm to the outside universe as it exists in its own spatial space. This gateway can be shifted under the will of the Infinite Realm Master, as well as set restrictions for the beings allowed in or out. Rumble. His mana rushed into it as the gateway shone with asunder, disappearing along with him as he transported it towards the central realm. This blue door was the only official entrance of the Infinite Realm that was located in its own spatial space, and this space could be easily accessed by the novice galaxy when Noah brought its gateway into another realm. He reappeared at the depth of the area past the golden barrier as he moved forward, creating for a spectacular scene as the protectors and infernals all around the area turned their heads upwards to observe a shocking scene. They observed a single being with his hand placed on an archaic blue door, and this being was flying through the skies as he dragged this archaic blue door with him. It was a majestic sight to come across as Noah continued going deeper into the central realm, his surroundings gradually changing as more and more vegetation came to be, even the numbers of protectors reducing as it was becoming quieter and quieter. He continued forward while dragging the archaic blue door behind him, following the guidance of the novice galaxy as he came upon a small grove of thick ancient trees in a circular formation. The ancient trees seemed to be surrounding something, their leaves wriggling and shifting as Noah neared and created an opening. Noah patted the door that he was dragging as it became smaller in size, entering through the area where the ancient trees created an entrance as he appeared in what could be considered an entirely different space. His eyes shone as within the encirclement of the ancient grove of trees where no outside light could penetrate, it shimmered brightly as colorful particles of elements were abundantly floating around. Essence of all colors freely overflowed in a gorgeous array of green, red, blue, white, and gold as they danced around a single black core. This core was unlike anything that Noah had come across before, observing it being completely still as it made no movements at all since he appeared. It had a glossy obsidian black color that actually reflected Noah's own devilishly handsome face. showing his figure and the outline of the shimmering archaic blue door he dragged with him. Shockingly, as he came across what should be the core of an entire galaxy, there weren't some brilliantly rotating miles-long core that was at the deepest depths of a hard-to-get location. It was simply an obsidian core staying entirely still in the middle of an ancient grove of trees. The only thing different was the fact that there was an extremely dense amount of universal law essences in this area. Where Noah could feel all the particles of different laws visibly move even in liquid form the nearer they were to the obsidian dark core, at the end of it all, everything returns to simplicity. Galaxies have a tremendous amount of power, but they also have grand restrictions that make them extremely vulnerable. Rumble, if an enemy had somehow managed to break through the boundaries of the Latalis expanse, and then the golden barrier was breached, and then all my protectors failed to stop their advance, they would be able to pry open the trees around me and do as they wish. The words of the novice galaxy revealed more and more information as Noah let the blue archaic door, representing the entrance of his realm, float alongside the river of universal law essences around this mystical obsidian black core, his hands instinctively reaching towards it as it looked very enticing. Careful, even a small touch or mistake can cause the deaths of trillions. The cores of galaxies are some of the most fragile things in existence, which is a ridiculous paradox when considering what they are able to do. His hands pulled back as he adopted a serious expression and contained his wonder inside of him. What do I need to do, at this point? Focus on your connection with the infinite realm. The singular connection that you share with it. During this whole process, you will need to focus on the stability of this connection the most. As I open up a channel between myself and your realm, Rumble, I will share a connection with your realm and not you directly, but just this action will be enough to fully bring the trait of infinite mana into a reality, as I will have met all conditions to grant it at that stage. Yes. Traits had requirements that had to be fulfilled if they were crazy powerful, and the requirement of the ridiculous trait of infinite mana was for one to really have a source where they could use as much mana as they wished without ever having to worry. The universe would be forced to acknowledge and grant this trait when a being who would actually share a connection with an entire galaxy appeared, as no matter what he did in his lifetime he truly would never be able to run out of energy. Thus, infinite mana would be fully brought into fruition. Chapter 606, Trait, Infinite Mana 2. In the ancient grove where the essence of universal laws was freely flowing around an obsidian core, Noah took a deep breath as he sat down while closing his eyes, his entire mind focusing on his infinite realm. As he even utilized skill creation to make 2 new skills to support his thoughts and make sure that everything went smoothly. After spending 30 skill points in total, the skills, ultra speed computing, and parallel though enhancement support, came to be as his mind was further enhanced, grasping all the minute details that would have made any being's head hurt. Rumble, the moment that he was able to fully focus on the connection he shared with his infinite realm. A change finally occurred as the obsidian core that represented the core of an entire galaxy shone with a distinct light. A black line released from it as it latched onto the archaic blue door that represented the entrance of this realm. This black line briefly stopped on the surface of the blue door before it pierced through instantly, entering into a different spatial area as a shocking sight occurred in the infinite realm on this day. Many beings within the realm were able to observe it with their eyes just briefly, and from the stories played out in the future, some said they saw a flash of a dark line that shot from the skies and pierced deep into the infinite realm. This was actually what happened. This thin black line being the connection that the novice galaxy was forming as it found the core of Noah's infinite realm as it smashed into it with a purpose. Rumble, connection initiating. Noah heard the words of his system that had now begun resonating with the cold voice of the novice galaxy, the voices ringing out in conjunction within his mind as he focused all his mental faculties on keeping his connection with the infinite realm. Within the realm itself, though, great changes were occurring as the backlight that had appeared and disappeared briefly had begun causing great changes, the establishing of a connection between a galaxy and a realm, creating for a wondrous exchange of essence as the atmospheric levels of mana in the infinite realm began rising crazily once again. In the infinite realm, the harbingers had exasperated expressions as they truly did not even know what was happening now. So many shocking events after shocking events continued to occur that they thought they were ready for anything, but they were proven wrong at every turn. At this moment, the inhabitants of the infinite realm felt strong waves of essence vibrating and permeating throughout as it went. Yet another grand change. No errors have occurred. Beginning synchronization. Rumble, in the ancient groove of the central realm where the obsidian core of the novice galaxy existed, Noah heard this voice again as his brow began sweating, feeling the connection he shared with his realm rapidly expanding. The line of connection that could be observed by him in a cylindrical manner was expanding more and more, ballooning to greater sizes as a connection was formed between his infinite realm and the novice galaxy. Rying, The black light that represented the connection shooting forth from the novice galaxy seemed like a taut string that had found an anchor on both sides, vibrating rapidly as the atmospheric essence of the infinite realm began to rise ever so greater. Synchronization successful. Connection established. Beginning the process of granting a trait, rumble. When Noah thought the process would slow down or even pause briefly as he sensed the enormous cylindrical line within his mind that actually still continued to expand even after the connection between his realm and the novice galaxy continued, the process sped up even faster as the novice galaxy initiated the culmination of the trait right away. Noah unconsciously raising his head to the skies as he felt a burning sensation with his very origin. This sensation was actually a branding, a ritual where a certain trait was being attached to his very origin and soul. A process of a trait being granted to him. This would be the first trait that the novice galaxy granted to any creature, and this entity had chosen to do this purposefully so because the being granted the first trait was special, being granted their abilities in the most optimum and powerful form. For the past thousands of years since its last cycles of destruction, not a single trait had been granted to any creatures in the novice galaxy, as most only fumbled through the levels of power and dabbled into laws. Yet today, the first being to have a trait would be born in the novice galaxy as it gained its first blessed trait culmination in harmony confirmed. Rumble. Noah felt the branding on his soul heat up as he felt a sense of tremendous calm and accomplishment, feeling something appearing within him that wasn't fully there before, this something granting him an enormous sense of freedom and power. A new trait has been born. OM. A magisterial sight played out around Noah at this moment as his body subconsciously lifted off the ground, the color blue dominantly spreading out from him as his body shone brightly. Crack, as this mana was senselessly leaking from his body. The surrounding earth below him cracked at the pressure as the soil became ground to dust, an awe-inspiring presence shooting forth from him as crackles of blue energy coiled around his body. This was mana. Pure and una.d.u.l. Terated mana, mana that he could choose to do whatever he wanted with, as at this point, no matter what realm of power he achieved, he would never ever have to worry about his reserves of energy. It did not matter if he stayed at the nebula rank or somehow crossed 10 ranks above it, for as long as he lived he would always have what his trait foretold: infinite mana. Rumble. His eyes opened at this moment as resplendent and gorgeous arcs of blue light permeated out from them. His form at this moment looking extremely ethereal, as there was such an overabundance of mana that it was leaking from his eyes as they took on a form of shining blue lights with arcs of mana occasionally flashing out. He released a primal bellow that shook the skies and earth as he announced the arrival of something grand, the arrival of a trait that would comfortably stand above many traits in this unexplored universe. He was announcing the arrival of infinite mana. Chapter 607. What are your traits? As Noah completed a new trait in the novice galaxy, a grand chariot was being pulled across the chaotic void of the universe by two fierce void beasts. This chariot caused for a mystical sight to play out as these ferocious beasts seamlessly trudged along the chaotic void and carried along with them the inhabitants that were coming from the Nexus galaxy. The bodies of these void beasts released a mystical aura of chaos in space, this chaotic void actually making them feel as if they were home as they happily moved forward while directed by the essence of a grand controller. Inside this carriage, 2 law masters aside from the grand controller and 3 blessed were sitting in contemplation or talking with each other. At this time, one of the law masters, a being that comprehended the law of fire in its entirety, glanced towards the 3 blessed as an envious light flashed through his eyes. He couldn't help but ask out carefully as the colorful essence of fire danced around him, "So, what are you guys' traits?" The question was a simple one, but it caused for a weird atmosphere to develop inside of the magnificent imperial vessel as it dealt with the unique powers of the beings they were working with. But the blessed at the very forefront smiled as he spoke out mildly, his extremely white hair and frosty appearance adding on to a mysterious air about him. "My trait is Iceman. I can utilize the element of ice even better than a controller of the law of water, to the point that I'm capable of turning my entire body into a pure form of ice as no physical attacks can even reach me." Rumble. The envy in the eyes of the Fire Law Master only increased as he heard these powerful words, his eyes going towards the other 2 blessed that also had smiling expressions as if they knew of their high status. The man at the forefront continued as they pointed towards the other 2 blessed beside him. "This one has the trait that is called supernova, where each one of her strikes always releases the explosive force of a dying star." The blessed holding the trait of Iceman pointed to a curvaceous woman beside him as another shocking trait was revealed, with the voice of the frosty blessed continuing to ring out. "Lastly, my friend here has the trait called Ability Mimic, that effectively allows him to mimic and display the abilities of his opponents." Every single word that left the blessed's mouth on what trait he and his 2 partners held had only caused the envy of the Fire Law controller's eyes to increase. Only the eyes of the other controllers trying to remain without a change as the majestic chariot continued to traverse the chaotic void. The Grand Controller that was at the forefront of the chariot and releasing his essence to steer the void beasts listened to this conversation as he only smiled, speaking out towards the 5 others inside the chariot at this moment. With this signal that we are exploring, we don't really know what we might come across. So your traits and our masteries in the universal laws will work together nicely to defend against anything that we come across. His voice was magnetic as it held a sense of power that only Grand Controllers that fully comprehended a supreme law could feel. The others nodded at the words of the Grand Controller as even the 3 blessed took on serious looks. This was because even they could not simply look down upon a being that had mastered a supreme law, and this being steering the Imperial vessel had comprehended the supreme law of chaos. We were lucky so far to not have come across too many powerful void beasts, or all of the ones that appeared I could easily take care of. But keep your minds sharp as anything can happen. The eyes of the Grand Controller were vigilant as the aura of chaos spread out from him calmly, sensing the many happenings of the chaotic void around him as he used his unique essence of a Grand Controller to continue steering the 2 void beasts pulling the Imperial vessel forward. What if we are unlucky and the signal was a powerful entity? At this point, the Frosty Blessed posed a question as the Grand Controller laughed warily. We can only try to run at that point. Only a few parties have been unlucky enough to come across dangerous entities that cared enough to act against them, and we never heard from them again. His expression was portraying calm, but he knew there was a level of danger with the task they were undertaking where anything could go wrong. Anyways, I assumed that you 3 should have been given some life-saving talismans from the Imperials, yes? The Grand Controller said this to the 3 blessed as they scratched their heads with smiles. The life-saving measures are only enough to survive against an extremely powerful Grand Controller's or a beginner assimilator's attacks for a short period of time as we try to make an escape. The Frosty Blessed, holding the trait of Iceman, said this as he shook his head, a somber atmosphere occupying the inside of the majestic chariot. We shall see. Normally a signal reaching the universal rift should not be something too dangerous or too meaningless. The Grand Controller voiced his words as the Imperial vessel continued traversing across the chaotic void with even more speed, only a streak of light being visible in the utter darkness of the terrifying void. These beings from the Nexus Galaxy were heading towards a singular location. The location where a Grand Controller of Fate had actually shattered a portion of the boundary of his own galaxy and released the signal that reached them. As these beings traversed towards the source of this signal, towards the Novice Galaxy, one would wonder exactly what they planned to do once they found it. Chapter 608, Why Stop at 1? In the Novice Galaxy, Noah was floating in the skies of the Central Realm as his body took in the feeling of strength and power that his newly granted trait gave him. The trait of infinite mana didn't reinforce his body or grant him strength in any visible way, but it gave him the feeling of power that made him think he could do anything he wanted. This was a unique feeling that very few beings could come across, and Noah was feeling it because of the fact that from now on until whatever stage he reached in his journey, he would always have infinite mana. With the success of granting this trait, you have fully taken the mantle of the champion off this galaxy. Rumble. The voice of the entity that controlled the Novice Galaxy rang out in his mind as Noah sensed the connection that was now added to his infinite realm. He shared a connection with the infinite realm, and now the infinite realm shared a connection with the Novice Galaxy itself. He could continuously observe new changes continue to occur as every second passed in the infinite realm. And all of these changes could be attributed to the singular black line that represented the connection that this realm now shared, the lives of the trillions in this galaxy. Those you know, and those that you do not know. They are now all intertwined with your future actions and mine. Whether we succeed or undergo another cycle of destruction and rebirth will depend on our actions from here on. As Noah heard these heavy words, he shook his head as he completely wiped away any feelings of weakness or uncertainty from his mind. His thoughts became calm and he affirmed to himself that he would succeed. He glanced at the blinking stat panel in front of his eyes as new changes displayed themselves. But he focused on a single row that displayed new information. He saw that a new section had appeared which displayed his trait of infinite mana. Noah Osmont, titles, Infernal Lord, variant, Grand Controller, Fate, traits, infinite mana, bloodlines, vampire progenitor. He simply stared at the top of the stat panel as he focused on the newly appearing section with shining eyes. If one was perceptive enough, they would be able to notice the way that the stat panel was structured held its own meaning. When one looked at the section that displayed the titles, it showed titles that put an S in the parentheses, which indicated that one could start with one title and gain many. Thus, having the singular and plural form of the word displayed on the stat panel, the same applied to the section listing, Bloodlines, as at this moment, in the section that displayed Noah's infinite mana trait, one could also see the singular word trait with the parentheses of S attached to them. This shocking hidden clue actually showed that in the future there was a possibility not just for one trait, but multiple. Rumble. Noah's eyes became even firmer as he stared at the word of traits on the stat panel and thought about the words of the novice galaxy days ago when he confronted it and asked for the reason why she let Aldrich release a signal that would effectively endanger all of them. This memory was very vivid in his mind. At that time, the words of the novice galaxy had shocked him. I have undergone multiple cycles of destruction and rebirth. I am tired of it, and I never want to experience that again. Thus, when the change happened, I vowed to make a champion that wouldn't just stand above other beings, but a champion that would completely and unilaterally be able to smash all of them into nothingness. While talking through the first infernal lord, a cruel and wicked enchanting smile had appeared on what would be a normally blank face, the novice galaxy feeling very strongly about this issue. Infinite mana as a trait was only the first stage of this. It was a trait that granted the champion all the mana for them to do whatever they wanted. And it was such a shocking trait that it could raise one to be a future powerful entity in this unexplored universe. At that time, when Noah heard these words, his heart was shaken as he realized that the plans of the novice galaxy did not just finish at one trait. Since one trait can give you such a power, why not another? Why not a third? Why not a fourth? What if we continue along this path as we create something that will be able to trample on any being that ever thought about standing in our way? Why stop here, Rumble? The words of the novice galaxy were extremely cold and dominating when she talked about this, as Noah sensed a variety of emotions in them that were surging with confidence and arrogance. But the more he heard them, the more that his heart beat even faster as those same thoughts began to occupy his mind. If a single trait that required so many conditions just to be brought to fruition would be able to create a future entity that would be powerful enough to stand among the ranks of the unknown entities of the unexplored universe, what if you simply had another trait just as powerful as it? What if he had 3 or 4? This shocking thought occupied his mind as it seemed to be the only thing he could see, but of course, there were rules that restricted such things to be brought to fruition. As the universal laws would have it, a being could only have a single trait. That is why only galaxies could grant traits to their inhabitants, and the traits were branded into their very origin and soul. It was because of this problem, because of this universal restriction, that the novice galaxy let a signal be released into the outside universe. The novice galaxy had actually invited unknown forces that would hopefully be from another galaxy in order to just bypass just this single restriction. She had a grand plan that involved bypassing the restriction of the galaxy only being able to grant a single trait to a being residing within. She had thrown out the bait of the signal to whatever galaxy caught it as she planned to do something terrifying to whatever force they sent in order to achieve her goals. If I cannot grant you another trait because of such stupid restrictions, then I will simply have another galaxy do it for you, for the goal of creating an unbeatable champion, for the sake of gaining strength to withstand all the terrifying unknowns waiting for us. This will succeed. Rumble, a terrifying plan. A scheming novice galaxy. Just what exactly would come out of all this? Chapter 609 Peace. As Noah completed the terrifying trait of infinite mana, the beings connected to him simply experienced the huge changes of the infinite realm that continued to get denser and denser atmospheric essence as it further strengthened their resolve to get stronger. In the core area of the infinite realm where the central continent of the spiritual world used to be, an arrogant penguin had his beak raised high as he faced thousands of beasts, beings that the penguin considered his brothers and sisters. The area they were currently in was filled with the universal essence of space as it was very conducive to cultivating the law of space, and the emperor penguin was currently acting as the teacher as he faced the crowd of beasts. This arrogant penguin was floating at the forefront as one could see that in order to fit into the role of a teacher more, this penguin had adorned a nice-fitting white suit that shone with great contrast to his sleek black feathers, the appearance of a bow tie being even more prominent as it gave the emperor penguin an appearance that would make many beings stop on their tracks. Raa, he released a bellow that relayed his intentions to the many beasts, each of them activating, disciple of space, as they tried to comprehend this law around them, some of them beginning to display their skills as they bowed to the emperor penguin and sought guidance. It was a carefree and peaceful scene of these beings only striving their best to get stronger, because even though the overseer of the infinite realm had not relayed them any information that made them feel any sense of danger. Many of them were still striving to improve their strength as they saw the continued changes of the infinite realm every day. Noah had not yet told anyone else about the events that occurred at the boundary of the Navis galaxy and the signals sent out, or that a force could be making its way towards here at this moment. He knew that his subordinates would grow to be extremely powerful in time as they used the resources of the infinite realm and the Navis galaxy, but they were currently nowhere near being ready to face beings that could traverse the chaotic void. He knew the knowledge that because the Navis galaxy had finally granted him the first trait of this galaxy, it could now begin to awaken traits on those that met the qualifications or those who were destined for them, as many beings would gain even greater forms of power in the coming future. But the battle to come, Noah would most likely be fighting it alone, only supported by the fearsome terrors that held the titles of controllers. Thus, his subordinates had no idea of what was coming, but they still instinctively continued to train with even more vigor. Aside from the Emperor Penguin, who was working to improve the strength of the high-ranking beasts of the infinite realm, there were also Barbados, Athena, Elena, and many others that were doing just the same. In one region of the infinite realm that was filled with the essence of chaos, Barbados was sitting on a throne of bones, releasing a distinct black hue that continuously strengthened thousands of high-ranking undead of a powerful legion that she herself was creating, this legion being reinforced by the power of chaos as she chose to comprehend this law. Her gaze was distant as her fingers unconsciously released essence, her thoughts rotating around a single being as she felt the continuing changes of the infinite realm inside. Little fish, she thought of a single man who seemed to be elevating himself to greater and greater heights each day, her resolve of getting stronger only increasing as she sought to go towards the same level of power as this being. To just be able to stand alongside him while raising her head high. Barbados was not the only one with these emotions, as in another location, Athena was actually facing the three remaining mythical beasts of the beast world, some of the demon lords from the demon world, and various other beings all over the infinite realm that sought to learn the law of fate. One could also see Old Man Inuit and Fritz by the side giving their own guidance, these old beings looking at their surroundings in shock and awe still as the fantastical sights continued to play around them. Athena was currently following the routine where she aided those needing to see the techniques of fate in the infinite realm for half of her day, using the other half of the day to traverse the light and dark expanse with Old Man Inuit and Fritz as they continued to oversee the healing period for these two expanses. Her goal of seeking order was still just as steadfast as she also had another reason to seek for strength at this time. Roar, in another location of the infinite realm, one could observe a fearsome draconic fire behemoth nearing 100 meters in size, the pet known as Draco having grown to the powerful peak of the world rank as it sparred with Elena and hundreds of other vampires. Scenes like these were abundant all over the infinite realm as many beings strengthened themselves while feeling a period of peace. This sense of peace was enhanced even more when they looked at the nearly endless resources of the infinite realm. Anytime they wished, they could walk to a nearby field that would be filled with wondrous medicinal herbs or fruits that were potent with essence, aiding them in regenerating their strength or even advancing through ranks as they enjoyed an atmosphere that very few could come across. Even while feeling this peace, many of the top commanders under Noah were nearing the rank of Starforgers as time passed, while they also began traversing in the path of laws. Being in an environment where they could dedicate all of their time to training while keeping calm hearts, it was actually the perfect recipe to create powerful soldiers that would grow their strength at terrifying speeds, even if they would be nowhere near as close as Noah when it came to their breakthroughs. And even with comprehending laws, it would not take them hundreds of years like their predecessors for them to achieve high levels of strength. Just a few years would be enough to produce multiple experts. And Noah even expected to have multiple controllers in around 10 years or less as he thought about his subordinates and all the opportunities they had access to. But for all of this to come to fruition, he had to make sure that the plan of the Navis galaxy was carried out seamlessly, that whatever they invited would be taken care of with no problems as he would then continue on this grand journey. Chapter 6:10, Controller, Fire, Water, as Noah repeated the words of Navis galaxy in his mind. Over and over again, he was staring at the description of his trait while continuing to sense the confounding sense of power from his origin that had birthed a nebula, infinite mana, unranked. Its uses are pure and simple, granting exactly what the trait says. The holder of this trait can cast as many abilities as he wants for however long he wants, with mana never being an issue for them. It is currently unranked as there is very limited knowledge of where it might stand amongst the numerous traits in the outside galaxies. Noah glanced at the details of the trait as he smiled, knowing that on this day, he could full well look down upon all others when it comes to the reserves of mana, as he can confidently ask mana depletion. What's that? His smile was wide as he glanced at the description of this trait with vigor. only being taken out of this trance when he felt his origin begin to vibrate with power. He sent his awareness in as he found the now over 50 stars in his nebula floating in a mystical formation, each of these stars contributing to granting him stupid levels of attack and defensive power. If beings in the star-forging realm were powerful because they had a star supporting them in their origin, one would only have to think a little to understand the realm of power where a being at the nebula rank had multiple stars that were doing just the same. This created for a vast gulf for beings in the nebula rank, where one could have tens of stars while others only had 2 or 3, the former being able to trample on the one holding fewer stars with ease. But currently, the reason that Noah's origin was shaking was because extremely pure streams of essence continued to come from the law origin cores surrounding his nebula. But the current flow of universal essence was even stronger from 2 particular origin cores, the fire and water origin cores. This was because the comprehension of these 2 laws were about to hit 100%. Rumble. Tremors spread out because of the majestic energy as the size of the red and blue cores were the second largest after Noah's nebula, where they were glowing even brighter than the light and dark origin cores that were a level higher in terms of laws. Their rotation only increased as the seconds passed, and Noah felt their vibrations reach a breaking point as the 2 origin cores came to halt instantly, thereafter exploding into a shower of colors as they were both ground into dust. Similar to how his nebula formed, the origin cores of fire and water had dissolved into milky red and blue particles as they actually formed the base of a nebula, extremely small red and blue stars beginning to erupt from these nebulae as Noah felt an even more intense rush of universal essence washing over his own origin. This was an extremely interesting sight to come across, as in the vast galaxies, nebulae were huge CLU.S.Ters of gas and dust in space that come about from the supernova of a dying star, and they are also the regions where new stars begin to form, as they were actually termed the nursery of stars. Seeing the origins of 2 laws forming into a nebula at this moment represented a grand future that showed the path of these laws was only just beginning. The 2 newly appearing nebulae that represented the comprehension of law of fire and water vibrated with essence as they began to float around Noah's main nebula in a circular motion, following the same path as the 4 other origin cores of air, earth, light, and dark that were all still singular circular origin cores, but the essence they released towards Noah's origin was 10 times what the other cord released. Noah feeling this awe-inspiring sense of strength as he looked at his stat panel. Noah Osmont. Titles: Infernal Lord, Variant, Grand Controller, Fate, Controller, Fire, Water, Bloodlines, Vampire Progenitor, Ether Particles is 6,294,563, Karma Lines, 924. 249, Fate Lines, 10 million, Chaos Particles, 6,624,983, Origin Cores, Light 2, Dark 2, Fire 10, Water 10, Earth 4, Air 4, Domains, Ether, Karma, Fate, Chaos, Light, Dark, Space, Time, Fire, Water, Earth, Air, Vitality, Nebula, Focus, Strength, Nebula, Laws, Ether 62%, Karma 9%, Fate 100%, Chaos 66%, Light 21%, Dark 21%, Space 38%, Time 27%, Fire 100%, Water 100%, Earth 38%, Air 38%, Authorities, Ether Lord, Fate Lord, Chaos Lord, Flame Lord, Water Lord. Shockingly, he had just seamlessly advanced forward as he became a controller in another 2 universal laws, where he now stood at the level where he had complete comprehension of 3 laws. He focused his attention towards the 2 newly appearing titles of Controller. Controller, Fire, a title granted to those with complete comprehension of the law of fire. All fire-related skills will exhibit their power at the level of a controller regardless of their rank, the user beginning to embark on truly understanding the essence of fire. The essence of a fire controller allows them to be immune to any fire-based attacks of those at lower stages of the law of fire. Controller, Water, a title granted to those with complete comprehension of the law of water. All water-related skills will exhibit their power at the level of a controller regardless of their rank, the user beginning to embark on truly understanding the essence of water. The essence of a water controller allows them to be immune to any water-based attacks of those at lower stages of the law of water. Nearly identical descriptions, with the only changes being whether it was fire or water, were displayed in his eyes, Noah gaining 2 more laws that granted him the title of a controller, as he could actually claim immunity to any beings with less advancement in the 2 laws. Another even more ecstatic thing was the fact that being a controller of the laws of fire and water allowed one to display the immense power of such a level on all possible cast skills of the user. This made Noah's eyes shine with luster as he imagined a shocking sight of him defeating powerful enemies with skills of the lowest tier. He gave a boisterous laugh as he was not the least beast fearful of whatever was coming. his main body letting his clones continue their advancement in the laws and proficiencies of a particular skill tree that would soon enter into the ranks of Nebula as he went off towards the Latalis expanse. His 100% comprehension in the law of fate told him that whatever was coming would be upon them in just a day or two. Thus he went towards the only location that any outsiders could enter, and that was the Latalis expanse where 3 terrors were stationed. Chapter 6:11 I want their origins. The vast Latalis expanse was eerily quiet at this time, the progeny of the ancient terror living within, sensing the winds of change as they knew something was coming. These were the only creatures of the Novus galaxy to sense anything amiss, with only a few others in the light and dark expanse being able to notice something. Some of these beings included Old Man Inuit and Fritz, who had some proficiency in the laws of karma and fate, as they recently felt a sense of foreboding that came and passed infrequently. Old Man Inuit had asked Noah about this just to be sure, and Noah had told him that it was not anything for them to worry about, not revealing the shocking truths behind what was to soon happen. Since they were not strong enough at this moment, Noah wanted to let the beings of the Novus galaxy continue to expand their skills and increase their power, as they could fight all they wanted in the future. As long as he and the Novus galaxy succeeded in their scheme the next few days, it would set up for a grand future where wars for the beings of the Novus galaxy to join would only be an inevitability. When this time came and they were sufficiently strong enough, he would let them freely fight as much as they wanted. At this moment, though, his figure appeared in an unstable location in the Latalis expanse where one could feel a dreadful amount of ether dancing around. Noah actually coming to the location where the Cthulhu was normally stationed as he prepared to intercept whoever came. Rumble, the Cthulhu felt his presence as its star-sized red eyes opened slightly, only turning into slits before they closed fully thereafter, as if it did not even want to glance towards Noah. Noah smiled at this as he saw the majesty of the terror of ether while also understanding its emotions. Made for the purpose of protecting the Novus galaxy, yet its master continued to conduct unexplainable things over and over again until now. An unknown force was coming towards them because of it. Even after listening to the Novus galaxy, the Cthulhu still kept to its belief that they did not need to provoke the hornet's nest, and they could have continued peacefully while slowly amassing their strength to only protect themselves if they needed to. This was why the Cthulhu did not look favorably towards Noah. Even with the knowledge that he was this galaxy's chosen champion, there was a stark silence in the dreadful space filled with ether as Noah looked like a grain of sand in the starry space when next to the star-sized Cthulhu. Can you not go patrol somewhere else? The Cthulhu's words were unruly, as even while knowing full well that it was speaking to the galaxy's champion, it showed its distaste as its numerous tentacles wriggled dangerously. Noah let out a light laugh at the words of this being he adopted the power of through the terror of ether skill tree, replying as his eyes stared at the blank space all around them until they landed on the boundary of the Novus galaxy far away. I wanted to be next to someone I admired. Your abilities got me where I am today, humph. The red star-sized eyes of the Cthulhu opened as they showed the immense power within, its rumbling voice sounding out again. Another one of me is not nearly enough to stop whatever you all invited towards us. I am not just another one of you, though, Noah replied quickly as he looked into the huge eyes of the terror of ether that took up the surrounding hundreds of miles, his voice continuing to ring out, the first trait holder in the Novus galaxy, the first natural grand controller, the first to hold multiple completed universal law comprehensions. Rumble, Noah listed out his achievements as the eyes of the Cthulhu shone with a red light. Listening silently before they turned towards the starry space above them, even with all that, even if you win, her plan is simply. The red light in the eyes of Cthulhu intensified as it thought of the apparent plan that Noah was told not too long ago. This plan of the Novus galaxy was truly a terrifying one, with many hidden things that were not revealed even until now. They very closely dealt with whatever outsiders came searching for the signal they sent out, and it was actually tied even closer to traits. To understand exactly what was in store, one must grasp what a trait actually meant. The origin of traits stemmed from a galaxy towards its inhabitants, where a single being would only ever hold a single trait throughout their lives. Yet the Novus galaxy wanted a champion who held multiple traits, a being that could look down upon any enemies that came with extreme strength. Noah recalled the words of the Novus galaxy as he floated near the baleful area of ether next to the Cthulhu. To do this, to even have the possibility of making this plan possible, I will need the origins of the powerful beings that are hopefully from another galaxy. If they are powerful entities from the chaotic void, it would be a failure as we would have to try again, given that we survived that entity, of course. Rumble, the terrifying plan of the Novus galaxy was revealed at that point as one could feel a maddened hunger for power and survival. A hunger of a being that had undergone multiple cycles of destruction and rebirth. This hunger was caused by the fact that this entity did not want to go through it again. Such a plan bordered on the extreme, and it was the reason why Cthulhu disagreed with it. Yes, Noah actually found himself looking forward to it as he thought of the many unknown possibilities. There were simply too many wondrous things in this galaxy, and in the larger unexplored universe that he had yet to step out to. As he accomplished his trait of infinite mana, his eyes were looking towards even grander horizons that he had yet to even see as he wondered just what else was out there. As for whatever the released signal would call towards them? Well, he was getting ready for this, as well as even at this moment his clones were working hard to push another skill tree into the rank of Nebula. But in the coming battle, all he wanted to do was freely go rampant as he utilized his trait to the fullest. He wanted to spam whatever enemy acting against them to death. He wanted to do many things as he sought to see the limit of where he could reach with the power he held. I really think it will all be fine. Calm words rang out in the space filled with ether as the eyes of the Cthulhu locked towards Noah's extremely small figure, the eyes trying to see behind this being that the Cthulhu had sensed multiple times when he was just a fledgling. Cthulhu stared at this creature as he saw a devilishly handsome and confident smile appear on his face, a smile that actually caused the powerful Cthulhu to feel an unknown sense of pressure. Chapter 612 Outsiders. The man in Cthulhu observed the stars littering the Latalis expanse as their awareness spread out to cover the boundaries of this expanse and thus the mystical Novus Galaxy, continuing to monitor everything as they waited patiently. At the same time, less than a light year away from the Novus Galaxy, an Imperial vessel from the Nexus Galaxy was rapidly nearing their positions as it contained within it 3 Lawmasters and 3 Blessed, the powerful Grand Controller steering the void. Beasts Forward had a careful look as the Imperial vessel tore through the chaotic void. Knowing that they were rapidly nearing the location where their universal rift had felt the signal, the body of this Grand Controller undulated with power as one could feel particles of chaos seamlessly floating around him, a profound feeling being felt from him as those knowledgeable would know that this being was not simply at the stage of a Grand Controller, he had already begun embarking on the path above that, a path that the Blessed moving with him in this Imperial vessel had mentioned. Before the path of an assimilator, yet even the 2 Lawmasters beside him and the 3 Blessed did not fully grasp this yet as they went forward, where they were now nearing the location of the signal. Rumble, the essence of the Grand Controller erupted out as he began slowing the speed of the Void Beasts, their Imperial vessel that was shooting forth at the speed of light slowing down the extreme blackness of the chaotic void registered around them. The 6 beings had looks of care as they each spread out their awareness while moving forward, choosing the route of extreme care as they did not know exactly what they would come across. Their bodies bubbled with power as they apprehensively prepared for anything, the Grand Controller keeping his energy ready to go at any time in case they were intruding upon a powerful entity's space. The Imperial vessel slowly moved forward as they came just a few miles away from the signal. The eyes of the Grand Controller opening wide as his body began to tremble, joy appearing on his face as he voiced out with great vigor, "It's another galaxy." We've actually found another galaxy, Rumble, what? This ecstatic joy was on the faces of the other 5 beings from the Nexus Galaxy as their awareness went forth, noticing the imperceptible spatial boundary that would never be noticed by a passing being unless they were an extremely powerful entity if they knew of the location in advance. Judging by the undulations and power of the boundary, it actually seems to only be a Millennium Galaxy, with a range of maybe 10,000 to 20,000 years. The face of the Grand Controller was becoming more and more ecstatic as he thought about what their finding truly meant. The beings of the Nexus Galaxy were great explorers of the unknown universe through the use of the Universal Rift, and the powerful force controlling everything in the Nexus Galaxy made it their goal to locate and explore new galaxies. They had been fairly successful over the years and grown to the height they were currently at, but coming across a galaxy such as this one, which was termed a Millennium Galaxy, was extremely rare. This was because galaxies were extremely hard to perceive when they had just undergone a cycle of destruction and reformation, where many galaxies could only be located with ease after they had reached 50,000 years or more. But at this point, a galaxy might have powerful inhabitants that would give even the forces of the Nexus Galaxy a headache to take care of. But when it came to Millennium Galaxies that had not reached the 50,000 years timestamp, this was the type of finding favored the most. The 3 Blessed in the mystical chariot felt their hearts pounding as the significance sunk in, one of them hesitantly speaking out, "We can report it right away and be swiftly promoted among the ranks of Imperials." His voice shook many out of their stupor as they turned to him, the face of the Grand Controller squinting as he looked back. He spoke a second later as a weird atmosphere overtook the Imperial vessel, "We can. But if we enter and explore it for ourselves, can you imagine the possibilities of other rewards that might be waiting for us? The inhabitants of this Millennium Galaxy should have at most achieved controllers and a few blessed. Maybe a few grand controllers at most. It is such a rare finding that he left the last words unspoken as the faces of the other 2 lawmasters and 3 blessed shone with light, thinking back to the resources that the Imperials controlled in the Nexus Galaxy, and imagining these same types of resources simply waiting for them in this Millennium Galaxy in front of them. In the case we do explore and find that one of the treasures that the Imperial Adjudicator seeks happens to be in this galaxy, can you imagine the rewards? If we personally present it, the voice of the Grand Controller rang out again as it seemed extremely sweet and layered with honey, making the rest of the party looking forward with shining eyes. Their minds seemed to be made up as they looked at each other and nodded, neither of them choosing to send word back right away that they had reached the target of the signal released, and that it was actually a new galaxy still in its beginning stages that they had not come across before. The 3 blessed holding the traits of Iceman, Supernova, and Ability Mimicry, looked at each other with looks of resolve as they nodded towards the 3 lawmasters led by the Grand Controller. Let's do it, rumble. Imperceptible waves of fate spread out as these 6 beings made their decision. A decision that would put in motion a shocking set of events. Chapter 613 Outsiders 2. The Novice Galaxy was in an extremely peaceful era where many of the creatures in the light and dark expanse were forging new lives as they recovered from the terror of constant war with the disappearance of the Celestials. Not many knew the truth that the leader of this organization had actually exterminated this enormous force himself, and they lived in blissful ignorance as they continued on with their lives. Even at this moment, as for the first time in the history of this Novice Galaxy when outsiders were about to enter, only a few creatures in this galaxy knew or felt it. Rumble, in the Latalis expanse where the boundary of the Novice Galaxy could be seen, an Imperial vessel could be seen squeezing through the miles-long boundary with ease as it was covered by a unique energy. This energy stemmed from a single being, the one at the forefront who was a Grand Controller of Chaos, and actually had the essence required to freely travel through the chaotic void as well as easily pass through the boundaries of galaxies, or even shatter or portion of such boundaries if they wished. But the Grand Controller was moving with caution this time as they were undertaking a fairly dangerous task of entering another galaxy. The problem at this moment lay in the unknowns, where even though they knew that this galaxy should only be a Millennium Galaxy with at most a few controllers, they still had to move carefully to make sure nothing went wrong. The mystical chariot that was the Imperial vessel passed through the boundary as it appeared in the Novice Galaxy for the first time. The 3 lawmasters and blessed within the chariot stepping out and floating alongside it as the void beasts breathed in the new atmosphere with vigor. The eyes of the outsiders from the Nexus Galaxy shone with lustrous light as they sensed the surrounding space, their awareness confirming with them the truth of this galaxy as they affirmed it really was less than 50,000 years old. They knew this because this was not the only outside galaxy they were stepping in aside from their Nexus Galaxy. They had been sent on missions before that required them to step into fearsome galaxies of close stature to their own, and a few that were at lower levels, but during all this time, they always explored galaxies where their predecessors were there before them. This new galaxy they stepped in, they saw that they were actually the first as they sensed the peaceful nature and movement of Essence, Rumble. At this point, Essence rumbled out from the body of the Grand Controller, the unique essence of chaos permeating out as his voice resounded. Continue to be careful and do not celebrate yet. This galaxy must have its own protectors, and as all galaxies sense foreign objects and beings entering them, they will be sending their protectors over to us at any moment. His words carried immense weight as the others nodded and their bodies began permeating with power. The Fire Lawmaster and the Space Lawmaster beside the Grand Controller actually lighting up as their bodies released powerful authorities to surround the Imperial vessel in a defensive manner. They had to do this because, as mentioned before, a galaxy could always sense foreign beings that did not belong to it, causing any outside forces entering any galaxy to be sensed right away as if it contained powerful enough protectors. These outsiders could be defeated and thrown out with ease. I am confident after entering this galaxy that they have a few controllers or powerful blessed, and at most, 2 or 3 grand controllers. We will test whatever is sent our way first before we decide to act. The eyes of the Grand Controller were shining with greed as they stared at the foreign space around them, all he could feel from it being its young age as his heart looked forward to the treasures of this galaxy. Rumble, before his voice could even settle in the ears of others, they felt a strong aura propel towards them rapidly as the first thing they could see were its extremely large star-sized eyes. This strong aura rushed towards them as they could feel intense emotions of anger from its eyes, its enormous size stopping hundreds of miles away from them as the red eyes locked onto their party atop the Imperial vessel. The Cthulhu had made an appearance as the 6 beings looked at it carefully. their eyes not changing as they simply floated and kept their energy ready to go without moving. This was because they were waiting. They were waiting to see just how many protectors this galaxy could afford to send towards them. Rumble. A second later, another two auras appeared, their sizes just as large as they were in the thousands of miles. The ancient terror and the terror of the void appeared with cold looks as they also stared at the outsiders from a distance of a few hundred miles away. It was an extremely tense situation as the outsiders from the Nexus galaxy waited a few seconds longer. The Frosty Blessed, who held the trait of Iceman, not being able to hold himself back as an ecstatic expression actually appeared on his face. This is all? It looks like this venture will be extremely worthwhile. Shocking words were heard from the outsiders by the three terrors as they were filled with immense disdain. This was because the outsiders could sense the auras of Grand Controllers on the three protectors, with this aura being strongest around the Cthulhu that wriggled with baleful tentacles filled with ether. Even the face of the Grand Controller of Chaos was filled with light as he waited a few seconds longer before confirming they had really struck it rich to be entering a galaxy that had so few protectors. Outsiders, you are not welcomed here. Rumble, the voice of the terror of ether, rang out as it was filled with anger and unwillingness. The thing it did not want the most to happen actually taking place at this moment. But the outsiders he spoke paid him no heed as the Frosty Bless laughed while stepping forward. The authorities of the two lawmasters still actively surrounding the force of six outsiders. Boorish creature, has nobody ever told you size is not everything? The words of the blessed were filled with confidence as even while sensing that the creature in front of him was a grand controller of the law of ether, he stepped forward fearlessly and spoke down towards it. A unique feeling of power released from this blessed as he freely activated his trait, Iceman, for the surrounding thousands of miles. The starry space instantly became a realm of ice as the being that was the cause of it all flung his arms out with a wide smile and spoke, a galaxy in its infancy just waiting for us to explore. Rumble, an enormous area of complete white permeated for thousands of miles in the Latalis expanse near the barrier of the Nabis galaxy, six outsiders appearing as they disdainfully looked down at the natives sent to stand on their way. Chapter 614, Fireball. Going back a few seconds, Noah had been talking with a not-so-pleased terror of ether when they felt the abrupt change in the barrier they were observing as well as the appearance of six new auras of power. Three of them felt familiar to Noah, as they each had a hint of law where Noah knew it was two controllers and a single grand controller that also seemed to have a unique aura included with him. The other three were even more unique as the aura Noah felt from them was unlike anything he had come across before. Rumble. The enormous body of the Cthulhu began to move the moment the auras appeared, leaving behind wrathful words that showed its thoughts at this moment. The result of the actions you condone has come. Let us hope it is not the doom for us all. Noah gave a light smile at the strong words of the Cthulhu, sensing the other two terrors far away from them also converged towards six newly appearing signatures as he also made his way. A galaxy in its infancy just waiting for us to explore. He appeared just in time as the outsider at the forefront had an ecstatic look on his face while observing Cthulhu and the other two terrors. Noah's body finally became visible in their eyes as they also looked towards him, his appearance actually making them look even happier as it apparently furthered their belief that this galaxy was nothing much. Noah's eyes shone as he looked towards the Grand Controller letting out an aura of chaos, as well as the other two lawmasters released auras of fire and space. These beings he could sense the auras of and understand, but the other three gave him a unique feeling of strength that he could attribute one thing traits. He glanced at the being at the forefront who had wavy frosted hair as his body released extremely cold elements that turned the surrounding miles into a frozen space. He observed this unique being using his power, realizing that this being was utilizing a trait while his body only gave off the essence of someone at the nebula rank, but no law masteries whatsoever, yet this being was able to cause the surrounding thousands of miles to be filled with cold elemental particles that actually reduced the movements of controllers and even slowed them down. This was a being with a trait. This was a blessed. Noah's small figure stepped forward amidst all of this, as the three terrors had their essence ready to erupt at any moment. His eyes shimmering with strength as he appeared fully in front of the six outsiders. The outsiders squinted their eyes as they actually could not observe any sense of danger from Noah's small body, their confidence levels only rising as they confirmed these beings in front of them really were the only protectors that this galaxy could send out. It seems like our journey will be extremely rewarding this time around. The other two blessed holding the traits of Supernova and Ability Mimic spoke to each other with smiles as they were actually protected by the authorities that two lawmasters released as well as the field of frozen ice that the strongest blessed laid out, not treating Noah as anything much. Noah did not mind this, as he simply wanted to open up a new chapter and fully start the terrifying plan that the novice galaxy had concocted, and he wanted to start off this new stage in the most spectacular way possible. He did not want to exchange any words or play games with these outsiders, he only wanted to start off his new path in one way. He wanted to do so in the same way when he first awakened, and it was with a single skill. After becoming a controller of the law of fire, Noah had carefully read the description that said how any rank of skills could display power at the level of controller, and he had many ideas when he saw this. The first thought that came to his mind was his first skill. The skill that actually started his path as an awakened until he reached the position he did today. It was a skill with an extremely fast casting time. Because of it being the lowest rank skill, it was the rank F fireball. His hand stretched out in front of him towards the unbothered outsiders that had only begun releasing their energy more rampantly, preparing to see what the native of this galaxy would throw before they fully committed to doing as they wished. It would be an utter surprise for them when they heard a simple word, fireball, brrrrrrrrrr. Like the sound of a Gatling gun, tens of balls of fire bloomed out from Noah as events had to be described in a manner as if time was slowed down. When describing the balls of fire being released from him, it did not really capture what they were fully because their sheer size was simply too enormous. These so-called fireballs were actually tens of miles large, where each one was larger than Noah's current human form by thousands of times. They were not really fireballs, but genuine scorching suns that were nearing the size of stars. The heat they released as they were utilized by a controller caused undulations in the surrounding space as they threatened to melt anything in sight, and it was these genuine suns that were shooting out in the tens just from Noah casting fireball once. It was a skill maxed in proficiency, as Noah even added to it 5 skill points. This simple beginner skill at this moment actually being able to shoot out multiple scorching suns at a speed unbefitting of their sheer size and stature. The blessed with the Iceman trait had his eyes dilate as he discovered hundreds of miles-long suns rushing towards them at ridiculous speeds, his body glowing in a powerful blue light as he screamed out while wiping away the unbothered expression, Ice Age, rumble. He was not alone as the face of the Fire Law Master hardened. His body also stepping forward as he actually utilized intent, using his power as a controller. Protect, boom. Boom. Boom, sun after sun smashed towards them in a shower of searing heat and molten flames. Each explosion causing the frosty blessed to tremble as the ice age he was spreading out was rapidly eaten up. Boom, yet another sun smashed and exploded as a hazy red barrier formed from the intent of the Fire Law Master stopped it, their faces finally becoming serious as they stared at this being in front of them. Waves of heat washed over to them as the hand of the blessed with the Iceman trait was trembling, the eyes of the Fire Law Master cold as he stared at this being that was apparently just like him. Even the Grand Controller nodded with a careful expression as it seemed this was in the bounds that he expected this galaxy to send out, beginning to send messages to the other 5 outsiders at this moment. But his words would get drowned out soon after. They seem to have some skills, but this should be an easy fight. Reinforce each other's string dash, rumble. His words were cut short as they consecutively heard the same words for the skill that had just made their expression serious. The words of the Grand Controller veering off as they looked towards the protectors of this galaxy with wide eyes. Fireball. 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 Brrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr seemed to fold from the searing heat, a color of red overtook the starry space. A shocking and majestic sight erupted as tens of suns began to appear in front of Noah. On the other side, the Grand Controller of Chaos had an incredulous face as his powerful essence finally moved and swept out as he sensed this overpowering appearance of an ability used too many times, an authority of chaos emerging out as it held a hint of something else. It was the aura of someone that was a beginner assimilator. But even this assimilator had a gaze full of shock as he stared at the appearance of hundreds of suns that covered the entirety of their sights from all around them, each of these suns carrying with them a power of a peak fire controller as they thundered towards them at speeds not matching their miles-long sizes. It was shocking, it was ridiculous, it was the spamming of a low-rank skill that had an extremely fast casting speed while carrying the immense prowess of a controller. It was the rank F, Fireball, and it opened up yet another stage in Noah's life. Chapter 615 Assimilator. Have you ever come across tens of exploding suns, deep in the center of these explosions as well, each of the scorching heat of these suns actually being directed at you as they seemed to endlessly rush forward? It was a terrifying sight to say the least. The Grand Controller of Chaos was taking the central position of defending as he was backed on his right by the Fire Law Master and on his left by the blessed with the Iceman trait. Their gazes were finally serious as the essence of the Grand Controller of Chaos expertly moved to create a thick black barrier, this barrier being covered by freezing ice in front and a layer of a flaming barrier in the back as the three beings worked together to withstand a barrage of exploding suns. Boom! Boom! The sun seemed nearly endless as the face of the Grand Controller became extremely serious, his voice ringing out to the others as they made their moves. Sajar, Johnny boy, you're with me in taking on this small being. He should be the strongest protector in this galaxy, yet seems to not understand the concept of preserving one's mana with such reckless attacks. His words were careful as they were directed to the Fire Law Masters in his party and the blessed holding the Iceman trait. All the meanwhile, he slowly analyzed the situation before them while the barriers they erected were able to stop the barrage of suns that continued to explode with searing heat in front of them. You three, take on the oversized creatures behind him, and don't hesitate to use your life-saving talismans in case something unexpected happens. I will rush in to resolve anything else. He then spoke towards the two other blessed beings and Space Law Master as the one holding the trait of ability. Mimic nodded with vigor. The words of the Grand Controller were filled with strength as he breathed in after finishing his commands, the other five outsiders nodding in understanding as they saw the unique power bubbling on his body. This was a power that they did not expect this Grand Controller to have, a power that showed he had actually already embarked on the path of an assimilator. This made their resolve even stronger as in the next moment, two words filled with intent left the mouth of the Grand Controller of Chaos: chaotic dispersal, rumble. A star-shaking might erupted out with these words, the intent of a beginner assimilator rushing towards the endless suns as it carried with it a unique authority, this essence wiping away all the coming suns as if they didn't exist in the first place. This intent continued forward until it found the source of the enormous balls of fire, only being stopped as it clashed with another intent that Noah released. BZZZT, an impasse came to be as the two sides were able to see each other once more, the outsiders seeing the figure of Noah calmly observing them as a distinct smile was visible on his face, apparently very pleased at the way his opening attack had gone. The Grand Controller of Chaos locked onto Noah's figure as the party he was with followed his words. The Space Law Master became a white streak of light as he shot towards the Terror of the Void, the one holding the trait of Supernova. Going to match Cthulhu, and the one with the ability Mimic trait actually locking eyes with Noah first as her body shone with an incandescent light before she went over to match the Ancient Terror. Others might not have known, but the incandescent light on the outsider's body when she locked eyes with Noah was her actually using her trait as she became able to mimic the terrifying skill he had used, the outsider wanting them to have a taste of their own medicine when she went to match the Ancient Terror. This left the Grand Controller of Chaos, the blessed holding the Iceman trait called Johnny Boy, and the Fire Law Controller to face Noah himself, these beings moving carefully as they did not want any mistakes after finding such an opportune galaxy. You don't seem to have even embarked on the path past a controller yet, native. Why don't we have a talk where I might even show you the way? The voice of the Grand Controller, who could also be called a beginner assimilator, rang out towards Noah, the unique essence he used to completely wipe away tens of scorching suns being extremely potent as his right hand pointed forward. The other two outsiders backed away from him as one moved with their authority and the other released terrifying coldness. This beginner assimilator continuing to talk as his aura only shot up higher. You see, after completely comprehending a universal law and becoming a controller, one must then assimilate their law comprehension where the ultimate goal. His hand released a milky black aura as Noah could see it was an extremely potent essence of chaos. And it seemed to be moving in conjunction with the beginner assimilator's intentions as it wrapped around his body before he completely disappeared in a flash of chaotic light, is becoming one with the very universal laws themselves. The beginner assimilator actually appeared instantly behind Noah, his fist covered with this extremely potent chaotic essence as it smashed into Noah before he could even react. Boom! The light of chaos overflowed as a blow was dealt by the outsiders for the first time. Even the eyes of the terrors looking towards Noah's figure that had been shot forward like a cannonball towards the other two outsiders. Halfway through before Noah even reached the Lawmaster of Fire and Johnny Boy that were already preparing their attacks. His body came to a stop as a tinge of golden light began to cover him, his face shining in the dark space as one could actually see an expression of joy on his face. This was because he had affirmed the path forward that he knew of after becoming a controller, and he had felt the strength of this stage as the strike that had smashed into him from this Grand Controller that had begun assimilating his comprehensions was enough to injure him, but that was all just enough to injure him as the two outsiders behind him could observe his back that was a gory mess of blood rapidly healing as good as new, the distinct gold light that represented fate beginning to fully release from him. His eyes were full of joy as he stared at the beginner assimilator as if he had found a rare treasure, his mind already seeing the path of laws laid out in front of him. First, you comprehend the laws, and then you become one with them, assimilate them. This was the stage above a controller. This was the stage where beings sought to become intertwined with the universal laws as they freely used them to do their bidding. Chapter 6:16, 3 verses 1. As Noah faced a beginner assimilator with palpating levels of chaos surrounding his body as well as a blessed and a fire law master, the terrors were facing their own enemies as the three outsiders went to match them. The blessed, holding the trait of supernova, fearlessly went towards the terrifying Cthulhu that wriggled with ether as her hands were covered by a red glow. The Cthulhu saw this figure with his star-sized eyes as he cast a skill instantly, calling forth numerous stars to materialize and rush towards this outsider as he utilized Star Caller. The blessed saw the newly appearing stars as she met the forefront one with her fist. A fearsome explosion occurring as the star was shattered into pieces, her body weaving through the rubble as her fist smashed into all the other coming stars while she advanced towards the Cthulhu. This was the being holding the trait of supernova, a being that released the power of a dying star with every strike she landed. Her body shone with the luster of the essence of someone at the nebula realm as tens of stars swirled within her origin. The Cthulhu's red eyes focused on this being as he cast yet another ability and caused baleful ether to envelop the surroundings. The battle fully underway in this location as in another two spots, the other two terrors were facing their own enemies. The Space Lawmaster was weaving through the layers of space as he began releasing attacks on the Terror of the Void, this powerful terror also being proficient in this space as a fearsome battle began. The other battle worthy of note was the one where the blessed holding the ability Mimic trait was facing the silent ancient terror, a smile apparent on her face as prior to this, she had used her ability to mimic the terrifying skill that the small human that was being surrounded by three outsiders cast, and she wanted to use this same skill as she showed them a taste of their own medicine. The blessed threw out her hands as she cast the fearsome skill, Fireball, Rumble. Small fluctuations of power were released as a few fireballs a few inches in diameter flew towards the ancient terror, their power diminishing before they could even reach the terror as they disappeared simply because of the sheer pressure thus being released. The blessed that knew for sure she had mimicked the ability of that being correctly looked forward incredulously at this scene. The lesson of abilities being utilized very differently depending on the user was learned on this day. As the same skill that allowed scorching suns to erupt out from the hands of one being were only small balls of fire in the hands of another, the ancient terror ignored this embarrassing moment as from it a blood world bloomed that completely encased it and the blessed with it, nobody else being able to know what was happening within this blood world. With these three battles occurring in their own spaces, we can now look back to the stage where a beginner assimilator, a fire law controller, and an icy blessed were in a triangular formation as they blocked off all sides and rushed towards Noah. The most danger could be felt from the body of the assimilator, as the essence of chaos could actually rip apart the defenses of a grand controller that Noah always had surrounding his body, the abilities of the fire law master and the blessed called Johnny Boy being much lesser worries. As their three figures rushed towards him, Noah gave a light smile as he also cast Blood World, an enormous veil of blood erupting with him at the very center as it threatened to cover the three outsiders in the surrounding space. Their bodies shone with their own unique power as they protected themselves from what they assumed was an area of attackability, but this blood world did not harm them one bit as it simply passed through them and continued expanding, covering the area of tens of miles around them as only the three of them and Noah were within this blood world. They found at this moment that they could not sense the outside world, nor could they communicate with others as well, this ability fully creating an isolated space where nothing could go in or out. The gaze of the beginner assimilator was passive as he nodded towards the other two outsiders. The battle fully beginning as dazzling skills flew out from the hands of Johnny Boy. Pulsing frost orbs that held enough power to threaten any controller were released as he utilized the Iceman trait, the area he occupied becoming fully covered in white as he threw out long-distance attacks. The two Lawmasters continued to rush towards Noah as they wanted close combat to pin their enemy down, especially the assimilator that could easily injure Noah's body with the essence of chaos. Fluidly moving through him, it seemed like it was bound to be a long and difficult battle as these powerful outsiders faced the native protectors of the Nabis galaxy. But would it really be like this? The answer was no. And it was a shocking no as a smile bloomed from Noah in the next moment. The aura of two more beings that looked just like him appearing in the veiled blood world, Rumble, What, Defend, Ice Fortress. The three outsiders reacted in their own ways as one of Noah's clones appeared above Johnny Boy's cast, Madness Hegemony, the surrounding space changing to that of baleful ether as terrifying portals of terror began to bloom around the blessed holding the Iceman trait. Another clone appeared in front of the Firelaw Master as he did not cast any flashy abilities, but actually something simple from the abilities of the Absolute Sin. From the sin of gluttony, Noah tested out the usefulness of devouring, as a black circle went on to wrap around this controller. The ability of devouring allowed him to devour his enemies and even their memories, with the mana requirement varying from who exactly he was trying to devour. If a being he was targeting did not have the prowess to break through the black circle that represented devouring, then with his infinite mana, Noah should be able to devour that being in their entirety as their defenses were slowly ground down. This ability would only work on someone on the same level as him or weaker, as they would not be able to escape the black circle that represented devouring. So Noah simply tried it as one of the outsiders became completely encased in the light of gluttony. Sajar, the Grand Controller, saw this insidious skill where his companion did not seem to be breaking out of as his body tried to change directions. But Noah's main body stood in his way at this time as a few words left his mouth. Incandescent Emperor, Rumble. A new skill was cast from Noah for the first time as a brilliant golden glow erupted from him and blinded the assimilator for a brief moment. An ability from the newest skill tree that had just stepped into the Nebula rank through the hard work of his clones just minutes ago, being utilized as Noah single-handedly took on 3 beings at the Nebula realm, 1 an assimilator, 1 a controller, and the other a blessed being. Chapter 6:17. I can't take any damage. Right before his 2 clones had appeared and blindsided the outsiders, they had finished maxing the proficiency of the Fate's Guardian skill tree, as Noah also met all the other requirements to upgrade it to the rank of Nebula. Unlike the Nebula rank Terror of Ether skill tree, only 5 new skills were laid out in front of his eyes: Nebula, Incandescent Ruler, Fate's Guardian, Incandescent Emperor, 5 out of 5, Holy Fire, 5 out of 5, Fate's Guardian, May 5th, Aura of Redemption, 5 out of 5, Sword of Judgment, 5 out of 5, Incandescent Emperor, 5 out of 5. The stature of the Incandescent Ruler is adorned as the user adopt a regal armament. While active, Incandescent Emperor grants 1000% to damage, attack speed, cast speed, law resistances, defense, as well as 50% decreased damage taken from all sources. Holy Fire, May 5th, golden raging fires of fate thunder down towards the user's enemies as they scorch everything with righteous terror. With the greatest burning damage dealt to their enemies' souls. Fate's Guardian, May 5th. The fate lines representing other creatures the user is connected to can be observed as their futures can be guided to the most optimum path. Aura of Redemption, May 5th. A circular aura that surrounds the user and grants them constant health regeneration, where any damage dealt can be healed instantly for as long as the ability is kept active. Sword of Judgment, 5 out of 5. A unique sword capable of tearing apart space itself is called upon to be wielded only by the user. The Sword of Judgment deals 0 physical damage in exchange for dealing a tremendous amount of soul damage. Skills with grand names befitting the rank of the skill tree appeared, and each of them fought the others for supremacy. Noah particularly liked Incandescent Emperor and Sword of Judgment, Holy Fire coming in close third, as they all pertained to him being able to deal crazy amounts of damage to his enemies. This was why he had cast Incandescent Emperor. As he faced the beginner assimilator in front of him, a golden light erupting out as his human form gained the mantle of a regal emperor. Royal robes shimmering with golden lights Dr. A.P. over him, and one could see a distinct golden crown fall upon his head, as it sat and shone with complete arrogance while releasing a light of domination. His devilishly handsome face was even further extenuated as his human form looked like the shiniest golden crown being one could ever come across. But this form that hugged his body shape granted him 1000% in damage, attack speed, cast speed, law resistances, defense, and even a 50% decreased damage taken from all his enemies. The beginner assimilator in front of him noticed how Noah's aura had become greatly sharper, a dangerous edge that even he was threatened by coming to light. The eyes of the assimilator turned serious as the liquid chaos essence around him began bubbling, beginning to wrap around his body as a black armor formed around him. He glanced towards the frosty blessed Johnny Boy, who was currently releasing extremely cold waves of essence to keep at bay dreadful portals of terror, as well as the Firelaw Master that actually had not been able to escape from the terrifying black light of devouring yet. The assimilator glanced at all this as he prepared to go toe-to-toe with this unexpected enemy while saving his comrades. But would he really get the chance? In the blood world that nobody could see inside of, one of Noah's clones was floating above Johnny Boy, who released dreadfully cold ice essence, this outsider shouting out powerful words soon after. Pure ice form, rumble, blasts of cold erupted out as Noah was able to see this being change fully into a white-blue creature, even his light skin tone disappearing as he became a man of ice. The cold eyes of this outsider locked onto Noah as he waved his hands and released the barrier of cold light that was stopping the destructive elements of the portals of terror, the attacks actually going towards Johnny Boy as they reached him, and nothing happened. Ignorant native, I have taken a pure form of ice that even a water law controller cannot obtain. It is something only possible from my trait, and you cannot deal any physical damage to me. The blessed shockingly revealed his ability and what it could do with ease, Noah looking towards him quizzically as he took in the said words and nodded, opening his hand out as he called out a skill, Sword of Judgment, Shing. A ray of golden light fell down as a gorgeous-looking serrated golden blade of light appeared in the clone's hands, one of the skills from the newly advanced nebulous skill tree was cast as Noah listened to the words that this pure ice form this being had taken prevented all physical damage, so he chose a skill that dealt 0 physical damage and an enormous amount of soul damage. Grasping the golden blade of light as he slashed down towards the icy blessed, the golden blade left waves of light behind it as it swung, and the target, Johnny Boy, did not even move as he stared arrogantly at the coming blade. He was extremely confident in his trait, as he had been able to stand to powerful controllers in the past. The moment he took on his pure ice form, he wanted to show the native in front of him that his body could not even be hurt as he would lay out terrifying attacks thereafter, but this was where he would be terribly mistaken. Dodge, you fool. The words of the powerfully shining assimilator rang out as his figure streaked towards Noah's golden armored body. His eyes locking onto the nondescript golden blade carried by Noah's clone as this outsider was more in tune with laws and could sense the terrifying damage that could be dealt by the sword. These words shook Johnny Boy out of his stupor as he immediately sensed something wrong, his hand waving as he wanted to pull out his life-saving talisman right away just in case, but it was too late. Whoosh, like a mere streak of light, the sword of judgment passed through his body from top to bottom. Seamlessly, crack, a terrifying sound occurred thereafter instantly, the blue light shining brilliantly in the eyes of this frosty blessed died out, his origin having undertaken enormous soul damage with 0 protections as even his rank at the nebula did not save him. Johnny Boy, the assimilator, looked forward with brazen shock at this unexpected scene as he could not even believe his eyes. At this time waves of fate spread out from the spot of the blessed's death as Noah's clone saw the statue of the Iceman in front of him beginning to crack, a unique energy from the surroundings actually gathering on the body of the blessed he had so easily taken down as a shocking sight played out. This unique energy wrapping around the dead blessed was actually from the novice galaxy itself, this energy going on to preserve the dead origin of this outsider for the future grand plan of this galaxy. Noah's clone observed as the body of the outsider actually folded in on itself, being crumpled together as it came to form a singular black mass that remained stationary in the hidden blood world. At this time, Noah felt a change in his stat panel as he opened in to observe his skill points shooting up by a few hundred, his eyes shining with light as he was finally able to defeat a separate existence to grant him an enormous number of skill points. This being at the nebula rank and holding a trait had gifted him with hundreds of skill points just a few minutes into this battle. The gaze of the clone that just took down this powerful but stupid blessed now turned towards the shocked assimilator as he went to assist his main body, terrifying words leaving his mouth as he did so. That's one. The words were calm and non-expressive, making one think what was just done was as easy as anything could be. Chapter 618. My specialty is actually spamming. Shockingly, a blessed had fallen in a matter of minutes since the battle began. Only the assimilator observed this horrendous situation as his body began to burn with an extremely black color. The aura of chaos permeating through as powerful black chaos shadows began to rise around the assimilator. These chaos shadows shone with a dark luster as each of them held the power of a controller. The gaze of the assimilator cold as he went all out. Meanwhile, in the area where Noah's clone had trapped the Fire Law Master, the black circle that represented the ability of devouring opened, the sight inside making the eyes of the assimilator even colder. Inside the opening aura of gluttony, the husk of a being could be seen as all essence and life force was drained out, the eyes of this nebula rank fire controller losing their light a second later as Noah had actually defeated this being with a single skill that just drained him out entirely. A unique essence from the surrounding space went on to wrap around the husk of a being as it folded in itself, forming a second black mass that represented the origin of this being from another galaxy. Noah also watched his stat panel that showed the number of skill points rising rapidly, both of his clones having finished their opponents the moment they appeared. As at this moment, his 3 bodies went towards surrounding the singular remaining enemy in the hidden blood world. The Grand Controller of Chaos was looking towards the spots where his companions had died, only an eerie black mass remaining in these positions as it created for a terrifying atmosphere. He had thought they found a young galaxy with weak protectors and chose to enter and take most of the riches for themselves choosing to not even send word back to the watchers assigned to him for this mission. Now, an unexplainable enemy had appeared as he lost a blessed and a controller. He breathed out as his body thrummed with power, reminding himself that he had already embarked on the path of strength after a controller, and this being in front of him showed no indication of it. All he could see was that somehow he was proficient in multiple laws, or he might even be a controller in each of them as well. It was a mistake to enter and antagonize you like this. Do you think we can let bygones be bygones? More and more chaotic dark shadows that held the auras of controllers appeared around the assimilator as he said these careful words, going for possible diplomacy before he went all out against this mysterious enemy. Noah only smiled at these words as his three bodies surrounded all sides of the outsider, replying thereafter with a calm tone, "Outsider, similar to how you have the unique power of an assimilator or how your friends have their traits, I have my own unique power, you know." His words seemed to be resonating with the surrounding space as the assimilator continued to prepare. The numerous chaotic shadows floating protectively around him as an unbound aura of chaos threatened to spill out at any moment with the command of this assimilator: protect, defend, strengthen, fluid. Teamwork, enhanced chaos, rumble, numerous intents were used by the outsider as the summoned chaotic shadows around him became more and more solid, the aura of chaos palpable as these shadowy figures screeched towards Noah's three bodies. My power lies in mana, where my specialty is actually just spamming. Noah's eyes honed in on the powerful chaotic figures that numbered over 10, each of them glowing with the aura of a peak controller as in the middle of them, an assimilator was tightly protected. The outsider was taking all precautions after seeing the deaths of his two companions, where he now used an ability that summoned more than 10 figures with the power of controllers as he planned to carry out a long and prolonged battle with Noah, or so he expected. But Noah planned to do something entirely different, where he wanted to fully use his trait of infinite mana as it deserved to be used, with constant and repetitive spamming of powerful skills that required enormous amounts of mana to be used. Rumble, the surrounding space had begun to tremble as it felt a premonition of what was to come, the face of the assimilator turning colder as he bellowed out while commanding his summoned creatures to rush forward. Madness hegemony. Noah's main body called forth a skill that changed the surrounding space and caused it to be filled with numerous portals of terrors, streaks of ether rays appearing as they began to shoot towards the many chaotic figures and the assimilator. Holy fire! WAAA, one of his clones called out as from the space above, illuminant golden flames that burned the surrounding space itself began to appear as they rained down with a merciful light that threatened to burn everything it touched. Fireball, his other clone called out the name of the rank F skill as Noah condensed the balls of star-sized suns into just a few meters, increasing their explosive force as they thundered forth towards the protected assimilator like rapid bullets. Boom! 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 The rays of ether, portals of terror, scorching golden flames, and terribly explosive fireballs all smashed into the protected assimilator as the chaotic figures he summoned took the brunt of the damage. But he survived with no problems as he prepared to retaliate at this moment, expecting his opponent to have used up a lot of his energy as he used this gap to finally deal some damage. But as he prepared to move out, he heard the same words repeat again: madness hegemony. Holy fire. Fireball. Madness hegemony, holy fire. Fireball, reinforced by the powerful skill of Incandescent Emperor, which granted 1000% to many things, but the two qualities of attack speed and cast speed that were also reinforced by 1000% made a terrifying scene where all of these cast skills were being cast and rushing forth at a nightmarish speed that would cause one to tremble in fear. RUUUMBLE? Space itself shook from the ridiculous amount of mana being used as layers after layers of portals of terror, ether rays, golden flames, and destructive small suns all began to appear en masse around a singular assimilator. Madness hegemony. Holy fire. Fireball. Madness hegemony, holy fire. Fireball. This assimilator's eyes opened wildly in shock as he couldn't help but ask in his mind, how do you have the mana for all this? But his question would never be answered as the barrage of colorful and destructive abilities rained down thunderously. At this point, Noah was not even doing any work, but he was simply calling out skill names as he spammed over and over again. It was against an enemy that had embarked on a path even higher than a controller, but with barely a small rank above him. Would that be enough to withstand against endless abilities swarming on all sides? The answer was a dreadful no, as a particular outsider had already begun sweating as his summoned chaos soldiers began to be wiped away by the horrendous damage as all these endless attacks targeted him. BRRRR. On this day, Noah learned the joys of repetitively using powerful skills with no consequences as a true spammer was born. Chapter 6:19. Let's wrap it up. Boom. Boom. Boom, a constant flood of destructive skills rained down endlessly towards a singular assimilator, the many chaos guards he summoned being wiped away in a matter of seconds as the flood of skills continued, terrifyingly scorching fireballs with the potency of suns, destructive portals of terror and ether rays, scorching holy fire that even scorched the surrounding space. All of these horrendous abilities rained down endlessly as Noah spammed his many skills with ease and without stopping. He had infinite mana. So there was nothing stopping him from being able to overwhelm someone much stronger than he was through these methods. So what if this outsider was an assimilator? What if he had begun assimilating the supreme law of chaos to himself, as his usage of this law was even greater than his fully comprehended law of fate? None of it mattered when he went ahead and did something that defied all reason. Woo-oh, the assimilator roared out as he continued defending against the barrage of attacks, pulling his aura back entirely as one could see a circular liquid barrier of chaotic light protectively hugging his body. This barrier took the brunt of the damage from the destructive skills as he tried to move across the chaotic space. His Chaos Lord authority was closely wrapping around him as his body thrummed with power. His figure tried shifting left and right constantly, but each area he appeared in either had scorching fireballs or he was chased by destructive rays of ether that would bloom portals of terror whenever they smashed into his barrier. It was a terrifying situation where any place he went to, shockingly dreadful abilities awaited on both sides as he could not escape. Native, rumble, his voice rang out with an enchanting chaotic light as within his hands, a dark halberd made of the essence of chaos appeared as he slashed away the incoming attacks, his brow visibly sweating while he tried to reach out to Noah. It was our mistake, I have no problem admitting this. Let us talk. BRRRR. Among the barrage of fireballs with the damage of actual suns, the outsider tried to bring this battle to a stop as Noah's three bodies acted as if they had not heard anything, skills continuing to be called out as they thundered down. I am just an assimilator in charge of an exploration party from the Nexus Galaxy. There are many like me. BRRR. My life is not worth much, but I can connect you to the force of Imperials that rule the Nexus Galaxy and many more galaxies. I can work with you. The assimilator continued to plead out as he unbelievably saw the attacks continuing to rain down, shock running through his mind as he wondered whether this being in front of him had endless energy. One could not simply spam skills like this, they had to run out sooner or later, but seeing how his words did not seem to have any effect, the assimilator gritted his teeth while deflecting the numerous terrible skills, moving from pleading to threats. If my party is wiped away without us sending word to the watchers assigned to us, they will see this as an anomaly as a powerful force will be sent to this location. Rumble. Shocking threats were released as the assimilator continued. We are a disposable party, that's why we were sent first to check out an unknown signal. But the next force will not be the same, it will have multiple Imperial assimilators and even beta-ranked blessed that are nothing like the alpha blessed you defeated. Information freely flowed from the outsider that was cornered at this moment, even his rank as a beginner assimilator actually not being able to help him as he faced a being that constantly spammed powerful skills capable of injuring controllers over and over again. The outsider talked of alpha and beta ranked blessed, introducing some of the distinctions between the different ranks of traits that individuals could be lucky enough to obtain throughout their lifetimes. But Noah had already begun to obtain this knowledge from the fire law master that he had cast, devouring, on, his mind working overtime as he senselessly continued to spam his skills while learning more about the galaxy these beings came from. I can even send back a message that we just came across a powerful entity and lost a few of us. It doesn't have to end like this. The words of the assimilator were getting more desperate as he shockingly found even with his rank a level higher, his chaos barrier was beginning to crack as the essence he could supply to it was actually running dry. This being in front of him was actually driving him to exhaustion. But all of his words were ignored as he despairing heard an impassive voice ring out amidst the exploding suns and bursting portals of terror. Let's wrap this up, why don't we? Or rumble. The dreadful skills seemed to actually be rushing down even faster as both of Noah's clones were now Dr. AP'd in the armaments of the Incandescent Emperor ability, the 1000% cast and attack speed causing the flood of abilities to get even wilder as the defenses of the assimilator began to crack, faster casting, extreme speed, duplication. But this wasn't all as Noah dreadfully added the intents of his essence as a controller, the speeds of the barrage of skills simply becoming insane as they even doubled with the last intent. No, the assimilator was unwilling as he did not expect to lose his life in a Millennium Galaxy, in such a young galaxy that should not have had such a terrifying figure, as he glanced at this enemy that seemed to have endless energy to cast his skills over and over again. He realized that his strength did not lie in the essence of fate or fire that made him a genius controller of two laws, but it was shockingly the trait that somehow allowed him to endlessly cast these horrible abilities so many times. As this outsider was faced with a spamming of abilities, he wondered just what trait did this creature have to give him power like this? Just what was the rank of such a trait that he could handle him and two others with ease? Crack. The answer would not be known by this being nor Noah for quite some time. As the chaos barrier this assimilator cast finally cracked, the flood of skills rushing towards his strong body as they began to ravage him apart. They will come to this signal again, they will come, rumble. His words were drowned out by the barrage of fire and ether as a being that had already embarked on the path past a controller faced his end, the cause of his death? Someone was spamming too much. Chapter 620 Origins from another galaxy. In the hidden blood world where no eyes could pry in, Noah had actually defeated 3 outsiders. One was an assimilator, another a fire law controller, and lastly the blessed who was called Johnny Boy. His 3 bodies stopped the constant spamming of skills as they each held the ability of the incandescent emperor, still active. This allowed for a regal aura to show on all his 3 bodies as they were adorned with a golden crown and royal golden robes that shone with majesty. But his expression was impassive, where one could only observe a light smile as Noah simply watched the condensing of the black circular masses that represented the origins of these dead outsiders. These origins were the things that his Nexus galaxy needed in order to carry out a terrifying plan. The circular black masses remained stagnant as they floated in space, held up by the unique essence of the Novice galaxy itself. Noah did not even touch these origins as he had already obtained the skill points he wanted from taking down separate existences, but no other loot like skill books or cores were given to him this time around. All of these things were retained within the origins that were floating in space as they made up the core of the origins of these outsiders. But one of the bigger rewards that he had obtained from these 3 outsiders was actually the memories of the one that he had devoured. These memories told him about a grand galaxy. A galaxy filled with trillions of beings, a galaxy that had its reaches spreading out across this unexplored universe. His heart beat slightly faster as he absorbed all of this new information and contemplated the future, and he then placed all of it aside for now as there were still 3 other outsiders that the terrors were facing outside of the blood world he had erected. The terror of ether was facing the blessed with the supernova trait as this being utilized his essence at the nebula rank along with his trait to release explosive strikes that each held an extreme power of a supernova. But just this was not enough to withstand the terror of ether, who released an ability much similar to madness hegemony as the rounding space became filled with the baleful power of ether as the portals of terror and chaotic rays of ether freely floated around. The state of this blessed was pitiful as they were barely keeping up their defenses amidst the attacks of the Cthulhu. The blessed with the ability mimicry was in an even worse state as she had mimicked the ability known as Fireball, hoping to use this fearsome skill to punish the natives of this galaxy. Yet to her dismay, all that this ability released from her hands was a few flimsy fireballs and not the humongous suns that Noah had released prior. Her trait was currently still on a cooldown after the first few minutes of using it, and so this meant they did not have as many viable and powerful abilities to use while facing the ancient terror. This meant that this blessed was also on dire straits in this battle as nobody else could even observe her situation as she was wrapped in the blood world of the ancient terror. The only outsider who seemed to still be standing head-on is the Space Law Master, who was facing the terror of the void. His body was constantly shifting and moving across the space as his eyes looked to the battle of his other companion that was on the losing side. He was not even able to observe the states of battle for his other 4 companions as they were contained in isolated worlds. His gaze looked hurried as he waited for the assimilator that should have been contained in Noah's blood world to come out, and this was because he expected the powerful Grand Controller to have easily been able to defeat the singular native that he faced with Johnny Boy and the Firelaw Master. Yet to his shock, as a few minutes passed by, not a single being came out of the expansive blood world as his worries only piled up. Rumble. This was only so until this moment, when this isolated world dissolved and they shockingly saw the scene within as a single being came out of it alive. The appearance of Noah's 3 bodies with the same exact regal armament of an incandescent emperor gave terror to the 2 outsiders that could see him as they were actually not able to observe the beginner assimilator who should have been powerful enough to defeat this being with the support of their other 2 companions. As they could already barely hang on to their own battles, this change made them despair. The terror of ether used this chance when the blessed with the supernova trait was distracted as he released and compiled multiple portals of terror, his tentacles flooding out and beginning to constrict the space around this outsider. her fate actually being decided at this instant. The other blessed that was facing the ancient terror in her own blood world also could not hang on at this time, not even knowing what was happening to her companions, as her defeat also happened in the next few seconds. This only left the Space Law Master, who had grown increasingly panicked as he shook his head in stupefaction and fear. His figure starting to turn into a streak of light as he tried to run towards the boundary of the Novice Galaxy. The terror of the void released its own terrifying skills to stop this, but it did not even need to, as Noah himself flashed above the space where this outsider was running towards as he cast yet a simple spell, Fireball. Scorching suns bloomed in front of Noah from the simple cast of a low-ranking skill as they shot forth like a barrage of bullets, these tens of miles long suns going on to smash into the body of the worn-out controller as they were able to utterly obliterate his defenses. The scene that had occurred multiple times before happened again, where yet another origin began to condense in the space of the Novice Galaxy as simultaneously 3 more black masses formed. These black masses of origins represented the 6 outsiders that had come to observe the signal received by the universal rift of the Nexus Galaxy, and these 6 outsiders had also easily and ridiculously been taken down in less than half an hour. All that remained of these outsiders were small circular black masses that represented the origins of existences of another galaxy, as well as the Imperial chariot being pulled along by 2 void beasts that remained stationary far in the distance. "Now, we can begin, Rumble." The nonchalant voice of the Novice Galaxy rang out at this moment as the unique energy that wrapped around the 6 origins shone with a bright black and white light at this instance. The plan that this terrifying entity had crafted starting to be carried out at this moment. Chapter 621. What is making all of this possible? The terrors watched on in silence as they saw the outsiders called into the Novice Galaxy so easily defeated, their eyes locking towards Noah as he was the one to actually stand against half of them and come out unscathed in even less time than it took for them to defeat their enemies. But Noah was not paying attention to these gazes, his eyes being focused on the origins of the outsiders that came from a place called the Nexus Galaxy. These origins had begun to shine with light as they moved close to each other, Noah watching closely as the essence of the Novice Galaxy itself wrapped around them and caused them to spin in a circular motion around each other. What was happening now might not have any meaning to anybody else watching, but it held a great meaning to Noah as he recalled the plan of the Novice Galaxy to raise a dominating champion that would utterly obliterate any enemies they came across. The first step was the completion of the infinite mana trait, with the next step being to directly begin the culmination of another trait that would also take time to come to fruition. In order to do this, the essence of another galaxy was required. This was because a galaxy was the only thing capable of granting traits, and it could only grant these traits once to the inhabitants residing within it. A single being could only ever receive one trait, which meant that if Noah wanted another trait, he had to be considered a native of another galaxy. He could not just barge into another galaxy like the 6 defeated outsiders had done, as that would only cause that galaxy to notice their existence that was different from the natives, as the protectors of that galaxy would all swarm towards this outsider to eliminate them. So the only solution meant that a being had to be considered a native, and this was the plan that the Novice Galaxy devised and needed the origins of beings of another galaxy for. As Noah watched the 6 spinning orbs that represented the origins of the beings from the Nexus Galaxy, the cold voice rang out again. "The first step in culminating another powerful trait is for me to carry out a procedure that will send half of your origin into another galaxy. Your origin being covered by the potent aura of the natives of that galaxy as it completely evades the senses of the galaxy core, that entity treating you as if you were their own." Yes, the plan was to use the origins of the natives to mask his own, and somehow succeed in transferring himself into the galaxy as he was recognized as a native. If successful, your transferred origin will be able to find a vessel in that galaxy that resonates with your soul as we force a fusion with their origin and yours, with the most likely scenario being you finding a vessel that is near death. The shocking words of the Novice Galaxy continued as they showed a clearly laid out plan to send half of Noah's origin into another galaxy. This process being able to happen undetected as his origin found a vessel of a being to occupy, thereby being considered a native as he embarked on a journey to culminate his second trait in that galaxy. But such a thing was far-fetched and should not be possible, being capable of somehow using the origins of the natives of that galaxy to mask Noah's, somehow sending his origin to traverse the chaotic void and be able to arrive into the new galaxy, and even the process of successfully finding a vessel that his origin would occupy. All of these were impossible things to achieve as universal laws existed which prevented such a thing from ever becoming a reality. Yet, the Novice Galaxy had done many things that defied universal laws. And this yet another impossibility it planned to overcome. Noah's eyes shone as he thought about this, seeing the 6 rapidly rotating origins come close to each other as they began fusing together. A milky white color spreading out as a singular white and black mass was slowly forming. He was thinking of what made it possible for the Navas galaxy to continue doing things that defied universal laws, and it could all be attributed to the change she mentioned previously, but never explained. To him, somehow, this change made it possible for her to culminate a being with a trait such as infinite mana that completely went against natural laws, and now she was doing another impossible thing as she planned to transmigrate the origin of this same being seamlessly into another galaxy. Noah could not help but ask as he watched the formation of the milky black and white core made of the 6 origins of the outsiders as he prepared himself, what exactly is making this possible? How can you be able to undertake events to allow a successful transmigration into a vessel of another galaxy with such confidence? He asked how any of this was probable as the 6 origins of outsiders fused into one, a spectacularly shining milky mass being observed by the eyes of terror in Noah in the starry space of the Navas galaxy. Bring the origin embryo into the central realm. I will show the change that makes all this possible. The voice of the Navas galaxy rang out as the terrors looked at each other, returning to their posts as Noah's hands delicately reached out to the milky white mass called origin embryo. He carefully wrapped his essence around it as his figure disappeared from this location and teleported into the central realm, not just the central realm, but the location where a mystical grove of ancient trees resided, the obsidian core of the Navas galaxy lay. He reappeared within this mystical location as the thick essence of universal laws surrounded him again. The origin embryo he arrived floating in the air between him and the obsidian core of the Navas galaxy. It was a change that occurred when I underwent the last cycle of destruction and reformation, the reason why all of this is possible. The voice of the Navas galaxy rang out as Noah shockingly saw the smooth obsidian core shine with a dark light as something with a terrifying aura came out of it. This aura was terrifying because it made his very origin tremble as his knees nearly buckled from the weight of the pressure released. The thing coming out of the obsidian core of the Navas galaxy being this shocking. This is what made it all possible, something that I found with me the second my consciousness returned after the last destruction. An aura of colors erupted in the mystical ancient grove as Noah's eyes trembled while observing the appearance of something so powerful it felt like his entire origin could be obliterated in a second. The thing that made it possible for the Navas galaxy to defy so many natural laws had appeared. Chapter 622 Ruination Core. What is that? Noah asked with trembling words as he sensed this unknown feeling of pressure coming from the thing floating out of the obsidian core of the Navas galaxy, being able to notice its shape being square as it seemed to be filled with multiple holes that led to nowhere. A square item with countless holes, shining with a fearsome red and black light. The milky liquid form of the universal laws had begun dancing wildly as they were attracted by this black box, beginning to flow towards it fearfully as they entered the holes of this box and never came out. Noah felt his heart pounding as the voice of the Navas galaxy rang out while slowly pulling this red and black square box back into its obsidian core. Ever since I regained consciousness, I have only known its name. It is something called a ruination core. Rumble. Space shook at the mention of these 2 words as Noah repeated them in his mind, the shocking identity of the thing that caused an enormous change in this recent cycle of destruction and reformation of the Navas galaxy being revealed. It was this item that made it possible for the strict and inviolable natural laws to be twisted and bypassed in order to achieve the trait that Noah currently held, and it was also this item that the Navas galaxy had to use to make it possible for the grand undertaking of placing Noah's origin into another galaxy. The intense pressure it released slowly receded as it was pulled back into the obsidian core of the Navas galaxy, Noah finally being able to breathe again as his mind still swirled with questions. What exactly was this item that made all this possible? Why had it appeared when the Navas galaxy began a new cycle? How could its uses actually bypass natural laws as it made unbelievable things possible? Our lack of knowledge of this item is actually our greatest weakness, because it should hold an insurmountable importance, and yet we do not even know what it is. All I can currently do is exert my influence to utilize an insignificant portion of its power that has allowed me to do what I have done so far. One of the things you will have to do as you explore this universe is to gather knowledge and find out exactly what this is, and how we can better use it. But you must take extreme care, as just from the little we can do with it, means that we will undoubtedly invite a disaster if others were to find out that we hold such a thing. Rumble. Noah felt his heart shaking as he heard these words, nodding as he understood more of the mysteries of why and how the Navas galaxy came to be where it was today, and yet as always he just felt like he was left with even more questions. This ruination core will be what will make it possible for your origin That will be masked within this origin embryo that is in tune with that nexus galaxy to successfully traverse through the boundless chaotic void and arrive in that galaxy safely to find a vessel. The main player that made many things possible was introduced, and even though Noah and even the novice galaxy did not understand fully what it was at this point, they still continued forward with their aims as Noah nodded with a serious expression. You say my origin will be attracted to a vessel in the Nexus galaxy. I wouldn't find myself becoming a baby or something, right? No. Your origin will require a vessel that has lived for some years and had a wide and strong enough core to contain your origin. It will most likely be an aged being, or a sickly being in their prime who has a weak core, or even a being that has been seriously injured and is about to face death. Your origin will seek its fated counterpart in this galaxy, as your complete comprehension and the law of fate will actually make it so that you will enter the most opportune vessel to start your rise in the Nexus galaxy. Yes, if all goes as planned, Noah would successfully be able to have a part of his origin enter the Nexus galaxy and transmigrate into a vessel of this powerful galaxy as he began on his quest for his second trait. The moment you successfully find a vessel and awaken will also be the time that your second trait will be granted to you, the entity overseeing that Nexus galaxy unconsciously feeling its essence being used as before it will even notice, a trait will begin to be culminated. Within you, the ruination core was making all of this possible. The transfer of this origin embryo, the implantation of Noah as a native of this galaxy, and even the initial unconscious use of this galaxy's essence to initiate the initial formation of Noah's second trait. Similar to infinite mana, there will be conditions that you will have to fulfill in order to bring your second trait to fruition, or even if that Nexus galaxy notices anything thereafter, as long as your trait initiated successfully, it has to help you bring it to fruition. As long as you fulfill the requirements of that trait similar to infinite mana, it will be completed with no problems. The voice of the novice galaxy was filled with a wild hunger for power as Noah heard its words. His eyes shining with bright luster as he looked forward to such an event. While you traverse this new Nexus galaxy and aim to complete your second trait while gathering knowledge and information. Half of your remaining origin over here will continue comprehending laws and getting stronger as we get ready for a bright future. The rough details of a grand future were laid out as Noah was reminded of what was required to achieve this plan, which was to separate his origin in half, as one would be fused to the origin embryo made from the 6 outsiders to go towards the Nexus galaxy, while the other half would remain in the novice galaxy as it healed and continued growing stronger. But this action of separating his origin would be an extremely painful one, as very few beings in the vast universe had ever even gone through something like this, yet he would have to endure it as he stepped onto a path for an unknown but grand future. So he steeled his resolve as he looked forward to the rotating origin embryo just waiting for him. When do we start? Before splitting apart your origin, we will have to deal with protecting ourselves first from the signal we released. As that outsider mentioned, even stronger beings will be sent here to check out what went wrong, so we naturally have to disappear from this location first before we carry out our plans. The novice galaxy said these words simply as Noah smiled, recalling something unique that only he was currently able to do in the novice galaxy. As the mention of relocating an entire galaxy was mentioned, you couldn't possibly mean the inconsequential and intuitive world engine produced by the inhabitants of the lost world. Well, with a few modifications and support from something that has made many improbable things possible up to this point, rumble, waves of fate rolled out as events continued to steer towards an uncertain and terrifying future, a being in a galaxy continuing a plot that would shake the unexplored universe. Chapter 623 Relocation. Near a glimmering multicolored universal rift, a watcher opened his eyes as they slowly dimmed with golden light. This light was very much similar to one present in Noah's eyes whenever he utilized the essence of fate. The light in this being's eyes being much more powerful and condensed, this being opened his eyes as he muttered shocking words. All 6 dead. Could it be an unknown entity, or something else? The watcher wondered out loud as he was already sending word to the correct departments and waiting for directions on how to move, where he was actually sending a message and waiting for word from a high-ranking Imperial. The light of fate in his eyes flowed towards his brain as imperceptibly pieces of information began to flow into him. No. Not an unknown entity. Information that he should have had no knowledge about was flowing into him as he ascertained exactly what happened just a few minutes ago. The knowledge that the party of beings under his watch had actually located the signal and spent some time around it before they lost their lives became clear to this watcher, making him rule out the possibility of a powerful unknown entity, as the other choices were extremely enticing to him. He also sent word of this as he received a reply soon after, a voice entering his mind. Watcher Gold Eye, we trust your judgment. They might have found a treasure and got greedy, thus resulting in their death. We will dispatch a force of multiple Alpha Blast just like them and a few Beta Blast accompanied by assimilators. Rumble. The verdict was quickly passed down as the Imperials worked on efficiency and communication, getting to the core of the issue as they thoroughly prepared. Actually, just in case, I shall let one of the High Imperials holding a Delta-level trait accompany this force to make sure there are no mistakes. The classifications of traits were mentioned once again as a terrifying individual planned to be sent out, a being holding a rank of a High Imperial. But the more important ranks were those of traits, which went from the lowest ranked Alpha to Beta, and the terrifying rank of Delta. Past Delta, one would come across the fearsome ranks of traits termed Epsilon and the legendary rank of Omega. As far as many beings knew, an individual holding a trait of Omega had not risen in the Nexus Galaxy or in the nearby .U.meant galaxies. But the issue of this signal that had caused the rapid vanishing of a party under a Watcher had made an Imperial issue an order for multiple Blessed at the ranks of Alpha and Beta, as well as a single Delta-ranked High Imperial to accompany them. Thank you for the support, Watcher. I will send the selected beings your way in a few minutes. Rumble. Waves of fate spread out as the Watcher smiled, the light of fate staying within his eyes as it seemed extremely dense. One would be able to notice the faint glimmer of fate lines, but these golden lines seemed much thicker and much brighter than even Noah's current fate lines, as they held a unique power. It was the power of a being that was not just a beginner assimilator, but a genuine assimilator that had been fusing the law of fate to himself. He prepared to receive and send off yet another party across the universal rift soon as the Imperials moved with efficiency in the background. Back in the Novice Galaxy, Noah had pulled out the exquisite world engine as it had begun to be disassembled and reassembled numerous times by the obsidian core of the Novice Galaxy in front of him, the resplendent color of powerful and ancient runic sigils swimming around freely. Before they could start with the grand scheme, they had to ensure their safety as they relocated the Novice Galaxy from the location that released the signal which reached the Nexus Galaxy. The words of the outsider rang out in Noah's mind as he mentioned how they were just a disposable party sent to see if it was anything genuine. Normally, a party such as this would have reported their findings of another galaxy right away. But the shockingly young age of the Novice Galaxy made them greedy. The fact that they now perished meant that the signal would be investigated even more thoroughly, where higher ranks of blessed and powerful lawmasters could be sent. Thus, Noah's eyes watched with rapt attention as the world engine was assembled together once more, this time as it shone with a black and blue light as the runic sigils all around it settled down. It would normally be an impossible thing to even imagine, but I have restructured the engine to be able to spread its effects across the entire galaxy when activated near the core. The voice of the Novice Galaxy rang out as the newly formed engine floated towards Noah. Even with that modification though, the impossibility would lie in the fact that no being is capable of supplying the energy required to carry out a teleportation of an entire galaxy. Well, that is unless you had infinite mana. Noah gave a light laugh at this as his hands landed on the newly modified engine. It could not be termed a realm engine or even a galaxy engine, as it was about to do something spectacular. From the hands of the Atlanteans of the Lost World that first created the world engine, to the Celestials destroying their world because of it, the same world engine was now being used to change the fates of trillions. It was truly shocking to see how things were so intertwined and connected when one could observe the river of fate and understood its movements. Noah yet again began violating common sense as mana leaked from his body endlessly and entered the modified engine, a unique essence beginning to permeate from this item as it expanded outwards to start covering the entirety of the Novice Galaxy. Chapter 624, Split Your Origin. A galaxy was extremely vast. Even a Millennium Galaxy like the Novice Galaxy that was present less than 50,000 years was just as vast, yet at this moment, a unique essence had begun to spread out from the core of the central realm of the Novice Galaxy. This essence released by an engine modified to allow for the displacement of an entire galaxy into a different location being put to work, from the hands of Noah. Endless mana leaked out as he did not feel any strain from activating an item that would be able to affect an entire galaxy, his energy pouring in even faster as the rate that the unique essence released from the engine actually increased. It rapidly spread out from the area behind the golden barrier, going on to pass the sanctum of the central realm where newly arriving beings would appear, and then began to permeate out of the central realm itself. This unique essence was barely perceptible to the inhabitants of the Novice Galaxy, many of them just feeling something spreading over them as they would soon go about their days without knowing even what had happened. Many of the creatures of the Novice Galaxy were in a stage of ignorance right now, where none of them even knew that a shocking battle had just taken place in the Latalis expanse. It was a battle where they came in contact with beings outside of this galaxy, But the vast majority of beings in the Novice galaxy were not even thinking about such a concept at this time, and many normally would not in all their lifetimes. The inhabitants of the infinite realm were the same, or Noah's subordinates also did not know what Noah had just done or what shocking actions he was actually doing right now. Each of them continued to strive for greater levels of strength as they just had an intuition that something big was going on, and Noah was shouldering all of it himself. Even these beings were also only able to notice the imperceptible essence being released from the modified engine wash of them as it permeated through the Novice galaxy, Noah's mana continuing to sink into the engine as the three expanses began to be covered throughout, from the Latalis expanse to the dark and light expanse. This unique essence permeated throughout as it covered every nook and corner, every star and sun. Everything was covered and protected by this unique energy as over an hour passed by rumble, in the ancient mystical grove of the central realm where Noah was near the obsidian core of the Novice galaxy. His eyes opened as the engine his hands were attached to sent him a feedback telling him that its essence had reached every corner of the Novice galaxy. And he could initiate the final step at this moment. His eyes shone powerfully as he gave the command, a wave of immense mana erupting from him as it acted like a chain reaction, the modified engine in front of him releasing a white light that traveled even faster than the speed of light as it went to encompass the Novice galaxy in an instant. It was also this blast of energy that meant that at this moment, this expansive galaxy had actually been shifted from its original position in this unexplored universe. If one were to be standing in the chaotic void and they could clearly observe the boundaries of the Novice galaxy, they would have watched on at this moment as this expansive galaxy disappeared from this position, never to be seen again at this location of the chaotic void. In an unknown location of the vast universe, the chaotic void was filled with all sorts of wild destructive elements as they all came together chaotically yet peacefully at the same time. This dance of destruction and peace was disturbed at this moment as the surrounding space trembled. The appearance of a warping galaxy changing the surrounding atmosphere as spatial essence ran rampant, rumble, waves after waves of tumultuous essence spread out as the calm only came a few minutes later. This unknown location of chaotic void gaining a galaxy on this day silently, the location that had released a signal caught by the Imperials of the Nexus galaxy, was now empty. A successful relocation had occurred on this day. The Novice galaxy was hidden in an unknown location, its beings not likely to be bothered by any outsiders in the coming future. In the central realm of the Novice galaxy, Noah breathed out at the successful warping of an entire galaxy, not an ounce of exhaustion being felt from his origin after spending such enormous amounts of essence to do such a thing. Everything went successfully, and we can now proceed. The Novice galaxy itself seemed to have no breaks as it continued to proceed forward, one event after another finishing as they just continued. At this point, all that is left is for you to split your origin in half so we can fuse it into this origin embryo. After that, it will just be your entrance into the Nexus galaxy we have to worry about as the remaining half of your origin here heals as you continue to increase your strength. Yes, at this point, a much needed time had been given to Noah after this relocation, or after they carried out their scheme. He would have an enormous amount of time with no interruptions or enemies popping up every few days. He would be able to enjoy the infinite realm as he farmed the powerful medicinal herbs and fruits as much as he wished, as he created dungeons for the enhancement of his force's strength, crafting items and potions using the features of the infinite realm, and traversed through the multiple laws he had as he became a controller in all of them and then proceeded forward to become an assimilator. To do this, he would need the techniques of assimilating laws that a galaxy like the Nexus galaxy will have, as the enemies he defeated did not give him any skill books this time around since their origins were used to make the palpating origin embryo. Even the being he devoured was only a controller, and did not even have the techniques needed for one to assimilate universal laws. As he thought of all of this, Noah was very much looking forward to the coming future. But to start things off and make it possible, he had to first split his origin and soul as he underwent an extremely painful process. He sat on the vibrant earth as he was surrounded by the milky rivers of universal law essence swirling around the core of the Novice galaxy, casting Aura of Redemption to offset and heal the coming pain as he gave a command to his origin. It was akin to a being sending neural impulses from their brain to tell their limbs to move or for their mouth to open, but the impulses that Noah was sending were telling his very origin to split in half, rumble. His face grimaced with immense pain as the process began, his very origin being split apart as in front of him, the origin embryo made from the origins of 6 beings from the Nexus galaxy floated close by, ready to fuse with whatever came out. The scheme of a galaxy continued as a powerful being was splitting apart his origin to fuse it to an embryo that would allow him to imperceptibly enter a grand galaxy. A galaxy where he would be starting off with another trait as the path of seeking immense strength to unilaterally smash any and all enemies continued. chapter 625, embarked towards the unknown. Pain could be felt on different scales, and it could be felt in many different forms. Currently, Noah was undergoing the strongest type of pain, one that dealt with his very origin. He grit his teeth as he prevented any painful grunts from leaking out, his eyes changing to a shade of red as the process of splitting his origin continued. Split, rumble. He exerted his power as a controller as he used his intent to accelerate the process, the essence of fate wrapping around his origin as it initiated the last step. Splat! Noah was forced to spit out a mouthful of blood as he felt something inside him break into two parts, the process continuing to mount the pain as he felt his chest splitting. From his chest, one could see the protrusion of a swirling origin, looking very similar to a swirling nebula as it very quickly became a circle that shot towards the prepared origin embryo. The split origin from Noah shot into this embryo quickly as it entered and pierced it to its very center, remaining there peacefully as the essence of the novice galaxy wrapped around it vibrantly. Noah himself was breathing out heavily as the cast, aura of redemption, healed his body and soul, feeling himself getting much better but also having a sense of unknown weakness as half of him had been taken away. He felt this bubbling consciousness flicker in and out inside the origin embryo as a black and red light was shining from the obsidian core of the novice galaxy as it undoubtedly used the power of the mysterious ruination core to fuse Noah's origin into this embryo and have it ready to be sent forth towards a new galaxy. Rumble. Waves of essence erupted out at this moment as the origin embryo shone brightly, Noah feeling his other half of consciousness vibrantly come to life as he found his other half to only feel himself as a round ball as a simple origin. It was successful. The words of the novice galaxy rang out as Noah's main body looked at the origin embryo floating in front of him. His hands reaching out as he grasped onto it delicately and felt his consciousness within. It is ready to be sent out? The Nexus galaxy will not even notice as this origin enters, no. Through whatever power this ruination core holds, I am confident in being able to allow passage of this origin embryo into the Nexus galaxy until it finds a vessel and awakens a trait. Everything will be left up to you thereafter. Noah nodded as he adopted a serious look, pushing the origin embryo towards the novice galaxy as he spoke out with conviction. Let's do it, OM. The colors of black and red shone even brighter as the novice galaxy used the immense and unknown power of the mysterious item known as a ruination core to make improbable things possible. This time all of this power focused onto this origin as a few realities were placed into it. One was for it to be able to traverse the chaotic void of the universe and reach the Nexus galaxy. Another was to be undetected by this very galaxy itself as it found a vessel to enter and initiate the process of awakening a trait right away by forcing the use of this galaxy's essence the moment Noah awakened. Unimaginably hard conditions that would have never been possible under any circumstances were being forced to occur by the power of this unknown ruination core as the origin embryo containing half of Noah shot out from the ancient grove swirling with universal laws and began going towards the boundary of the novice galaxy. It shot past the layers of the central realm at speeds faster than light as it then pierced across the Latalis expanse, seamlessly passing through the boundary of the novice galaxy as it already entered the chaotic void. It then continued, seamlessly, easily, and without any issues it crossed across the chaotic void that would normally need the essence of a grand controller to move around in ease, or the use of a unique treasure like the universal rift of the Nexus galaxy that covered those passing through it with a unique essence which allowed them to easily traverse the chaotic void. Noah felt this origin embryo shoot forth across the chaotic void as his eyes glowed with expectation, looking forward to what was to come as his tired body sat down in the ancient grove where the core of the novice galaxy lay. The milky colorful rivers of universal essence that flowed around the core of this galaxy moved in tandem as he breathed out, finally coming to terms with the fact that in the coming weeks and months, he would most likely have all the time in the novice galaxy to do whatever he wished. There would be no enemies he had to face, no threat pointing down towards them that would destroy everything, just a period of peace where he could explosively grow his strength as he learned more about this unknown universe and the galaxies present within it, as he learned more about the systems of power and strength while he became ever stronger. He had to work on his own rank as he continued forging stars to expand his nebula, as he had not even reached the peak of this realm before he spilled into the next one. He had many laws to comprehend to completion before he began to assimilate them, many skills and skill trees that he could create and combine. There were a great deal of things he now wanted to do. But most of all, he wanted to relax and watch what would happen to this origin embryo that was now traversing through the chaotic void as it went towards a singular location, an unknown number of light years away. This origin embryo went towards a new galaxy as it sought to find a vessel to reside in that would allow Noah to transmigrate into a brand new being. Chapter 626. You see, I actually wasn't that OP before the river of time waited for no one as it moved along, the workings of fate continuing as they should as events perpetuated one after another across the unknown universe. In the expansive Nexus galaxy where a certain origin embryo was heading towards, a certain event was occurring as it was obscured from the eyes of many. A dashing young man was talking to a shadowy figure in front of him. How many new participants rose this round? We have gathered information on 443 unaccounted new blessed that have signed up and are moving across Imperial Citadel. Master Andrews, the shadowy figure brimming with power, replied as the young man called Andrews nodded. His gaze turning cold as he sent out shocking words. The blessed Imperial selection this year is much different compared to previous ones, where the Imperial adjudicator is actually allowing the Imperial princess to join. We cannot have too many rugrats filling in the count and surrounding the only daughter of the Imperial adjudicator if something dangerous were to happen in this selection. You mean? The shadow figure asked hesitatingly as he foresaw the extreme measure his young master wanted to take for the being that was normally hidden behind layers of protection and guards who would actually be participating in the yearly blessed Imperial selection that allowed one to become a High Imperial. Yes, thin out the coming participants. We shall act as the first layer of the trial to thin out unworthy beings. Get rid of the ones with trash traits that are even thinking of dirtying the presence of the Imperial adjudicator's daughter. Rumble. A command was given out as the shadowy figure only paused for a second and then nodded, disappearing thereafter as he sent out word to the others and went to undertake the task they were given. In his mind, though, he was shaking his head disappointedly at the commands of the young master that also chose to participate in this blessed Imperial selection. Because of the news that the Imperial princess would be participating, his young master was going out of his way to harm others just because he didn't want what he considered weak beings with trash traits to be around the princess when the selection trials were underway. When the Imperial princess herself most likely did not even know his young master or even spare a thought about him before, but since he came from a prominent family in the Imperial Citadel, he could command guards at the peak of the Nebula realm or even low-tier controllers. The shadowy figure sighed again as he weaved across the brightly lit areas of the Imperial Citadel, a paper appearing in his hands as he checked off and crossed multiple names based on their traits. The Imperial Citadel earned its name as it was at the very center of power of the bright gold monarchy realm, the Citadel alone being larger than most continents or even high-ranking realms, in one of the parts of this city. Multiple shadowy figures followed the commands of their young master as they tracked down the newly appearing blessed who planned to join the blessed Imperial selection trials, taking out the ones with weak traits as they would not even be able to make it to the starting point of this yearly trial. What? Pained cries silently rang out silently in the night as some fell down as they were walking across the sparkling streets, others not opening their eyes from their meditation, and some being stopped in the middle of their meals. This shocking event continued in the shadows of the Imperial Citadel as one of the shadowy figures looked at one last name that was crossed out on the list and matched it to the being he was tailing currently. Alexander. Auxiliary trait, Alpha rank, the lowest rank of a trait, and one that wasn't offensive or defensive at that. The shadowy figure sighed as he tailed this unsuspecting being, and the moment he passed through a near alley, a gravitational force suddenly pulled him towards this dark alley as the shadowy figure finished his given mission for the night. His bloody hand that pierced through this shocked blessed's body was pulled out as he saw the light gradually disappearing from their eyes, the figure disappearing in a conflagration of shadows as he moved. Such was life. Such was the fate of those weak, as their lives could be altered on the whims of someone slightly stronger than them. But the river of fate worked in mysterious ways as at this same time, an origin embryo that had been streaking across the chaotic void for days had finally reached its destination, piercing through the boundaries of the Nexus galaxy without a hitch as it silently and grandly entered. This origin embryo continued streaking silently across the vast space of the Nexus galaxy, ignoring the many realms and worlds spread around it as it searched, before waves of golden light covered it as it came to a stop and then began shooting towards a specific direction. It was towards a certain bright gold monarchy realm that was publicly known as the largest realm in the Nexus galaxy, the realm where the ruling force of Imperials that had consolidated power throughout the Nexus galaxy resided. This imperceptible streak of light thundered forth silently as a unique power wrapped around it, where even the Nexus galaxy itself could not feel anything out of sorts at this moment. It easily pierced through the barrier of the bright gold monarchy realm as it continued forward, seemingly set towards a specific direction as it passed numerous continents in this expansive realm and went towards the central one. The origin embryo actually continued towards the Imperial Citadel that was bustling with activity and power, the largest area of this bright gold monarchy realm as well as the area where powerful Imperials resided. it only stopped momentarily above this continental citadel before it zoomed towards a certain section of it. An area currently clouded in the darkness of the night as it appeared in an alleyway where a being was rapidly nearing death. The origin embryo stopped above this being that had been dealt a deathly blow not too long ago by a shadow figure, a golden wave of fate erupting out silently before the origin embryo drilled towards the dying being. Rumble, as if his body had received an enormous shock. The figure began convulsing vigorously as the dying light of his origin was rapidly revived while fusing with something else, this process being completed in a split second as the figure became completely still thereafter. A golden light appeared to cover the figure at this moment as it floated a few meters towards the sky. This golden light permeating throughout the body as it healed all injuries before carefully bringing it towards the ground again, but this time it was standing on its own 2 feet. A deep breath was taken by the rejuvenated figure as his eyes opened, streaks of blue and gold-colored lights coursing within these eyes as he looked at his arms while his face was that full of wonder. Alexander? The words were more of a confirmation than a question as imperceptible changes continued to occur in the body of the being that was marked for death, someone else taking over this being's identity as silently. Noah had arrived in the Nexus galaxy without any issues. Chapter 627. You see, I actually wasn't that OP before too. In the central realm of the Novice galaxy, Noah had a wide smile as he talked with the obsidian core in front of him. I've successfully found a vessel in the Nexus galaxy. Rumble. The surrounding space shook at this proclamation as it affirmed the success of something that should have been impossible, yet it was a reality as Noah was waking up in another galaxy as someone else. This ruination core continues to exceed all expectations as the Nexus galaxy itself was not able to notice anything. Even now, its very essence is being used to awaken your second trait, the Novice galaxy replied with a tone that wasn't as cold as usual, where one could even notice a tinge of happiness within it. My second trait, Noah felt his excitement stirring as he recalled his discussions of the second trait with the Novice galaxy. It was fairly cryptic thus far, with the only thing he understood being the fact that it would be a trait going towards the goal of making a champion that was simply unbeatable. For this to be done, one might think that a trait had to be an extremely powerful offensive or defensive trait, but often enough it was actually an auxiliary trait that took center stage. His infinite mana was not an offensive or defensive trait, but an auxiliary one that supported him in such a major way that he could easily beat other blessed with it. Of course, he did not know if the infinite mana trait was considered one of the highest tiered traits, but he believed so. When looking at the ranks of Alpha, Beta, Delta, Epsilon, and Omega, Noah would say his trait belonged to Omega, but he had no confirmation of this as they had not collected enough information about traits, so he would hold off on the judgment for now as waited to see what his second trait would be. Your second trait? Well, you will see it soon enough. It should be another auxiliary trait that will allow you to completely dominate those pointing their sword at you when it brought to completion. Even at the first stage of its awakening, it should be on par with some of the most powerful traits existing in the Nexus galaxy. The voice of the Novice galaxy resounded out once again as Noah nodded, closing his eyes as he focused on seeing his new self-awakening in the Nexus galaxy. In the dark alley where a being should have just faced death, a figure that released fearsome blue and golden lights in his eyes looked towards his surroundings as he breathed in. A name was rolling off his tongue over and over again as he was seemingly getting used to it, his eyes somewhat hazy as he absorbed numerous flows of information. Alexander, a blessed on his way to participate in the blessed Imperial selection, but met the unfortunate fate of suddenly being killed out of the blue. The voice that held a tinge of pride and arrogance threw this being off as he closed his eyes briefly, sorting the abundant amount of information when at this moment, he felt the influx of a unique essence wrapping around his origin. This essence was coming from the surroundings nearby, being the essence of the galaxy itself as it went on to awaken a trait in Alexander. This was something extremely new and foreign as this being already had a trait before, but the moment he faced his death this trait was taken from him, only for his figure to be rejuvenated a millisecond later as he was now awakening another trait. Alexander closed his eyes tightly as he felt his head pounding, the essence of galaxy swirling around his brain as it focused here for his trait. The essence only converged faster and faster as it rose in density until finally Alexander opened his eyes again as they shone with white light. New knowledge flowed into his mind as he felt the appearance of a trait, and the identity of this trait making his eyes shake because of the sheer ridiculousness that just its name represented. She wouldn't be this crazy, right? Noah, or more aptly named at this moment, Alexander, shook his head in a stupor as he looked at the second trait he had in this lifetime. Alexander King, title, S hidden, traits, hidden. Protagonist, bloodlines, hidden, origin cores, hidden, domains, hidden, vitality, Starforger, focus, hidden, strength, Starforger, laws, hidden, authorities, hidden. No FUCK way, a completely new stat panel that had much of its contents hidden as if one was looking at a redacted doc.u.ment appeared in front of Alexander's eyes, causing him to release expletives as he glanced at it. Much of the information was hidden because in this new galaxy, even though the one known as Noah retained half of his origin which granted him access to the powers and laws that he had cultivated so far, they had to be hidden from the eyes of the Nexus galaxy itself. At this moment, this galaxy would just begin to notice as a large consumption of essence that awakened this trait should have been noticed by it, but when it glanced towards Noah, all it would find was a peculiarity that awakened another trait and not be able to find anything else about him. This was because unlike the Novice galaxy, the Nexus galaxy did not have something like the Ruination Core, and the impossible things and abilities that the Novice galaxy carried out were not something this galaxy could do. But all of this was not the most shocking information that took Noah's attention, with another thing that appeared in a pristine white color appearing that shook him to his core. The most shocking information was the second trait, a trait that had the ridiculous name of protagonist. Protagonist, what did this term represent? It represented a leading character or a central figure in an event or story. It represented the being that everything revolved around. Noah was shaking his head in stupefaction because shockingly, the Novice galaxy had chosen such a term for the second trait, which had tremendous implications for what exactly would be contained in this trait and what type of support it would give. He could not wait any further as he zoomed in on the trait of protagonist, wanting to see exactly what shocking thing he had just gained this time around. Chapter 628, you see, I actually wasn't that OP before 3, protagonist, you are the protagonist. To live up to such a title, abilities worthy of creating a true protagonist are granted. As it is a culminated trait, it has different stages that each have their own abilities. Currently unlocked abilities: Eyes of Truth, Photographic Memory, Memorable Visage, Blind Luck. Locked abilities: Plot Armor, Chosen Extras, Deus Ex Machina, Chosen 1, Save Point, at #% at $. To increase the stage of the trait and bring it to complete fruition, you must play the central and decisive role in the Nexus galaxy. Alexander stared at the blue screen in front of his eyes with sheer and pure shock as he did not even know where to begin. This is just ridiculous. His thoughts were swirling around his mind as his other body that was light years away looked towards the obsidian core that represented the Novice galaxy in shock as this information was transmitted to him. This trait, if you want someone unbeatable, you have to naturally think outside the box. This trait is the realization of a far-fetched possibility. If you could really culminate it to completion, the tools available to you will ensure that you will keep your life even while facing the most powerful enemies. Rumble, a shocking truth was released as the madness of this Novice galaxy continued to go to even greater heights, a trait of stupid proportions being culminated in Noah's new identity in the Nexus galaxy. What offensive trait? What defensive trait? Could those compare to a trait that was actually called protagonist? Noah shook his head as he reeled in his shock, focusing on the feedback of information that his new identity, Alexander, was receiving. He first focused on the stage of abilities that were currently unlocked with just the newly awakened version of this trait. Beginning with the extravagant sounding Eyes of Truth, glance upon the many things in the vast galaxies as their secrets are laid bare to your eyes. Photographic memory, forgetting things? What's that? Memorable visage, as the protagonist, you begin to take the central role wherever you go, your visage being remembered by all who lay eyes upon you as you automatically give out a favorable impression, as well as garner prominent attention from your enemies. Blind luck, fortunate things just seem to happen to you out of nowhere. You could just be walking across the street and find $1 million by the roadside. Descriptions that seemed to be overly simple and taunting were laid out in front of him as he did not even know where to begin. Blind luck, memorable visage, and photographic memory were ridiculous, but they were understandable. It was Eyes of Truth that Noah was looking most closely at as he tried to understand it. He wasted no time as his thoughts went towards this skill, using Eyes of Truth on himself. Ding, a soft sound rang out through his mind as numerous words appeared on a text box in front of him. It wasn't the usual blue panel boxes that he could see because of his realm system, but a red textbook that shone with gold words as if it wanted to be known it was distinct from anything else. Alexander King, a blessed born in the bright gold monarchy realm located in the Nexus galaxy. Life history, strengths, weakness, abilities, traits, habits. His eyes opened wide as he read on more and more, shockingly finding out that almost every piece of information about him was listed on this red and gold box panel that popped up after using Eyes of Truth. Once, his life history, his strengths and weaknesses, his abilities, even his habits. Everything was laid bare in front of his eyes as they shook, his question going towards the usability of this terrifying Eyes of Truth as he wondered, this is what will pop up if I use it on anyone. His eyes rose in alarm as he thought about this fearsome ability from the protagonist trait, as this single ability alone had such shocking implications that he could not even begin to list them all out. If it really showed him the contents of the red and gold panel when he used it on anyone, then all the secrets about that person their entire life would all be accessible for him to read and do what he wished with such dense information. This was too shocking. He thought he was strong before. He thought he was maybe somewhat overpowered to be able to do the things that he had been doing. But now with such a second trait called protagonist and the ridiculous abilities that came with it. Thump, he felt the beat of his heart as he finally turned his face upwards and looked around him in the new world, nay the new realm he was in. His expression was that of amazement and absurdity as he stared at the skill while beginning to look around him. He was located in a dark alleyway between two enormous buildings, but if one stepped out from this alleyway they would step into a bustling world full of activity. The more shocking thing was that as Noah looked around him, the Eye of Truth unconsciously activated as his eyes shone with an enticing red light, the information of everything around him going towards his mind. Richter Auction House, an establishment in the imperial citadel of the bright gold monarchy, Red Lantern Tavern. An establishment in the imperial citadel of the bright gold monarchy. Information of everything around him was clearly displayed in front of his eyes as he stumbled out of the darkness and towards the light. He went towards the brightly lit street in the cover of night as everything shone with resplendent light, his eyes beginning to look over the beings nonchalantly moving through the streets. Donnie Sharpton, a citizen of the bright gold monarchy realm located in the Nexus Galaxy. Life history, strengths, weakness, abilities, traits, habits. Rachel Zhang, a hidden operative of the Imperials tasked with covertly maintaining the order of the Imperial Citadel. Life history, strengths, weakness, abilities, traits, habits. Simon, Jake, numerous names and everything about them rose in front of Noah's eyes as he shook his head in wonder, officially beginning to look at the new galaxy he found himself in as he also explored a shocking new trait. It displayed the traits of everyone he looked at, their strengths and weaknesses, everything. It was genuinely a balance-shattering trait of ridiculous proportions, where even the abilities unlocked at the first stage were this powerful. There were still unlocked abilities that had just as shocking names, and all of this was waiting for Noah to start moving towards as he made his first steps in the Nexus Galaxy. Chapter 629, The Imperial Citadel of Bright Gold Monarchy. Noah condensed the knowledge he had amassed so far about himself and his surroundings as he walked happily through the streets of the Imperial Citadel. The streets he was walking on dripped with the aura of extravagance and richness as the very road he was stepping on was made of gold. Spectacular lights permeated through the streets he was in as they made the cover of the night seem like day, the unique style of buildings being something you would call modern because of their aesthetics, but they also looked medieval because of their ancient and old air. One thing they all had in common was that almost every single building shone with colors that weren't too distinct in the night, but Noah could make out they were white and gold. It was a genuine citadel filled with unique architecture that shone with white and gold, the people around walking through it varying in power as he had truly seen too many. The shocking thing was that the lowest ranking beings he came across were actually at the epic rank. Not a single being ranked B, A, or S in his own terms walked the streets, where even the weakest beings were epic rank. Those at the saint rank were abundant, those standing at the void realm being many, and he even came across multiple world rank experts that were nonchalantly walking and talking or going into certain buildings. Starforgers were among the rarity, with him not coming across a nebula realm being just from the few minutes of walking. All of these beings he came across had differing powers, with some carrying hints of law masters, others having the unique aura of a blessed, and some having neither. But Noah could not stop looking around in amazement as all these beings that were passing around him and going on about their night. He could see everything about them with the eyes of truth, their abilities, weaknesses, life history. Everything was shockingly privy to him because of his trait. He had focused the trait on himself once more as he had pulled up the red and gold panel that had his information, going over the last few events listed in the life history of Alexander King as he came to know exactly what had occurred right before he transmigrated. Alexander King, Life History 03/18/XXXX was walking across the streets of the Imperial Citadel as he prepared for the yearly blessed Imperial selection when a gravitational force pulled him into a dark alleyway and he was dealt a heavy injury by a peak nebula rank Shadow Imperial under the command of the young master of the Light Dawn household. Shockingly, Alexander had been targeted and killed by a nebula rank expert, and a peak one at that. Noah had yet to affirm how many stars one would have to forge in their nebula to be considered the peak of the nebula rank, yet a guard of just one of the powerful households in the imperial citadel had taken this rank. Of course, as they were identified only with their rank, it meant they did not have the title of a controller or blessed, as those heights were still rare to achieve for nobodies. But the reality remained as Noah found himself in a grand new realm of a shockingly powerful galaxy that had lived for many years. Beings here did not just have 1,000 or 2,000 years to rise up through ranks. They could have had thousands and tens of thousands of years depending on their talent to grow stronger before their lives ran out. This made way for a realm such as this bright gold monarchy realm in this Nexus galaxy to have many beings that Noah would consider experts moving around. Alexander himself was only at the star forging realm as he registered his name on the list of hundreds to be participating in the yearly blessed imperial selection that allowed citizens of the bright gold monarchy to distinguish themselves and have the chance to join the ranks of high imperials, beings that directly worked for the imperials to explore the expansive universe. Yet before he could even put his foot in the door, his life was taken, but from it, Noah came to be as he found his vessel and awakened another trait of his own in this body. And at this moment, whether it was by the workings of fate or not, the goal of this Alexander was very much in line with Noah's. He had to explore this bright gold monarchy realm as he understood the Imperials that controlled not just this, but the entire Nexus galaxy, as he fulfilled the requirements of culminating his second trait, the requirements listed for him to become a central figure in the Nexus galaxy, for him to truly live up to the name of the trait before he could ascend through its stages or complete it. This trial that was known as the Blessed Imperial Selection, which the owner of this old body was killed for. Noah would participate in it as he made his grand entrance into the Nexus galaxy while understanding the forces working within. He walked through the imperial citadel of this bright gold monarchy as he used the eye of truth on anything that walked, being able to absorb so much information that even the very natives of this citadel would soon be behind him in terms of knowledge of it. When he added another ability of the protagonist trait, the photographic memory, everything just clicked into place too damn perfectly. He saw that even though it was deep into the night and would soon even change into dawn in this imperial citadel, the movements of beings within it were just as vibrant. A wide smile overtook his face as he breathed all of this in while his feet took him towards the location where Alexander inadvertently had not been able to arrive at before. As Alexander took his first steps in the Nexus galaxy, Noah was in the Novice galaxy with a wild and dominating look in his eyes as he stared at the panel in front of him. Noah Osmont, titles: Infernal Lord, Variant, Grand Controller, Fate, Controller, Fire, Water, Traits, Infinite Mana. Protagonist, Incomplete, Bloodlines, Vampire Progenitor, Ether Particles is 6,725,982, Karma Lines, 1,924,356, Fate Lines, 10 million, Chaos Particles, 6,252,654, Origin Cores, Light 2. Dark 2, Fire 10, Water 10, Earth 5, Air 5, Domains, Ether, Karma, Fate, Chaos, Light, Dark, Space, Time, Fire, Water, Earth, Air, Vitality, Nebula, Focus, Infinity, Strength, Nebula, Laws, Ether 67%, Karma 19%, Fate 100%, Chaos 62%, Light 25%, Dark 25%, Space 44%, Time 36%, Fire 100%, Water 100%, Earth 44%, Air 44%, Authorities, Ether Lord, Fate Lord, Chaos Lord, Flame Lord, Water Lord, in the panel that showed his traits that were not hidden nor redacted like Alexander's. Spectacular things showed as most of all, he observed the singular addition of the protagonist trait. His eyes shone as the same sparkling red light that appeared when Alexander used this new trait was recreated in Noah in this galaxy that was light years away. Chapter 630, Shocking Revelations. Traits were things that were ingrained in the very origins of beings, with a being only being able to carry a single trait throughout their lifetimes as a galaxy had to bless them with it, and one could only ever be a native of one galaxy. Yet, Noah had violated this rule through the use of a terrifying item he did not yet understand, and he had now succeeded in transmigrating half of his origin onto the body of a being in another galaxy as he awakened a new trait there as well. This meant that within his origin, two traits were inscribed. In the body of Alexander, he could utilize infinite mana, and in the body of Noah, he could utilize the protagonist trait. Both of his bodies had access to both of these traits as they all shared the same shocking origin. This brought us to the current moment where Noah's eyes were shining brightly as he looked at the details of the protagonist trait. especially the ridiculous eyes of truth, that simply did too much as he sent his thoughts towards the novice galaxy. This trait is as ridiculous if not more compared to the first, but its uses are simply, he shook his head as he spoke, letting out shocking words as he wanted to use this trait in this galaxy at this moment. Let me see the ruination core. Once again. With the abilities of protagonist, I should be able to glean exactly what it is, a rumble, such was the possibility I anticipated. We know too little of this unexplored universe. A trait such as this will allow us to gain information at extreme speeds that nobody can even imagine. The voice of the novice galaxy rang out blandly as the obsidian core of this galaxy opened up once again, the red and black square cube that shone with a terrifying aura being released again as Noah controlled his body to not tremble and opened his eyes towards it, using eyes of truth on this terrifying object. OM. Sparks of red and gold light erupted out as it felt like an inviolable truth was violated, Noah feeling a searing pain in his eyes as one turned bloody and ruptured, but a red and gold panel still appeared in front of him as it showed a set of shocking words, Ruination Core, a tool of extreme power that more often than not invites destruction to its user. Capable of interfering with the universal laws themselves, it is a tool of ruination that has multiple counterparts spread out across the dark universe. A special constitution is required to wield tools of ruination. When all the tools of ruination are gathered, the dark universe will $% email protected, $%% $hashtag %, thump, a shocking set of information could be read in front of him as his ruptured eye healed, blood leaking from him as even with the use of the newly gained trait, he was still only able to glean a fraction of information from this terrifying item. One of the biggest gains he got from it was that this universe he had simply been calling the unexplored universe was actually known as the Dark Universe. Another was that this single ruination core was actually not alone. The information indicated that it had counterparts, making it seem like other ruination cores existed out there in the vast dark universe. Noah had relayed the information to the novice galaxy as this new reality came before them, an air of seriousness permeating throughout as a single sentence had placed them in this state. It was the sentence that mentioned tools of ruination such as the ruination core more often than not led their users towards destruction. The novice galaxy had been actively using it, and it had even made possible many things that they never could have even imagined before. It even brought the new trait that made it possible for Noah to know the identity of this item, and yet the truth told by the eyes of truth remained the same. We have stumbled across something much too grand and powerful at this time. You need to continue growing ever stronger and faster as we try to understand these mysteries even more while gathering information with your new trait. When it advances to another stage or once it comes to completion, we should be able to discern all there is to know about these ruination tools. Thump, Noah closed his eyes as he could still feel his beating heart, nodding as his mindset calmed down and he explored this protagonist trait even more. There are still the unlocked abilities of blind luck and memorable visage he had to explore. But his counterpart would be collecting more than enough information for this as he took his steps in the Imperial Citadel, deep in the bright gold monarchy realm where the bastion of Imperials resided. Alexander had walked through the streets of this citadel as he gathered more information of its people and culture, as well as observed the ridiculous levels of strength from these beings that had lived in a galaxy for hundreds of thousands of years. At this moment, dawn had broken as the rays of golden light glistened down from the star that was hanging far above the skies of this mystical realm, and Noah had come towards a huge fortress that had powerful auras in the hundreds moving around. The fortress glimmered with gold and white, its structures rising arrogantly to the skies as Noah could not wait to replicate them in his own infinite realm. But at this moment, he had arrived in front of this fortress for the same reason that many other blessed were also going towards it at this time, for the yearly blessed imperial selection. It was a selection that held multiple trials to decide which renowned and powerful blessed would be joining the ranks of high imperials, the ranks of beings that were the true heroes of the Nexus galaxy. It was these beings who gained the chance to freely use the universal rift as they explored the dark universe, while also holding the title of High Imperials who had access to a variety of resources and techniques to forge powerful blessed and law masters. Such was the fortress that Noah arrived at, the location which was receiving all the incoming blessed participating in this yearly trial, the Imperial Thunderdome. Chapter 631 Epsilon. Noah went towards the entrance of the Imperial Thunderdome where a robust woman that had a figure more built than many men stood with a clipboard and pen. She was noting the names of the blessed coming in as she crossed their names out on the sheet placed on the clipboard as they entered into the Imperial Thunderdome thereafter. Her gaze filled with power and seriousness as not a single being acted out of order. Noah went towards this woman as she raised her eyes towards him, looking over him up and down as she asked passively, "My name, Alexander King." She located his name far down in the sheet as she crossed it out, her eyes landing on the trait listed next to this being as she developed a quizzical expression. "You have an auxiliary trait such as this and you are taking the Imperial selection." Her words were actually not insulting and more of caution as it was rare for someone with such a trait to join this trial, her eyes focusing on the trait listed next to Alexander's name that read, "Analyzer." "I will tell you now that the trial is extremely tough, and this year even more so as it will not just be ending in our Imperial citadel." She cautioned the being in front of her as she only saw Alexander smiling, a smile of calm and confidence as he replied, "Thank you for the warning, but I am confident in my abilities." With these words, the robust woman nodded with a passive face as she led him through, allowing Noah to enter the doors of the Imperial Thunderdome. He walked in to observe the expansive space of this building that looked like an extremely huge auditorium while his eyes glanced at the stat panel that listed all the information of the robust woman outside. He had been keeping Eyes of Truth active on all beings he came across as he gathered a ridiculous amount of information, this time learning that the woman checking off names in front of this Imperial Thunderdome was a controller in the Law of Earth. He read over her life history and abilities as he continued gathering information while going further into the Imperial Thunderdome where hundreds of beings were gathered around. Some of them were in groups, others being alone with passive looks as they all waited for the ceremony that would start this blessed Imperial selection to begin. "That's no way!" Gasps and surprises could be heard throughout a few minutes after Noah's entrance as at this moment, the figure of a veiled woman appeared while surrounded by two shockingly gorgeous women beside her. These two women seemed to be acting more as guardsmaids as they moved forward with dangerous smiling expressions, parting the crowds of people that moved away from them naturally as they came to stand not too far away from Noah and also waited. "That is, the daughter of the Imperial Adjudicator?" "You, don't speak so loudly." Rumble, whispers and hushes rang throughout as those that did not know finally knew the secret that in this yearly selection, the Imperial Adjudicator had actually allowed his daughter to join the trials in the blessed Imperial selection to officially gain the title of High Imperial. This was actually a puzzle in the eyes of many, as the Imperial Adjudicator was what could be considered the highest position among the Imperials, and this applied to the Imperial Princess as well. She had a special position where nobody in the entire Nexus galaxy would dare to even offend her, and even those at the rank of High Imperials would not so much as have the courage to talk to her. So when they saw she was participating in the blessed Imperial selection, they only saw it as an esteemed young person being bored and wanting to explore, thus coming here with her guardsmaids just to enjoy the trials. If she so wanted, she could have simply asked her father, the Imperial Adjudicator, to release a decree that granted her the official title of a High Imperial. But she chose the roundabout way as she appeared in this year's blessed Imperial selection. The veil on this person's head glimmered with a mysterious essence where even if a being sent their aura forward to check, they would still not be able to observe what the face lying behind it actually looked like. Noah's eyes were passive as he also turned his eyes towards these new shining entrants, his curiosity piqued as they were actually connected to the high powers of this galaxy. His eyes had been passive from just looking at them, but when he used the Eyes of Truth on the figures of ridiculously gorgeous guardsmaids and the veiled Imperial Princess, his eyes nearly popped out of their eye sockets from what he found. He was shocked from looking at the guardsmaids as he found out that from the ranks of Alpha, Beta, Delta, Epsilon, and Omega, the two of them actually had Delta-ranked traits. In the entire past day he had spent walking around this Imperial citadel of the bright gold monarchy realm of the Nexus galaxy. He had yet to come across beings with Delta-ranked traits, and two of them were here acting as guardsmaids for this being called the Imperial Princess. Yet what was even more shocking was the rank of the trait that the Imperial Princess herself held. It was a whole FUCKNG Epsilon rank trait, and a truly shocking one at that. Analexalius Danicus, a unique being residing in the bright gold monarchy of the Nexus galaxy. Life history, strengths, weakness, abilities, traits, habits, the history and all the information there was about this being displayed itself in front of Noah's eyes as they shook, coming in contact with one of the beings who would be a major player in the Nexus galaxy for the coming future. Veiled where nobody could see her face and surrounded by two Delta-ranked blessed, the Imperial Princess Analexalius Danicus had appeared. Chapter 632, Subchapter A Trash Trait. Alright, settle down, OOM. A voice traveled out to cover the entirety of the Imperial Thunderdome as a man with a shocking aura appeared in the skies. One could see glistening white wings spreading out from his back as his chiseled jaw and devilishly handsome face attracted the attention of many. This being looked around the Imperial Thunderdome as he gave a slight nod over to the direction of the Imperial Princess before continuing to speak out. There are a few hundred of you here for the blessed Imperial selection this year. A number slightly higher than the previous years, but it shows your drive and strength since the trials this year are even harder. Rumble, I am the trial master presiding over the selection this year. You can call me Master Zeke. The man grandly announced his identity as Noah moved his shocked eyes over from the Imperial Princess to him. The eyes of truth told him everything about this man, as he also had a shocking identity, being someone that was a Delta-ranked blessed and also someone that held the rank of Black Hole, Zeke Aureus, a birdman of the bright gold monarchy realm of the Nexus Galaxy. Life history, strengths, weakness, abilities, traits, habits. The information of the humanoid man with expansive white wings was made clear as Noah came across the level above Nebula for the first time. Above the rank of Nebula, and after one had built a sufficient amount of stars, they would form a black hole that devoured their entire nebula, as they held a shocking level of power and defenses. Do you know what a black hole is? It is a region of spacetime where gravity was so strong that no particles of light could escape from it. This realm of power termed as black hole was one where if such an expert wanted you dead, you would just have to lie waiting to die, as you could never escape from their grasp. It was rumored that those in the realm of black hole could easily become controllers of the laws of space and time, being able to manipulate gravity so freely as they lived up to the name of their rank. Such a being was presiding as the trial master for this year's blessed Imperial selection, and many wondered if it was because the Imperial Princess was participating this time around. Master Zeke waved his hands as on the opposite side of the Imperial Thunderdome, a barrier of white light seemed to peel off as it revealed a pulsating dark rift that shone with malice. The first trial this time around will take place in this Carnage realm. You all must know about such realms, right? Your task will be to simply survive in this realm for a day as we assess the usefulness of your traits. Only those coming out of the Carnage realm alive will proceed to the next stage. Many had surprised expressions and even a tinge of fear as the first trial of this year's selection was revealed. The use of a Carnage realm being one of the requirements, shocking many of them. The trial beginning like this showed them it was bound to be extremely tough. The abilities of a blessed vary, and you can use any means necessary to survive, even working with others. You should also pay attention to this. Master Zeke said this with a glint in his eyes as he waved his hands and caused the appearance of numerous talismans to land in front of the blessed participants. These are spatial talisman that will directly send you out of the Carnage realm the moment you crush them, and it will also mean automatic failure of the trial. After 24 hours, they will naturally send you back here. Now, be ready for rumble. Rapid movements began to occur as the blessed around Noah began shuffling around, the spatial talismans being taken by all, as those already in groups were feeling much safer after the words of Master Zeke, as others that were alone began looking for other people to group up with. A group of 3 blessed came towards Noah as they saw him standing in the middle of the sea of people with a calm and confident expression. Hey, you want to join in with us for this trial? The name is Mark. We have 2 offensive blessed and a defensive blessed on our team. What about you? You can join us and complete our team if you are a defensive blessed as well. One of them at the forefront reached out his hand in a welcoming gesture as Noah returned in and spoke with a smiling expression. Alexander, an auxiliary blessed with the analyzer trait, the hand that was reaching out to him stopped in midair as the man pulled back, the other 2 beside him seemingly losing their patience as they began to pull the one known as Mark from the forefront away. Bah, you always have bad luck with people, nearly grouping us with someone that has such a trash trait. Shockingly hurtful words were released as the 3 moved away from Noah like a plague, others hearing these words as they glanced towards him with ridicule and pity while focusing on finding other partners if they didn't have any. Noah laughed inside as he revealed the old trait that this body used to have, his eyes reading the information freely available to him from the eyes of truth as he stared at the dark rift that led to this Carnage realm where the trial would take place. Rift of the Ether Carnage realm, a rift that leads to a destroyed realm where ether freely permeates. The safe zones are located, the danger zones are located. Information that told everything he needed to know about this dangerous realm that made many blessed fearful was displayed in his eyes as he made himself familiar with everything while waiting, his mind still on the shocking details of the Imperial Princess standing calmly with her guardsmaids by the side as he occasionally switched over to her panel to read her details over again. As he remained alone while blessed constantly moved and shuffled around, he continued to use the eyes of truth on all the blessed around him as he garnered more information on traits and understood many of the beings in here at deeper levels than even their closest friends. While spreading his attention around, his eyes landed on a particular being that was surrounded by two other blessed, a frosty look on his face as he had an arrogant and pompous expression of someone important. Noah saw the eyes of this being trying their best to not look towards the direction of the shocking imperial princess as the information on him was revealed in his eyes, making his brows raise up as he found interesting information. "Oh, so you were the perpetrator of the murder of poor Alexander before I came." Noah was looking at the life history of the young master that had given out the command for multiple blessed that planned to join this selection to be killed, citing a stupid excuse of taking out the weak that pointlessly caused multiple blessed to silently lose their lives in the past day. Andrews Manuli Dawn, the young master of the Light Dawn household of the Imperial Citadel, life history, strengths, weakness, abilities, traits, habits. From the life history of this being, he learned of many despicable things he had done throughout his time as the events that occurred yesterday became clear in Noah's eyes, a cold light coursing through them as he had already made a judgment about this being. "All right. You aim to kill me, so I will naturally avenge the body of this being that I have taken over." His eyes shone with light as he marked a being for death on his first day of arrival in the Nexus Galaxy. "All right, enter and good luck to you all." At this time, Master Zeke spoke out with a loud voice as his white wings flapped majestically behind him, the hundreds of blessed beginning to enter the rift that led to the Carnage Realm as Noah also made his way over. Chapter 633, A Fateful Meeting in the Ether Carnage Realm. The Ether Carnage Realm was a unique realm that had faced destruction in the past but had not been destroyed fully. It then thrived on the elements of destruction as it took on the qualities to become a Carnage Realm. This particular Carnage Realm had the elements of ether permeated throughout from its destruction, and was thus filled with extremely dangerous and baleful ether swimming around freely all across it. One could come across areas of floating earth and stones all across this realm, but much of its space was occupied with clouds and tendrils of ether that would shred apart an unsuspecting being if they were caught in it. Even more terrifying, ether storms occurred frequently in random areas, and were the major causes of death for anyone exploring an ether carnage realm as they would be surrounded and ground down by ether in a matter of seconds. Yet, carnage realms were also preferred by powerful lawmasters as they had an abundant essence of whatever element they were named after. A being that was trying to comprehend the law of ether being very comfortable in a place like the ether carnage realm. Still, it was a realm that was extremely hard to navigate in, and it was why it was used as the first trial for this year's Blessed Imperial Selection. That was the reality for most people, but a single being was freely walking across the ether carnage realm as if it was his home. Noah had shining eyes as he looked at the areas around him, the tendrils of ether occasionally striking down like lightning, making any nearby trial participants scurry as they tried to find a safe location that was not permeating with too much ether while preventing themselves from ever having the bad luck of coming across an ether storm. Yet for Noah, that had eyes of truth, that told him everything about this realm, he held no worries as it even felt like home. He knew the extremely dangerous zones as well as the safe zones, and even what signs he should watch for in case an ether storm was about to form in a certain area. He was more familiar with this ether carnage realm than even beings that had explored it once or twice over, and this only made possible because of his trait. He was continuing to compound the abundant knowledge he was coming across while thinking of the beings he came across that he could consider important, the shocking imperial princess holding an epsilon-ranked trait being one of them, and the killer of the body he was currently moving in being the other, as he saw fewer and fewer people around him. He disappeared into a cloudy area of ether as the dangerous tendrils only washed over his body briefly before they became calm. His proficiency that was over 50% in the law of ether still existing in his origin as this much would not harm him. He moved across the dangerous tendrils of ether of this carnage realm as he chose to continue collecting and assimilating the vast amounts of information before making any major moves. Even in the case of the young master that killed Alexander, he wanted to collect more information on the household he was a part of and how they were connected to the Imperials. He had to move carefully and not just focus on the small fries in front of him. Because there were many experts on this Nexus Galaxy, just from his first day here, he had met numerous star forgers just like the realm of his current body and multiple beings at the Nebula realm, not to mention the terrifying expert at the rank of Black Hole. He chose the route of care as he closed his eyes while surrounded by tendrils of ether, even using this time to absorb and cultivate them as he waited for the 24 hours to pass before he successfully cleared this trial. Using this time, he was gradually building up the origin cores of water, fire, air, earth, light, and dark, as well as the lines and particles of other laws that were returning towards him at crazy speeds. His origin was already proficient in all of these laws, and he just had to use the essence around him to recreate them in this body as he expected it to only take him a matter of days before he was fully back to the same power that his body in the Novice Galaxy held. At the same time, three figures were moving across the ether carnage realm peacefully as it seemed they were on a stroll, the central figure being veiled in a regal cloth while the two guardsmaids beside her were looking around carefully while clutching their weapons. Will you two relax? I finally got permission to leave that stuffy castle filled with old monsters to enjoy myself, but you two aren't making it easy. The veiled figure, the Imperial Princess, said with a sonorous voice that would drain the energy from the legs of weak men as the two women beside her shook their heads simultaneously. We're sorry, Imperial Princess, but aside from the Carnage realm being dangerous, we don't know what intentions these weak blessed participating in this trial might have towards you, and we have to be on guard. Protective words filled with conviction rang out from the two guardsmaids, one of them sporting a head full of dark hair tied up in a ponytail, another having a similar style with the color of green. That's your worry? It seems like anyone we come across simply bows with trembling bodies or they scurry away in fear. And do you all think any of them can actually harm me? The Imperial Princess remained with a sonorous playful tone as she talked to the uptight maids, reminding them how anybody they came across actually shook in their boots as they knew the identity of the Imperial Princess, and nobody could brave to even be within a few meters of this only daughter of the Imperial Adjudicator as they traversed far away from them. The last sentence to come out of the mouth of the Imperial Princess might have also seemed arrogant and domineering, but when the maids heard it, it was like they had received a reminder as their hands lifted from their weapons and became slightly less worried. This was because they knew her words that none of them could actually harm her were a fact. And it was because even the two of them at the peak of Nebula Realm and holding fearsome Delta-ranked traits could never even get near the Imperial Princess in strength. Come on, I don't know when that old man is going to get paranoid again and force me back into that castle. Let's enjoy this freedom while we still can. The two guardsmaids looked at each other as they shook their heads wearily, understanding the heart of this fearsome Imperial Princess that had never come out like this before in her life. They continued floating across the deadly ether carnage realm as the two of them moved to protect the Imperial Princess anytime tendrils of ether rushed towards them, the hours passing by within this realm. They had come across multiple parties and beings during this time, each of them simply nodding towards them with respect as they scurried off quickly thereafter. This action drew a light of disappointment from the veiled Imperial Princess as she continued moving forward. Things had continued to play out this way until half an hour later as they passed through a region of particularly wild clouds of ether. They came across a figure that was peacefully floating in the skies while surrounded by tendrils of ether. The baleful ether seemed to actually be attracted towards him as he seemed to be cultivating, and the presence of the three women alerted him as he opened his eyes and stared towards them. The three of them were still floating on the same path they had been going on as they expected another panicked reaction and a bow, but their figures simultaneously came to a halt when they actually observed this being to not even have a change of expression, simply closing their eyes once more as they returned to their cultivation. The two guardsmaids had annoyed looks as they felt that this being had not shown the proper respect to the Imperial Princess, while the veiled princess herself had an interested light flashing across her eyes as she came across a being that didn't scurry away from her the moment they realized who she was, and this one did not even seem to care. Chapter 634, A Ridiculous Show of Power. The party of three blessed that contained an Imperial Princess and her guardsmaids came to a stop as they stared at a single being that was cultivating peacefully while surrounded by tendrils of ether. The maids had looked of annoyance as they already moved their essence to begin moving away, choosing not to even bother with such a being as they could already sense fluctuations at the star-forging realm. Such a being did not even enter their eyes, and they chose to spare his worthless life for the disrespect he showed the Imperial Princess today, but as they began moving on the path they were on, they had to come to a halt again as they realized the Imperial Princess herself had remained where she was, and had even begun floating towards this figure that had briefly opened his eyes and then ignored them. Princess, one of the guardsmaids complained as they both followed, the veiled Imperial Princess floating towards this being that had drawn slight interest from her as she came to be a few meters from him. The being opened his eyes once more as the three women noticed the ridiculous level of calm within them, with the words coming out of this being's mouth shocking them thereafter. Can I help you? Will rumble. The annoyance in the maid's eyes changed to anger as their aura terrifyingly erupted out, one of them speaking out as her oppressive aura crashed towards Noah. Is that how you speak to nobility? To someone as esteemed as the Imperial Princess? I will give you one chance to redeem yourself. Even though her aura was wildly flying out, she still gave the being in front of them a way out for the actions that these maids thought to be disrespectful. Raya, OOM. The name of the maid was uttered once from the veiled Imperial Princess, her voice having a tinge of coldness as the peak nebula rank being shuddered and dropped to her knees in the skies filled with ether. The other maid did the same as they heard the cold tone, their voices ringing out simultaneously, "Please forgive us." The guardsmaids heard a tone that rarely came out of the mouth of the imperial princess as they knew that they had erred, immediately dropping to their knees as the veiled being looked towards Noah and spoke. "I apologize for my maids, we don't normally come across beings with such a carefree demeanor such as you, and they did not know how to act." The imperial princess spoke her first words towards Noah as his eyes landed on this being, his thoughts unknown as he replied with a smile, "It's fine." His reply was simple as it drew the interest of the imperial princess even more, where she realized even after this being knew her identity, they remained unimpressed. Were they simply fake and putting on airs, or was there something interesting with this being? She glanced towards him as she found a young man that did not look any older than 25, dark hair freely flowing on his head as he had a fairly average face that seemed to have a hint of unbound confidence. "You're a blessed that also cultivates a supreme law? It's rare to come across such a talent." She spoke as she tried to probe this person as he was the first one to rouse any interest among the beings she met the day of her freedom. "Yes, and I would love to continue talking about this any other time, but I have to advise the imperial princess and her guards to move from here at this time, as a terribly powerful ether storm is about to form in this region." The words out of Noah's mouth drew more annoyance from the kneeling guardsmaids that had still not lifted their heads up, seeing his natural tone of talking the esteemed princess like any normal person distasteful as they also laughed away at his words. Who was he trying to fool? One of the main dangers of this carnage realm were the powerful ether storms that unlucky beings could come across, and they were dangerous because one could never foresee them before they formed. Yet this star-forging blessed was claiming that one would be forming in this region even before any signs for it were picked up by even them. "Oh," the imperial princess raised a brow in her veiled face, looking around the tendrils of ether around them that did not seem too destructive at this moment as even she was doubtful. "Yes, you all still have a few seconds before it hits," Noah continued with a calm expression and passive words as the imperial princess turned towards him. "Then shouldn't you be moving away from here? I'm sure it will be deadly to someone at the star-forging realm, even if you cultivate the law of ether." He looked towards her with a mysterious light as he replied, "I naturally have my ways, Princess." Rumble. The moment his words finished, a shocking storm of ether began to rage out of nowhere, the guardsmaids looking around them in shock as their bodies lit up with essence to protect themselves, the initial blast of the ether storm knocking them away from the imperial princess. They looked towards the distasteful being with shock as they saw him to somehow still be in the same position as before, the imperial princess also still standing a few meters away from him as they actually seemed to be at the center of the ether storm. He was actually correct? The guardsmaids and the princess were filled with shock as they looked towards Noah, who seemed to be oscillating with the baleful waves of ether being produced by the rapidly strengthening ether storm as he remained in the same place. "Princess." The two guards used their boundless strength to push back towards the imperial princess at this juncture, but the force of the ether storm was just growing stronger as it pushed them further back, none of its destructive energies being able to pierce through their essence, but it could still prevent them from moving forward. "You two know I'll be fine, I'll meet up again with you soon," they heard the nonchalant voice of the imperial princess as the ether storm became even stronger, being something that would even threaten a nebula rank being if they were not careful. For comparison, it was like receiving Noah's or the terror of ether's madness hegemony, that released powerful strikes of ether constantly in the form of a forceful storm. But in the middle of this raging ether storm, Noah was still sitting peacefully without any worries, as he also held the skill of terror of ether, something like this not being able to harm him in the slightest. But the more shocking thing was the imperial princess in front of him that was looking at him with greater interest at this time, the veil and even the white regal cloth draping over her not even shaking in the slightest in the middle of this raging ether storm. Even Noah's own body had to undulate up and down as he wavered through the ether storm, his body absorbing much of the ether as the rest could not harm him. But this being in front of him seemed to not even be affected the rough pressure of the terrible storm they were in the center of, much less any of the terrible ether swarming towards her. Noah observed as baleful tendrils of ether rushed towards her en masse, but every time they were within just a few inches of her they disappeared silently as even the clothes and veil she wore did not even shake. His eyes shone as he looked at this scene and remembered the trait of this being he had seen. With the eyes of truth, the epsilon-ranked trait that made this being at the peak of nebula rank to stand in the middle of an ether storm without even being pushed aside by a millimeter from the position she chose to float in. Analexalius Danicus, trait, vector controller, epsilon, a trait that allows the user to control the magnitude and direction of something within the scope of their understanding. A distinct light could be seen covering the imperial princess who held a trait of ridiculous proportions, a meeting between her and the being holding the traits of protagonist and infinite mana, taking place amidst a raging ether storm. Chapter 635. Who is that? Was it through the effects of blind luck and memorable visage, or simply coincidence that Noah met the person with the fierce personage of the imperial princess? This was the same personage that was the daughter of the imperial adjudicator. The being standing at the forefront of the Imperials who controlled the entirety of the Nexus galaxy and the many reaches it had across the dark universe, this imperial princess with a much too ridiculous trait was floating in front of Noah as an interested light passed through her veiled eyes, her trait making it so that the powerful tendrils of ether could not even touch the clothes on her. When one looked at her trait of vector controller, they had to understand that vector was a term that referred to the position, velocity, and force of something. A being that could control vector could effectively control those same three qualities. This imperial princess was currently making it so that the tendrils of ether could not even reach her as they were displaced elsewhere. And even if she allowed for them to reach her, she could change the speed they came towards her to be at a turtle's pace, or she could simply control the force of the tendrils of ether to be nothing more than a feather landing on her clothes. Such was an ability of a vector controller, and this was a very simplified description of it when one thought about all the possibilities she had when it came to her trait. Worthy of being an epsilon-ranked trait, worthy of an imperial princess of the force controlling the Nexus galaxy. You are interesting. What trait do you have, if you don't mind me asking? She said these sonorous words as the ether storm raged around them, Noah only smiling as he breathed in the surrounding ether while replying. A simple auxiliary trait called analyzer that lets me be very knowledgeable of my surroundings. His words caused a doubtful expression to appear on the veiled princess, but she nodded impassively as she looked around the raging storm around them towards a certain location that had begun shining with a dense orange hue. She smiled towards this as she knew her guardsmaids were going overboard, the two of them utilizing their traits as they were trying to forcefully tear apart the ether storm she was in the center of. The fearsome sound of a phoenix erupted out as a blazing golden shape of a phoenix flashed outside of the ether storm, much of it being torn apart as one of the Nebula rank guards holding a Delta rank trait streaked through the torn ether to return towards them. Raya Vonson, trait, Golden Phoenix, Delta. The user can call upon the power of the ancient Halcyon Phoenix to aid them. Noah recalled the trait of this maid he had seen from the Eyes of Truth, as from another side, an even more shocking power ripped apart the ether storm still trying to rage around them. Rumble. Noah observed as the very tendrils of ether themselves burst into colorful blue lights as a cylindrical path was created, the other maid that was clad in a shocking blue aura of flames also making her way over as they reduced the force of the ether storm by a significant amount, its raging force beginning to die down around them. Maya Vonson, trait, Essence Burst, Delta. The user can convert all elemental energies into a burst of destructive energies under her control. Two sisters, each with their own shocking Delta-rank traits, reappeared grandly around the Imperial Princess as they apologized. "We are sorry for leaving your side, Your Highness." They said these words as they continued using their traits to forcefully erupt the ether storm around them, even though they could see that the Imperial Princess was not even the least affected. On one side, the image of a terrifying ancient Halcyon Phoenix opened its beak as the purple ether was washed away with a blazing gold, the other side having the ether burst into dispersing blue essence as another trait was utilized. Thereafter, the eyes of these guardsmaids honed in towards the singular being standing near the Imperial Princess, who seemed to have an amazed look while looking at their colorful skills. Humph. The guardsmaids came back protectively around the veiled Imperial Princess as the ether storm around them was fully and forcefully dispersed by their fearsome power, the event having even called over other blessed as they felt the fearsome power of traits they never came across before. The few that were nearby and came were greeted with the sight of the veiled Imperial Princess talking to a figure sat in a meditative position in the skies, the auras of the two guardsmaids that drew them in being just as bright as ever, but it wasn't the shocking levels of energy that made their eyes nearly pop out of their sockets, but it was the scene of the Imperial Princess talking to the blessed floating in the skies that shook them. That is, who is that? How dare he? Many could not help but voice out their opinions as in the next second, a powerful aura of a blessed came over as he also saw this scene, his face turning incredibly dark and sour. Young Master Andrews had entered the scene while accompanied by two other blessed beside him, his gaze nearly spitting flames as he saw the inviolable Imperial Princess actually having her presence sullied by someone else. Who is that? He gritted his teeth as he said this to the two blessed Behind him, this young master of the Light Dawn household of the Imperial City, not even being able to recognize one of the beings he had called for the death of the night prior, as he wanted to prevent cases like this where a rugrat was staining the presence of the Imperial Princess to ever occur. We don't know yet, young master. I'm sending the image of his face over to our information network. We should get a name briefly. One of the blessed beside him spoke with sweat dripping down his back as he worked fast, where he came out with a name and shocking information a second later. He's actually one of the targets that should have been taken out last night by the covert guards, an alpha-ranked blessed with an auxiliary trait, crack. The very air around them cracked as a few beings turned to look their way. Noticing the palpating essence around young Master Andrews as his power threatened to rage and spill out at any moment, the being he aspired to even be close to, the esteemed personage that even the highest of nobility ever saw, a being with a trash alpha-ranked auxiliary trait, was actually so nonchalantly standing next to her? Chapter 636, That Kid Has a Death Wish. The two blessed close to young Master Andrews saw the palpating rage in his eyes as they sighed in their hearts while looking over at the scene of the veiled Imperial Princess talking with a nobody. They shook their heads as they thought in their minds, this kid really has a death wish, to be so nonchalantly talking with someone like the Imperial Princess. The two blessed already said their prayers for this being as they tried to assuage the anger of the young master they moved with. We will gather more information about him as we ask the covert guard that should have taken his life what happened, young master. The young master's rage only continued to grow higher as he looked at the scene of the calm expression on the face of the blessed as he talked to the Imperial Princess. Numerous thoughts and commands coming from him as he began to utilize his position to find out all there was to know about this kid with a death wish, the blessed known as Alexander King. Meanwhile, Noah sighed as he looked around them at the peering gazes of many beings as he came out of his meditative position and spoke, "It seems like you're bringing me trouble, your Imperialness." A metaphorical vein seemed to pop in one of the guards' maids as she spoke in annoyance, "It's your Highness." "Your Highness," Maya gave Noah the proper term as he nodded with a smile towards them while starting to move away to spend the remaining few hours of the trial in peace, the sonorous voice of the veiled princess ringing out still. "What is your name?" The voice was filled with interest as the Imperial Princess realized the situation where this being was seen with her with the eyes of many blessed who might each have their own intentions and interpretations about it, but he actually did not seem to be bothered by it at all. "King, Alexander King, Rumble." Noah left behind the tendrils of ether as he stepped away from this meeting, the Imperial Princess repeating this name in her mouth with interest as she laughed, and also began moving away with her maids that looked towards Noah with careful eyes. His figure disappeared among the clouds of ether as the other blessed also moved away, young Master Andrews giving the direction that Noah had left in a hard look as his aura focused on the direction of the Imperial Princess with a palpating heart. If even he did not have the courage to go up to her, nobody else should even think of sullying her presence, especially not a trash blessed. He sent a telepathic message to the beings he could control outside the ether carnage realm as he schemed, "Get ready, a blessed geared towards silent assassinations that cannot be tracked. Have them ready to intercept the trash known as Alexander King the moment that we finish the first trial." His words were sharp as he chose to do everything silently, as he did not know exactly why the Imperial Princess was talking to that being, but he did not want to be tied to that being's death in any way if the Imperial Princess happened to hear about it. Thus, he released a command as a blessed proficient in assassination was prepared for Alexander. The hours passed in the ether carnage realm and many blessed continued to be teleported out as their essence ran dry, only those with uniquely powerful traits or those that had dipped into comprehending laws being able to withstand the deadly environments of this realm. The blessed had their own yearly imperial selections, and so did law masters in their own regions. But if there existed blessed who held a powerful trait and also had the profession of a law master, these were the true peak powerhouses as they had many strengths reinforcing their power. The first trial of this year's blessed imperial selection took out the blessed that did not have traits to grant them enough stamina to hold on in dangerous environments, or those who could not react to the unpredictability in the ever-changing and random environments of the ether carnage realm. Of the few hundred that entered, less than half had managed to stay until the very end and not break the spatial talismans. Rumble. Noah felt the spatial talisman he had on him break naturally after the 24 hours, his figure being sent out of the ether carnage realm as he reappeared in the Imperial Thunderdome. "Ha, we made it, brother, didn't I tell you I could do it?" Shouts of joy were erupting out from all around as around 200 blessed were left in the Imperial Thunderdome, those that had been teleported out of the ether carnage realm before the 24 hours already having been escorted outside. In front of each of these slightly over 200 blessed, new talismans appeared in front of them as they signified a status of beings that passed the first stage of this selection. Good, good. Quite a decent amount of you remain after that. the vibrant voice of the winged master Zeke erupted out as everyone put their attention to this being in the skies, taking the glowing talismans in front of them as they listened. You all must be exhausted after 24 hours of constant danger, so you get a day's rest before the last portion of this year's blessed Imperial selection. But be warned, if you thought this Carnage realm was too hard and you struggled too much, you will undoubtedly fail the other half of this selection. The reverberations made the faces of many serious as soon after, the voice changed to a boisterous one. Alright, go and celebrate for now and be sure to come back here tomorrow at this exact time. Yeah, drinks. Shouts of joy erupted out again as the blessed moved about, Noah giving a light smile as he moved out to the exit of the Imperial Thunderdome as he planned to gather more information in the next 24 hours about the Imperial Citadel and the bright gold monarchy it was in, as well as continue to read over the details of the powerful Imperial Princess. Not too far from him, the party of the Imperial Princess and 2 guardsmaids glanced towards his direction briefly, especially the powerful maids that gave him an inquisitive look. But they weren't the only ones, as in another direction, the eyes of the young Master Andrews were cold and devoid of emotion, a message coming to his mind as he was told the unfinished job of taking out Trash Blessed would be completed today. Chapter 637. Noah continued to think about the information of the shocking traits of the one known as Imperial Princess as well as her guards as he moved out of the Imperial Thunderdome and went to explore the wide Imperial Citadel that was as large as multiple continents in his own infinite realm. He wanted to establish himself and gain more strength before he associated himself with such terrifyingly powerful figures. But he would take things as they came because such figures showing even a slight interest in him was good, their background really being too grand. As he left behind many of the cheering blessed that passed the Imperial selection, he delved back into the heart of the Imperial Citadel as he observed this fascinating city and its people more. A majority of the beings he came across were humans, with those that weren't being similar to Master Zeke as they were simply humans with animalistic features. Of course, much of what made him excited was the food of a realm in an entirely new galaxy, so he was ready to go into a specially large restaurant to enjoy himself first. His eyes were reading the information of a restaurant that his eyes of truth said was among the very best establishments in this expansive Imperial Citadel. And he was already taking steps towards this place when suddenly he felt a powerful essence pass through him. In front of his eyes, the people that were just passing around him or even the restaurant in front of him had all but disappeared as he found his sight looking around an area filled with clouds. Making me move just for a mere star forging blessed with an alpha trait? This Andrews is really becoming spoiled. A cold voice rang out from all around as Noah saw his surroundings seemed to all be endless areas of rapidly roiling cloud. Realizing he was in a different spatial space through the use of a skill or trait, but he did not need to guess as the eyes of truth were telling him everything about it at this moment. His face adopted a solemn expression as he seemed to fearfully look around, the cold voice ringing out again. You can say your prayers now, little guy. You are in my cloud world. It is my trait that allows me to seamlessly transport myself and other targets into a separate space as everything that happens within never ever gets a chance to leave. Why did you have to offend someone as spiteful as that young master? The voice seemed to mourn for Noah as it came from all sides. This being that was proficient in assassination because of his trait collecting his powerful nebula rank essence as he prepared to deal a deadly blow to the weak blessed that showed a panicked face amidst the roiling cloud world. A pained sigh seemed to ring out as the being sent out a strike, but his eyes bulged when he watched the blessed in the middle of the roiling clouds suddenly disappear, his chest feeling extremely cold and painful thereafter as from his hidden location deep in the clouds, the figure of Noah reappeared. Blurg, a mouthful of blood was spat out from the nebula-ranked blessed as he felt his eyes were deceiving him, but the strike of ether ray that had passed through his very heart and origin seemed to say otherwise as the youth behind him came closer, putting his hands on his body as a calm voice rang out. Richard Mason, 269 years old, commonly known as the Swift Cloud Assassin with the interesting trait of Cloud World. Alarm showed on the body of the Swift Cloud Assassin as he heard his hidden name and correct age uttered from the mouth of this being as he felt his essence move slower as his life began to leave his body. Guh. Another mouthful of blood was spat out as Noah waved his hand to destabilize the space around them, the roiling clouds nearly coming to halt as he continued speaking. You, Cloud World, is nearly unbreakable once you bring someone in the same realm like you, or lower, and it is why you have been able to have an impressive assassination streak of 1,839 since you began working for the Light Dawn household of the Bright Gold Monarchy. Wow, his voice seemed to have a tinge of praise as he talked. The Swift Cloud Assassin only becoming colder and colder as his feet slumped to the ground, his mind in turmoil as this being in front of him spoke of things that nobody should know. Just what exactly is this fiend? What did that stupid young master send me to kill? Regret was welling up in the heart of the swift cloud assassin as none of his questions were answered, not even knowing how it came to be that he was dying as Noah's voice continued. Cloud World is definitely unique as it hides your aura and body among the clouds, with your enemies never being able to know where you are, being able to strike them until they are dead. Alas, you ran into me where my eyes told me exactly where you were. Noah kept his hand on this being as he mocked in the same manner of pain unwillingness that this assassin had shown when he brought him into this cloud world, and he then began to release tendrils of ether onto this body as the shocked look never left the assassin's face, since he had just died too easily and shockingly. The eyes of truth had told Noah exactly what the cloud world around him was, and even where its master was hidden, as everything thereafter was history. He simply teleported behind him as an ether ray released to shatter the being's origin, and he now lay dead. I wanted to return to Nebula rank soon too, didn't think someone would deliver themselves to me on a platter. Noah spoke calmly in the cloud world, that was in stasis even after its master died, this spatial area being something that would dissolve within 5 minutes after being cast, but this time was extended even further as Noah had destabilized the space and actually began supplying essence to keep the cloud world active longer. He watched calmly as the assassin died, a red light passing over the dead body as he also read the memories of the being, and then watched vibrant Nebula rank cores appearing in front of him as this blessed only left these cores behind. Noah smiled as he grabbed these cores and began absorbing them, the realm of this body that had been in the star forging realm beginning to shoot up as the essence within these cores dissolved rapidly. The law origins that he had already begun to recreate since the past doll also churned and spun as Noah filled his origin to the brim before soon exploding it again into a nebula, the essence of the universal laws repeating the same thing they did as in the novice galaxy as Noah regained much of his power in this new galaxy at this time. Chapter 638, in the soon-to-be dissolved cloud world, Noah, or more aptly Alexander, was forging a nebula within his origin as the essence of universal laws. Went on to help him do it, the cores of the nebula rank assassin that delivered himself to him continued to be consumed as fuel, more and more stars being formed within the nebula. The experts at this rank were particularly numerous. As the requirement to proceed into the next realm was particularly high, and it actually varied among different beings, it was a known truth that after one had cultivated more than 1,000 stars within their nebula, they could make a breakthrough into the realm of black hole if they were talented enough. The talk of talent was mentioned because some beings achieved more than 1,000 stars and still remained in the nebula rank for all their lives, death claiming them after a few thousand years. When it came to those that forcefully tried to form their black hole with insufficient stars forged, the creation of such a force would actually devour them from inside out as their very lives were snuffed from existence. To be successful with forming a genuine black hole within your origin, it was said that the more stars one forged, the better. The upper limit of 1,000 is what many beings aimed for, but very few were ever able to do this and achieve the realm of black hole. Noah was making it his goal for both his bodies in the two galaxies to amass and forge more stars within his nebulae, testing exactly what upper limit of stars he himself could reach before he could seamlessly rank up to the realm of black hole. As he did this, something unique was happening far away in the novice galaxy. As the first being to be given a trait had appeared in the novice galaxy, others could now appear as well. Across the vast stars in the novice galaxy, those lucky enough would be able to awaken a trait if fate had it, the rank of such a trait completely random as for the first time in a while. The entity that was the novice galaxy let things run their course without using the ruination core to interfere or bend universal laws. This was more of a cautionary move after having understood a little of the identity of this ruination tool because of Noah's trait. The danger of this item they still did not fully understand presenting itself to them in a clear fashion as they proceeded carefully. The essence of the galaxy had thus been randomly granting traits to those lucky enough, but the novice galaxy could of course choose to focus a significant portion of its essence in certain areas as it affected the rates of traits being born there with a lot more frequency. This is where we come into the infinite realm, where the essence of the galaxy was chosen to be gathered in this wondrous realm and multiple blessed had been awakened with every passing day. Those worthy of note as of right now were two key figures, one of them being much more boastful about it than the other as Noah was looking at the traits of two beings among his people that awakened, and they were fairly high-ranked traits at that. Emperor Penguin, trait, Gigantomachia, Delta. The user of this trait is capable of expanding their form into a gargantuan size as their strength, focus, vitality, and all cast abilities are strengthened by more than 10 times. An essence focused on the essence of indestructibility begins to form around the user the more that the trait is employed. Ra! The Emperor Penguin was bellowing out loudly in a region of the infinite realm as he toured more than 100 meters in size, being larger than even most behemoths, as his trait did not just grant him this massive size. The strengthening of all of his attribute values and skills by more than 10 effectively multiplied his strength by that much, as this infinite realm beast was going wild while sparring with others to show off his newly awakened power. Come, zoom. The figure of the arrogant penguin shot around the sparring area where the draconic fire behemoth, Kazuhiko, Kraken, and many others were knocked back at the fearsome power he showed, the pride of this penguin having just shot up to another level with the advent of his trait. But he wasn't the only one worthy of note with a powerful trait, as the Inquisitor herself, Athena, had also gained a Delta-ranked trait, Athena Cross, trait, Extinction Flames, Delta. The user of this trait is capable of shooting out extremely scorching flames that have the corrosion attribute, capable of reducing those that cannot defend themselves into nothingness. The Inquisitor let out a fierce yell as she stood to stop the barrage of the rampaging Emperor Penguin, her hundreds of thousands of fate lines shimmering around her body as she flipped her palm forward, dark purple flames blazing out. The Emperor Penguin felt an immense threat from these extinction flames as his flipper smashed forward with dense spatial essence, shockingly finding it eaten up rapidly as he was pushed back and smashed towards the ground. Boom! A crater formed as the beak of the arrogant Emperor Penguin looked up with blazing eyes, his sin of pride activating as his body shone with a golden luster, marking Athena as his only enemy as he erupted out again. Athena herself breathed out while feeling the power of her trait, actually lessening the factor of corrosion as she did not want to seriously hurt her sparring partners, but these dark purple flames blazed around her as she adopted a shocking image of a conflagration of flames, going forward to meet the 100-meter golden shining penguin as shocks reverberated through the immediate surroundings. Noah was in the skies of the infinite realm observing this with a smile, knowing that powerful monsters of their own stature were slowly rising in the Novus Galaxy, which would make the coming months and years extremely interesting as he got himself acclimated to the Nexus Galaxy and learned of the larger dark universe. As he looked at his people sparring and continuing to ascend in strength, he wondered who would become blessed next, and for what shocking traits they would receive as their strength ceaselessly rose ever so higher. Would someone like that terrifying Imperial Princess with an Epsilon-ranked trait ever arise from his galaxy? These thoughts and more swirled in Noah's mind as his attention was taken back to Alexander. His other version that had finished ascending to the nebula rank as a cloud world dissipated around him. Chapter 639. In the Imperial Citadel, the figure of Alexander reappeared just as seamlessly as it had disappeared from the gold-lined streets, the powerful blessed geared for assassination disappearing entirely along with his cloud world. He had a bright smile on his face as he sensed his vibrant power at the nebula realm, continuing to move towards the restaurant in front of him as if nothing had happened, wanting to spend the rest of his time before the start of the next stage enjoying the delicacies of this new galaxy. The body of Alexander had minimal currency, but the assassin that had thrown himself at him held an abundance of this realm's currency on him as Noah splurged all this wealth on vibrant dishes that held enough essence to cause them to release an aroma and brilliance that would make the mouths of any being water. Was it due to blind luck, or something else that the assassin had so perfectly landed on his lap to grant me the course he needed to quickly jump to the nebula realm and even the resources for him to enjoy limitless delicacies? He did not know or care, but he simply enjoyed himself. The hours passed as many went about their day, those successfully passing the first stage of the selection celebrating the entire day and night before they began to walk back into the Imperial Thunderdome on the next day. Young Master Andrews had spent his day even more lavishly as he came back with eyes that seemed somewhat sunken, where one would know he must have spent a great amount of time in his nightly activities as even his spirit looked spent. The young master seemed to be venting his frustrations because of the prior day's events, and the fact that he could only stare at afar from the being he truly admired and sought to be in the company of. He had a forlorn look as he glanced at the party of the Imperial Princess and her two maids, but his eyes nearly bulged out when he caught on that not too far away, the figure of the trash blessed that should be dead the night prior was right there. What the fuck? His mind fuming. The young master had begun to send numerous transmission messages to question why a simple assassination mission had not been completed as his second-rate villainy continued, and Master Zeke came out at this time. Alright, everyone is here, His voice took the attention of everyone in this section of the Imperial Thunderdome as he continued. The last stage of the trial will require us to step into a teleportation portal towards a region outside of the Imperial Citadel of our glorious bright gold monarchy realm. We shall be heading towards the devouring Hell's Rift. Alarm rose in the eyes of many as they heard this, a twinkle passing in the eyes of Noah and a few others as they heard of this name. Pass through this portal as we head there. Master Zeke pointed towards a pre-prepared portal as the figures of Blessed entered into it, Noah also following along as after passing through it. They found themselves in the middle of an expansive mountain. Abundant greenery and essence were around them as his eyes turned towards the opposite direction, being able to observe the boundaries of the enormous Imperial Citadel far off in the distance. The single portal teleportation had taken the 200-odd group all the way out of the Imperial Citadel, bringing them to another location in the bright gold monarchy realm as each of them followed the flying Master Zeke from the mountain as he went towards a certain direction. We have a single rift in this realm that leads into the devouring Hell's realm, a realm located in an unknown spatial area somewhere in our galaxy. This is the realm where we keep vile prisoners as well as beings from other galaxies. Even the eyes of those knowledgeable were pensive as they heard this, the group flying with Master Zeke as they approached an enormous red rift floating in the skies that was heavily protected by multiple nebula rank beings and a single expert at the realm of Black Hole, before being granted the titles of High Imperials and the benefits that come with it. Your task will be to bring back the heads of 5 prisoners as you learn exactly what power you will be coming across if ever you get to venture out of this galaxy. Waves of essence freely permeated as the Blessed faced this enormous red rift, seeing another set of spatial talismans appearing in front of them as they worked the same as the ones before, where this time they could crush them to be teleported out the moment they brought back the heads of 5 prisoners. The strongest of beings in the devouring hells are at the nebula realm, where any enemies higher than that have to be directly killed since they can easily break out of any devices tethering them to a realm. The most dangerous ones that you will come across are fiends, sneaky and terrible beings with immense physical prowess that can bring death to you in a second. They received warnings from Master Zeke as the prisoners in the devouring hell's realm were beings that were tethered and could not leave the realm, but they were freely spread out across it as it was a realm filled with chaos and terror. Such was their last stage of the blessed Imperial selection. Such was the place they had to find and defeat 5 prisoners in order to join the ranks of High Imperials. Enter. WA8 essence erupted out as the over 200 blessed rushed off with power, valiantly flying towards the red rift as they committed themselves and their lives to completing this trial successfully. Noah did the same as his aura felt the cold look that he was receiving from young Master Andrews behind him, a light smile on his face as he ignored this arrogant young master for the time being and looked forward to seeing this prison of a realm, as well as the creatures from other galaxies that Imperials locked in this place. The party of the Imperial Princess and her maids was the last to enter as Master Zeke looked towards them with a smiling expression while shaking his head, the last stage of the blessed Imperial selection being underway. Chapter 640. The tens of blessed appeared in the skies of a brand new space, entering the devouring hell's realm through the rift near the Imperial Citadel as they looked at the new space around them. Everything was colored by an orange hue as the stench of the dead permeated throughout, making many beings scrunch their faces as they each shot into separate directions. Others still worked in parties for the matter of safety, while some moved alone as they sought to defeat 5 prisoners before too much time passed in this realm. This was because with every passing second, their lives were in more danger as the prisoners tethered but still moving freely within would notice them. When Noah appeared in the new realm, he read all the information he could with eyes of truth, as he also began moving out, curious about the beings outside this galaxy called fiends. The skies held a tint of the orange hue, but the earth below him was scorched red as it reminded him of the infernal realm, the wide expanse of barren and lifeless mountains making for a desolate scene as he freely spread his aura out without any worries. He did not have to search for long as in just a few minutes, he sensed a fiery aura moving below him as he saw a blessed wreathed in a brown-green earthen glow facing a humanoid being with hooves for legs, enormous sickled arms hanging on each side, and taut bat wings behind their back as their entries' bodies were the vibrant color of red. Roar! This monstrous creature released a sound blast as it attacked, the blessed screen light being shattered the moment the fist of this being landed as it could not handle the pure physical strength. The blessed panicked at this show of power as he hastily pulled out his spatial talisman, activating it as he disappeared in a shower of light. The monstrous creature, or more aptly called a fiend, then turned towards the other nearest aura as its eyes locked towards Noah in the skies, its taut wings flapping as it shot towards him like a bullet train. Boom! As this creature barreled towards him, Noah marveled at the numerous information popping up in front his eyes as he learned of the beings called fiends. Ragas, a fiend from the Burning Domain galaxy. Life history, strengths, weakness, abilities, traits, habits. He read over the details of this being rapidly as he found out that even while being at the nebula rank, it was not proficient in any laws as it relied solely on pure strength. He moved aside as he evaded a scorching fist that would have shattered the defenses of a normal nebula rank being. This was one of the unique features of fiends. They were beings that had stupendous ranks and pure power at the expense of not being proficient in laws. But they made up for this huge disadvantage with their rapid progress in ranks, where even this single fiend in front of Noah had already forged hundreds of stars, and his pure strength and defenses alone could easily match a normal controller. But as with everything, they had their weaknesses. And Noah knew exactly where the weakness of this bulky defensive being lay, as the moment he evaded the fist he shot out multiple ether rays that aimed toward the back of this being where his wings erupted out. Roar! It released a painful bellow at the unexpected attack, swiping its fist behind him as Noah had already teleported in front of it, making sure there was nobody nearby watching a golden light shine out. Sword of Judgment, being cast as the other way to very easily defeat something which had high defensive and offensive power, was to simply wound its soul. Boom! Noah made quick work of the fiend as he utilized his traits and skills to take it out with ease, smiling as he felt an abundant amount of cores entering his expansive space unique to the body in this galaxy. He took out one of the cores as he continued moving across the orange-tinted skies of the devouring Hell's realm, forging more stars within his nebula as he moved. Aside from the cores, he confirmed with his own eyes as the number of skill points jumped up by a few hundred. These beings known as fiends being considered separate existences as they were from a galaxy other than the Nexus galaxy that he was currently a member of. He did not even need to use his origin conversion skill as this being gave him the full skill points, and he continued to save and stack up these skill points as he planned to use skill creation for a dominating skill in the future. He was very happy to have come into this realm, because they effectively provided him with a place where he could farm the cores of beings at the nebula rank and skill points. As he very quickly continued forging the numerous stars within his origin, it did not need to be described in countless words and fill multiple pages, but Noah continued traversing the devouring Hell's realm as he made quick work of the fiends he now knew too much about, collecting large amounts of nebula rank cores as he absorbed some while moving. The number of stars within his nebula already passing 150, one must know that the rank of nebula was a stage-defining one, with many beings remaining in this realm throughout their lifetimes and never being able to reach black hole. It was a realm that many beings spent years in as they forged numerous stars within their nebula, until they were confident enough to reduce all of it in the goal of forming a black hole. Yet at this moment, Noah was getting multiple nebula rank cores as he smoothly absorbed their essence that others worked hard to build for tens and hundreds of years, and he simply forged new stars as easy as it could be, forging in a matter of minutes what it took others years to do in this last stage of the trial. The same trial that was disqualifying many blessed as they could not withstand the destructive power of the fiends was being passed with ease when it came to him as he actually used the time to further increase his strength. In another location not too far away from Noah, another being was making even quicker work of the fiends as the Imperial Princess holding a shocking Epsilon-ranked trait watched the oncoming fist of a fiend twice her size cover the entirety of her sai, and she replied by raising her index finger, just her single finger. Boom! The fiend, towering over 4 meters in size, felt an oppressive repulsive force. The instant he neared the finger of the Imperial Princess, an inexplicable field had appeared as it pushed it back while disorganizing the essence in its body. The fiend looked towards its enormous fist that actually had its muscles and bones trembling with a confused look as it then looked toward the small finger that had stopped it, wondering if it was seeing things, but at the same time, the outraised finger of the Imperial Princess made a beckoning gesture as a dense gravitational force suddenly pulled the fiend forward, finding its body rapidly being pulled towards the princess as her finger moved towards it like a blade. Shirring, an eerie sound erupted out as the head of the powerful nebula rank fiend flew, its eyes still confused as the light faded away from its eyes, still not knowing how it fully died. A thoughtful look appeared on the terrifying being in question as she looked at her hand that was spotless, still shaking it a little as she looked towards her maids. These are the fiends from the Burning Domain galaxy that we are currently at war with? They don't seem that tough. Anna turned her head while saying these shocking words, the maids beside her shaking their heads without any answers as their thoughts ran wild. They're plenty powerful, you know? It's just that you're a monster. Even the two of them would have to put in some work to take them down while using their traits, but the Imperial Princess made things look extremely easy. Oh, did my public presence cause anything interesting to happen? She asked this as the maids Maya and Raya nodded, recalling various information on the reactions of the noble households. Well, most just have the opinion of you playing around as they continue their gossip behind closed doors, with nothing substantial happening. The only thing to have happened that might be connected to you was the actions of an insignificant young master. Raya said this as she pushed her glasses up, an illusory screen appearing in front of her as she moved data around. Oh, the veiled Imperial Princess focused on Raya with a hidden smile as the maid continued. The nobles continue to underestimate our reach, thinking we do not know what they do, So we easily collected the information that Andrews of the Light Dawn household had utilized his influence to set a prominent Nebula Realm assassin to kill the being you previously talked to in the first trial. Raya did not even know how to properly refer to Alexander, so she simply called him that being as she saw the veil of the princess move from her laughter. They tried to kill a being overflowing with confidence even in a place like the Carnage Realm? Wasn't he safe and sound as he entered the same devouring hells we are in a few hours ago? Anna's melodious voice resounded out as it contained a chilling magnetism. The two maids nodded as they recalled multiple documents, also mentioning the actions taken a few days prior when innocent Blessed faced death from the same being over a ridiculous ideal that also had to do with her. Truly vile and useless, cold words passed from her as an interested light also streaked through the eyes of the imperial princess as she thought of the being that had apparently escaped death twice, her aura spreading out as she closed her eyes and put in some effort to use her trait. What does the fool Andrews look like? She said this with closed eyes as Raya transmitted an image of the low-tier villain to the imperial princess, receiving a nod thereafter as the body of the princess began to vibrate at high speeds. Got it, I'll be right back. Boom, without another word, space shattered in the area she was in as her body turned into a streak that moved even faster than it could be seen. And who knew how many times faster than the speed of light? The imperial princess put in some effort as she made a grand move in the devouring hell's realm, leaving behind disbelieving maids that quickly tried to follow. Raya had her lips curve into a surprise as she didn't expect the imperial princess to move herself and leave them behind again, hearing a frustrated sigh from Maya as the two sisters erupted with power trying to catch up. Chapter 641, in the devouring hell's realm, over tens of blessed had given up or been killed from the terrifying power of the prisoners known as fiends. At this moment, young Master Andrews was still fuming as he moved with two lackeys in the skies of the devouring hell's realm, thinking of the forces he would put together to fully and without mistakes take care of a single trash-blessed WAA. Yet at the next moment, light flashed in front of the eyes of him and his lackeys as they were shocked to find the figure of the esteemed imperial princess appearing in front of them, the veil covering her as still as always as she pointed her fingers towards the two nebula rank blessed beside Andrews. One must know that this imperial princess had used insane speeds to traverse the large devouring hell's realm over the past few minutes as she came across multiple blessed and prisoners, and she had managed to locate the face of Andrews as she located him in no time, her fingers pointing emotionlessly to the two lackeys by his side. Crunch, a horrid gravitational force seemed to wrap around these two beings, and only these two beings as even the nearby stupefied Andrews was not affected. This gravitational force that was called upon by the use of the Epsilon-ranked vector controller seemed to ignore the ranks and power of these beings as it squeezed them from all sides, their bodies folding in on themselves as they became a mass of round flesh and bones in an instant before dropping down to the red earth. Andrews had his mouth agape as his heart pounded in terror, being close to the person he so dearly wished to be near so many times but never had the courage to do so, and yet this same person was emitting great killing intent towards him at this moment. The shock of what just happened registered in his mind as he stammered back, "Princess, VOM." Before he could even utter another word, he felt his body being overtaken by a tremendous force as he was unwillingly pulled towards a certain direction, the figure of the imperial princess silently disappearing along with him, far off in another area of the devouring hell's realm. Noah had just severed the origin of another fiend through the use of Sword of Judgment. This skill that dealt pure soul damage being extremely deadly to beings not even traversing laws as they opted for extreme physical strength and a high rank. He was about to continue searching for more as he was actually very happy with his progress, having taken down over 12 fiends so far as he always had a core in hand to continue building up his nebula. He had gained over 200 stars at this point, surpassing his other body in the Novus Galaxy as the stars mystically rotating in his nebula were numbering over 300. Aside from this blessed imperial selection granting him an identity of an imperial, he was also being taken to these amazing realms where he simply farmed cores while getting stronger. He was about to continue this laid-back adventure of taking down powerful nebula rank combatants while speedily advancing through the long and arduous nebula realm when suddenly, his defenses shot up instinctively as he felt a terrifying aura sweeping towards him at a ridiculous speed. Two beings appeared in front of him before the sound could even register, his eyes observing space creaking and folding from the path they just took as he watched with surprise eyes the appearance of a terrifying imperial princess as well as the being he had already made numerous plans for. Andrews, the young master, had his eyes shaking as he looked around him, Noah being astounded by the sheer speed that was multiple times above his own as he remembered the horrendous trait of this being. "I heard this insignificant trash had actually called for your death and the death of multiple others. This violates the values of the powerful households of the imperial citadel, so I will be using my authority as a royal of the Danicus household to bring him and everyone involved to justice. A shockingly cold voice released from Alexelius Danicus as even Noah was surprised, his mind having already conjured up numerous ways to deal with the problem of this young master and the influence he could have continued to use as he tried to kill him in the near future. He expected for this young master to continue sending nebula rank beings towards him in the future, as he planned to use that as a method of farming until he neared the rank of black hole, where he would then look for the methods to break through as he gathered more information with his identity as a high imperial. Yet now, this terrifying imperial princess had gone straight ahead with a brute method as she used her strength and authority to bring the culprit right in front of him, and before he could even say anything else, he felt her oppressive power being activated again as she pointed towards the young master. Noah's eyes shone with a red luster as, eyes of truth, were kept active to understand everything occurring in front of him. Rapid and terrifying vibrations began to emit from the body of the nebula rank being as before he could use his trait nor any of his power. His whole body seemed to be trembling as Noah watched in slow motion as the skin of this young master began to expand and burst like a bubble, his muscles and bones following thereafter as he understood somewhat what this princess carrying an epsilon ranked trait was doing. Vibration emission, one of the methods of manipulating vectors that the holder of the vector controller trait can utilize. The user can generate vibrations or cause particles to vibrate as they wish, bringing about many means of destruction when the methods are used against someone else. Through increasing the vibration rate of subatomic vectors, the user can induce many effects not limited to but including internal rupture, disintegration, burst, sonic boom generation, molecular oscillation. To counterattack vibration emission, one must have the capabilities to heal at a faster rate than the damage caused, or have a powerful enough constitution to withstand it. Eyes of Truth told him that the spectacular trait of vector controller was being used to produce vibration emissions within the body of Andrews as his very own subatomic vectors were induced to vibrate at greater and greater frequencies until he burst. Poof, a shower of gory blood erupted out as an invisible circle wrapped around it, Noah only watching in silence as this puddle of blood was then released from the circle as it fell towards the red earth. The nebula-ranked defenses of this being could not stop the oppressive power of vector controller, nor did his trait that did not even need to be mentioned. He just simply died, just like this. The low-tier villain young master that used underhanded means and murder with the justification of his infatuation with an imperial princess was actually brutally killed by the very being herself as the veiled powerhouse continued to glance towards Noah, not even giving the blood falling to the red earth a look as her voice rang out again, this time none of the coldness apparent in it. Well, with that over, I'm very curious how you managed to escape death twice, and even more interested to understand your demeanor towards me so far. The voice had changed to the sonorous tone of an interested young girl that had found a toy to play with as Noah felt cold sweat metaphorically dripping from his back, realizing he had to quickly amass new abilities and grow his power if he was so quickly coming face to face with terrifying creatures such as this. Chapter 642, In the Skies of the Devouring Hell's Realm, Noah stared at the veiled imperial princess as numerous thoughts crossed his mind. He was thinking about the terrifying ability that her trait possessed, as well as what he would have done if it was directed towards him, when it came to her using vector controller to cause a being's very own subatomic particles to vibrate at greater frequencies until they burst and became puddles of blood. He looked over the counterattacks mentioned by the Eyes of Truth as he thought about using the ability of Aura of Redemption that granted him constant healing, and all he had to do was make sure his rate of healing exceeded the rate at which his very cells imploded. Many possibilities of what he could do floated through his mind as the main point still stood: the power of this epsilon-ranked trait was terrifying. I didn't die because they simply underestimated me. As for how I act towards you, he replied to her question as a light smile hung over his face, well, it's more so due to my trait, Analyzer, that lets me know information about the things and people around me. The imperial princess's veil shifted to the right quizzically at Noah's words, her sonorous voice ringing out again with interest as if she did not just pulverize a genuine nebula realm being into a bloody mess. Your trait made you look upon the daughter of the imperial adjudicator of the Nexus Galaxy and not care about her status as you acted completely different from everyone else? It was more of a confirmational statement than a question, but Noah replied with a nod as he sensed two fierce auras that should have been this being's maids rushing over here rapidly. Yes, my trait told me that you wish me no harm, and that you were actually saddened at the fact that nobody could truthfully talk to you because of your high stature. Rumble. At these words, Noah felt the extreme coldness of this imperial princess return as her next words were filled with power. Your trait peeks into my thoughts. Her veil shone with luster as she said this, Noah raising his hands up as he replied to her quickly while cursing his memorable visage, ability and making sure, blind luck, was still active and working. No, I just get a glimpse of information about emotions and people's intentions towards me, comma. The imperial princess folded her hands in the skies as she seemed to be in thought, her bountifully blessed chest protruding even more as Noah remained calm. A few seconds passed as a tense atmosphere permeated the auras of the two powerful maids being seen by the naked eye as they rapidly made their way over with frustrated expressions. As they arrived, the tense atmosphere faded away as they heard the sweet voice of the imperial princess ring out with words that nearly made their jaws drop. Interesting. Alright, since you're the only person in my generation capable of talking to me with a straight face, you shall henceforth be my friend. The veiled Anna Alexelius Danicus said these words as more of a proclamation than even a question, her gaze locking towards the being in front of her as his next words would be extremely crucial. Noah gave a light smile as he reached his hand out, his actions signifying his agreement as the nearing shocked maids looked on to see slight hesitation in the figure of the imperial princess before he white-gloved hand reached out and grasped onto the outstretched hand. Alexander. It's nice to meet you, Imperial Princess, comma. Anna of the Danicus household that rules the Nexus Galaxy. I look forward to the surprises you're still hiding from me, friend. Two beings that had only officially met twice in their lives shook hands on this day under the watchful eyes of two maids, this single handshake being the beginning of a shocking set of events that would embroil multiple powers of the dark universe in chaos. The hours passed by as powerful blessed with unique traits completed the task of defeating 5 fiends and bringing their heads back, successfully completing the last stage of the blessed imperial selection. In this last part of the trial, slightly over half of those that entered were successful, and many were shocked to find out that a prominent young master of a powerful household of the imperial citadel had somehow faced his death in the devouring hell's realm. Another shocking event that made many nobles observe closely was the scene where the party of the imperial princess and her guardsmaids could actually be observed to be moving with an unknown blessed. Those that had seen this same scene just 2 days prior spreading this information as soon enough, the identity of the being known as Alexander King began to be talked about. At this point in time, many were just wondering exactly why this being was hanging around the imperial princess, and what authority he had to do so. I welcome the new champions. I welcome you all to the ranks of High Imperials. Oh, a bellow could be heard from Master Zeke as he counted the heads of the fiends brought forward by all the successful blessed, and he then waved his hands towards the 100-odd blessed that passed this year's blessed imperial selection, the wave of his hands causing the appearance of a green gold emblem to appear in front of their eyes. This is the imperial emblem that grants you an identity as a High Imperial, a sacred identity which comes with important duties. The humanoid birdman spoke as his white majestic wings moved in the skies, all the blessed that successfully passed the trial being teleported back to the area in front of the shimmering red rift that led to the devouring hell's realm between multiple mountain peaks as they now grasped onto their imperial emblems. There isn't going to be some grand celebration or anything like that to welcome you all as you take on the mantle of High Imperials, but there is going to be a commandment that I will repeat, and it is this commandment you all must etch inside your hearts and follow. Rumble, as High Imperials, it is your job to put your life on the line to protect our Nexus Galaxy. The task of exploring the dark universe being something that comes second, the strong voice of Master Zeke reverberated throughout the mystical mountainous region as the red rift leading to the devouring hell's realm shone menacingly behind him. Of course, to usher in the new ranks of High Imperials also means abundant rewards to foster your strength. You will find many resources in the Imperial emblem that also acts as your identity once you bind it by blood. The second reward will be something granted to every High Imperial, the access to the first 2 floors of the Imperial Library. The eyes of many being shone as they heard these words, others not being able to contain themselves as they bellowed out their happiness at arriving in this new stage. For the Nexus Galaxy, for the Imperials, vibrant waves of power released outward as around 100 new High Imperials were added to the ranks of Imperials on this day, Noah implementing himself in the organization ruling the Nexus Galaxy as he was one step closer to completing his goals in this new galaxy, the path to completing his second trait as he stayed true to its name of protagonist. The goal of taking a central role in the fate of this new galaxy began now. Chapter 643, as Noah fully assimilated himself in the imperial citadel of the Nexus Galaxy, the party being led by a Delta-ranked blessed and multiple lawmasters to check the disappearance of an exploration party finally traversed across the chaotic void and reached the location of the signal after a few days had passed. As many Imperial vessels floated in the void, stern faces and confusion were all that could be seen as the powerful Delta-ranked blessed at the realm of Black Hole spread his essence throughout, but affirmed what everyone was seeing with a grim face. It was the fact that there was nothing in the area that released the signal. This meant that the advance party of Imperials were most likely taken down by a moving entity, which led to the assertion that they were just unlucky enough to have run across a powerful dweller of the void that had a horrible temperament. Head back. The lead Delta-ranked blessed who was in the realm of Black Hole said these words as the many Imperial vessels began to turn back. His gaze staying at the location of the void where the signal came a bit longer as he noticed a peculiarity that he did not know how to explain. The chaotic void around where the signal should have been was particularly unstable, as if a huge change had occurred here recently to make it so. But no conclusions could be drawn from it as the second party sent to check the signal, which was released from the Novice Galaxy, turned around. This incident would be attributed to the wrath of a fearsome entity, and that would be enough to successfully close this chapter, as information about this signal would all be archived away in the near future. In the Grand Nexus Galaxy, a wide array of realms and worlds peacefully stayed within. All of these realms and worlds were in a period of peace and conquest as they were unified under the rule of the Imperials residing in the Bright Gold Monarchy realm. This realm had the name Bright Gold Monarchy because it was founded by a being known as Golden Monarch Brightgold, though currently, the ones ruling the central lands of this realm and residing in the Imperial Citadel were the nobles of the Danicus household, with the one known as the Imperial Adjudicator at the lead. The Danicus household ruled with an iron fist, as much of the success of the Nexus Galaxy could attribute it on a whole to this powerful family, the prosperity many beings were seeing today coming from their conquests and actions. This household was also the one to call themselves Imperials, with different ranks of this name given out to different beings depending on their power. At the lowest rank, you had the nobles who could freely claim the singular Imperial title. Above it, you had those who could traverse the stars and galaxies, the High Imperials. After High Imperials, you had the esteemed Imperial Lords who managed different regions of the Nexus Galaxy, and above them you had the Imperial rulers that controlled the forces sent through the Universal Rift as well as command posts on other galaxies. Standing above all these Imperials was the singular Imperial Adjudicator himself, the Golden Conqueror that resided in the Imperial Citadel. In the Imperial Citadel that served as a command station for many of the things happening around the Nexus Galaxy, one would almost always hear about the most famous establishment aside from the unique Imperial Thunderdomes. It was the location where many beings sought knowledge, the Imperial Library. This Imperial Library was open to very few beings, and it was restricted only to those holding the title of Imperials. The first and second floors of this vast Imperial Library could be accessed by High Imperials, with the lowest rank of Imperials only being able to access the first floor. Only Imperial Lords could access the mysterious third floor, and only Imperial rulers had access to the fourth floor. At this moment, the Imperial Library was receiving an influx of new beings all at once, as slightly over 100 new High Imperials were crowned on this day, many of them rushing towards the Imperial Library after they ascertained their treasures in the Imperial emblems. This was because in the Imperial Library, aside from the vast knowledge about the Nexus Galaxy and the forces surrounding it, one could also find powerful inheritances of universal laws and even techniques left behind by the powerful combatants of the past era. The truly smart blessed knew to also try their hand in mastering laws, with the true elites being the Imperials who could utilize traits as well as wield the power of the universal laws. At this moment, Noah was standing in front of the ridiculously huge entrance of the Imperial Library, coming here with the same goal as the many others that had already rushed in. Many beings can stumble to learn the universal laws simply based on their talent, but if they have the guidance of techniques, they will comprehend and assimilate laws at rapid speeds. The voice of the melodious Imperial Princess rang out beside Noah as she was flanked on both sides by the powerful maids Maya and Raya. This bored princess that had found a single friend she could talk to in her generation made it so that the four of them came to this Imperial Library together, much of her veiled gaze on Noah as she tried to probe this being that somehow drew great interest from her. Noah nodded at the words of the princess as he looked at the two maids who were still staring at him suspiciously, as if they were trying to find whatever means he had hiddenly used to capture the attention of their esteemed princess. He looked towards the princess as he spoke. I know the Imperial Library holds vast knowledge and techniques, but which floor might the truly powerful law techniques be held at? The eyes of the Imperial Princess twinkled as she replied while taking steps Towards the Imperial Library, on the first floor, you have the techniques of the normal universal laws with millions of books containing knowledge of the Nexus Galaxy. On the second floor, you will find the techniques of the supreme laws and knowledge of other galaxies. And it is only until the third floor that you come across techniques for ultimate laws. Chapter 644, Ultimate Laws, laws that even his own galaxy did not have the techniques to cultivate, but this Nexus Galaxy that had lived for countless eons held it. Noah listened to the words of the Imperial Princess as he nearly sighed, repeating the fact that ultimate laws were located in the third floor, and his title as a High Imperial at this moment only allowed him to access up to the second floor. The Imperial Princess noticed his forlorn expression as he stared up the Imperial Library, her voice ringing out in a surprised manner. "You're already trying to jump to ultimate laws? You have access to the floors that hold the techniques of all other laws up to supreme. You should even find great techniques for your comprehension in the law of ether there." Noah nodded at her words as he seemed to be thinking of something else. "Well, you see, I always wanted to learn an ultimate law since I am such a genius in lower tier laws. Now that I'm here, I can't help but feel like it is within my reach but still so far away." A slight laugh escaped from the Imperial Princess as she shook her head while staring at the man who seemed to have missed out on a huge treasure right in front of his eyes, his words speaking about himself like some kind of a genius that could easily comprehend laws. The maids Maya and Raya looked towards him with slight contempt as they thought he was showing off again. "Humph, wanting to embark on an ultimate law when you haven't even mastered normal or supreme ones? He's definitely a boaster. It won't be so easy for you to show off in front of the princess. A genius in laws?" The thoughts of the two sisters were in sync as they looked at each other, shocking words coming out of the mouth of the Imperial Princess soon after. "Well, if you were so curious about ultimate laws and are the genius you say you are, I can grant access to the third floor for you just once." Noah's eyes opened wide as he looked towards the veiled figure that he could distinctly feel was smiling with an expression of challenge. It seemed she was curious to see if he was just talking big about wanting to learn ultimate laws. And she would even use her status to grant him access so could see exactly what he was made of. "If things were really like that, I'll owe you a favor if you can make something like that happen, princess." His eyes twinkled as the veiled figure nodded, the two maids shaking their heads full of complaints as they knew not to speak out once their princess had made her mind. Without minding the gazes of the many beings around them, they ascended up the steps of the Grand Imperial Library. As its golden arched doors were wide open, a thin film of transparent white light being the only thing present, Noah's new Imperial emblem shone as he neared and passed through the barrier into the first floor of the library with no problems. Following the leading Imperial Princess and her maids forward as his eyes looked around him, all around him, rows and rows of bookshelves could be seen as he could not even ascertain their numbers. Far off in the distance of this first floor, he could notice a glimmering blue portal surrounded by multiple Imperial guards. The inheritances of normal laws can be found once you go through that protected blue portal, the same thing being present on the upper floors, Maya explained with a cold voice as instead of staying on the first floor, the four of them had begun taking the spiral stairway leading to the second floor. A similar scene as the first floor repeated as Noah saw the essence of space vibrantly permeating through this floor. Its size somehow expanded to be even larger than the first floor as it nearly doubled in size even though it did not look like it from the outside. This second floor should have been the last place he could access, or one would come across supreme laws. But he had the powerful Imperial Princess leading the way as her very presence caused murmurs to spread out in the quiet library, many people committing the figure of Noah who was accompanying her to their memory as they planned to find out who he was. The four of them came upon the spiral stairway leading to the third floor as Noah saw it was protected by a single blessed, this protector having a vibrant aura at the realm of black hole as he blocked the way towards the third floor where only Imperial lords could access. He saw the Imperial Princess that came ever so closer to him as his eyes shook, standing aside quickly as he bowed, but his aura also locked towards Noah at the same time. "Princess," his gaze was questioning as he glanced towards Noah, the Imperial Princess waving her hands as a cold voice rang out from her, "Librarian Sean. This is my guest, and will be allowed access just this once." Her words came out cold and domineering, seeming more like a command to this expert at the realm of black hole as Librarian Sean nodded while bowing even deeper. The barrier that only Imperial lords could cross using their emblems opened up in front of Noah at this time as he and the three women made their way to the third floor. Shocked gasps and envy could be seen in the eyes of many as they watched this scene, the information systems of many nobles being put in play on this night as they all went to figure out the identity of the being taken to the third floor of the Imperial Library by the princess. Majestic and ancient were the only words to describe the third floor, being nearly empty as Noah could not sense a single soul on it. It did not even have any guards stationed at the glimmering portals that shone with a pure green and oppressive dark luster, each of the two portals signifying a different ultimate law as they lay on opposing sides of the floor. I don't want to make my old man angry, so I'll only give you a chance for one or the other. Death or life, what will it be? The voice of the Imperial Princess rang out sonorously as her veiled figure turned towards Noah, nobody being able to see the expectant eyes under this veil that wondered what surprise this being would have in store for them. If his words were just lies and he was just boasting in front of her this entire time, she would be very disappointed as she very quickly cut off her connection with this being. But her eyes were expectant because this person's figure seemed to have an unbounded sense of confidence that simply could not be faked. As the eyes of the maids and the Imperial Princess honed in on him, Noah turned his face towards the vibrant green and the intense dark portal that led to two different ultimate laws. Life or death, which would it be? Chapter 645. The choice was made in an instant as Noah thought about himself and his situation, choosing the ultimate law of life right away. When it came to defense or offense in this new galaxy with filled monsters and the unexplored dark universe filled with even more terrifying entities, he would choose the option that would increase his defenses and grant more means of protection first before he did anything else. Thus, his face turned to the right where a vibrant green portal law, the Imperial Princess smiling as she led the way there. She was really curious, was Alexander really the genius he said he was? They passed the rows of ancient and tightly bound books as they soon came upon the unprotected portal. The princess and her maids leading the way as they stepped into it right away with Noah following behind. The scene in front of him changed instantly as he found himself in a unique spatial area, looking around him to see that even though they still seemed to be on the third floor of the Imperial Library, they were in a separate space that still showed their surroundings in a transparent manner. This is a different layer of space, but it is still within the third floor of the library. It's why that you can still observe the books outside of here, but what you want is right ahead. The Imperial Princess and her maids looked toward the center of this circular spatial space they were in as Noah's eyes also landed on a grand pedestal that was brimming with essence. This pedestal looked extremely archaic and ancient, with green and brown runic markings swirling around it as Noah breathed in deeply to take in a refreshing air of life. He already felt his very muscles and bones rejuvenated as he just smelled the essence that this archaic pedestal released. And on top of this pedestal one could observe a floating green gem. This was the inheritance that taught one how to cultivate in the ultimate law of life. Noah walked towards it alone as the maids Raya and Maya pulled the sleeves of the Imperial Princess, Maya whispering in her ears as they carefully watched the being in front of them. Princess, what if you finally see he's just a show-off and your father gets angry for bringing a nobody to a place only Imperial lords are allowed in? Maya tried to word the question as best as she could, even though it still came out as an insult, the princess laughing lightly as she didn't seem bothered by it. We're already here, so we might as well just see how it turns out. Thus, the three of them watched as a single young man went forward and touched the inheritance holding techniques to traverse the ultimate law of life, a bright green light shining out instantly thereafter. Rumble. Noah felt the flow of knowledge as he accepted this grand inheritance, an inheritance that stood above laws like fate or chaos as it stood at a higher level. Numerous knowledge on the construction of skills through the use of mana entered his mind as they were classified into normal or part of an absolute skill. But his mind at this moment focused on the technique that taught one how to comprehend the law of life, on a technique that would have been similar to Disciple of Fire or Water, or Fate's Disciple, but this one did not have any of those names, and it was termed in its own way as Noah saw the words, the doctrine of life, the doctrine of life. Across the eons of time and space, there are few true wonders permeating throughout. This doctrine is among the few wonders existing in the vicissitudes of time, one that teaches the user about a single thing, life. With this technique, the user can begin comprehending the ultimate law of life as a primeval tree buds from their very origin. Rumble, the shocking skill fully solidified in his mind as he put aside all the other skills that came with the inheritance, dropping to the floor as he took a seating position and looked to activate the skill right away. This was because the moment the knowledge of it came to his mind, his very origin began to throne with longing. A longing so deep that it overcame every other thought as it only told Noah to do one thing: start on the path of the law of life. His mana nearly went into overdrive as he let it freely flow into the construction of the doctrine of life, activating the skill for the first time as a deep green hue began to emulate from his body. This green hue began to get brighter and brighter as the time passed, putting a stark contrast on the jaws of two maids that nearly dropped to the floor, as well as the veiled Imperial Princess that one could not see the expression of. But shock had begun to enter their hearts as at this moment, they felt the appearance of a shockingly potent aura of life emanating from the being seated in a lotus position in front of them, and this aura only became stronger and stronger as the seconds passed. But this rapidly expanding green aura was the least fantastical thing, as the most resplendent sight was occurring within Noah's very out origin. At Noah's very core, one could see a floating blue-gold nebula that was his origin, and it was surrounded by two other nebulae that represented the 100% comprehension of the laws of fire and water. As well as the vibrant origin cores of Earth, air, light, and dark, in the very middle of his origin nebula where over 300 stars now peacefully made their rotations, one would be able to see at this moment the appearance and the budding of a seed. A seed had appeared a second after Noah activated the doctrine of life, and the enormous influx of essence caused it to bloom a second later as Noah could now see a sprout that was gradually getting bigger until 3 branches came out, the unfolding of 3 leaves happening at this moment as the shocking aura of green he released shot through the fucking roof. Rumble. Chapter 646. Maya and Raya were watching with disbelief as the aura that was growing bigger and bigger from Alexander decided to go completely insane, forming into a column of green light as it thundered forth from the isolated space they were in and appeared outside on the 3rd floor of the Imperial Library, and it then only became more powerful and oppressive as it shot above this floor and continued to go ever higher, the unique phenomenon overtaking the entirety of the Imperial Library. On the 2nd floor, the Imperial Guard at the realm of Black Hole felt this quaking aura above them as his face turned serious, the immensity of ultimate laws being one of the few things capable of making experts such as these serious. This expert and many other beings in the Imperial Library turned their faces towards one direction as the vibrant column of green light only continued to get bigger, the gold-white Imperial Library becoming tinged green as it lit up brightly. In the isolated space itself where Noah sat down peacefully, he observed the sprout that was budding from his nebula as he sought his own mana flooding into it, but the essence of all the 6 law origins he also had with him were all flowing towards this sprout that signified his progress in the law of life thus far. 6 different law origins were bending to the law of life as they gave their own essence to make the sprout prosper, Noah noticing more branches appearing from the sprout with every second as it went from 3 leaves to 6. And then from 6 to 12, every time that a new leaf bloomed, it released with it a green light that permeated all across Noah's body, his very cells drinking up the energy of this ultimate law as his body could not help but tremble in joy at the experience of it. The trembling of his body only signified one thing: it wanted more, and so Noah delivered as essence continued to flood towards the doctrine of life, his eyes observing the sprout that had begun spreading its roots throughout his origin bud with more and more leaves as it expanded in size. Thick roots that shone with a unique power furled themselves all around the stars of his nebula, creating for a shocking imagery as the more he kept the doctrine of life active, the more these roots spread out while the tree grew ever larger, its leaves becoming abundant. When he reached 384 leaves on this resplendent tree, he felt the waves of green essence released from the budding tree more than double as the green light he released became even more intense. This green light essence that stemmed from the source of the law of life actually undergoing a form of positive feedback loop with the 6 law origins within his body as there was a cycling of energy that just caused a larger and larger reaction. When the leaves came to be 1536, the party of Imperial Princess and her 2 maids had gaping mouths as from their point of view, they could observe the faint illusory image of an ancient primeval tree present on Alexander's chest. This tree vibrantly shining with his every heartbeat as it released an even grander luminescent light to the surroundings. In Noah's very own nebula, he could also see the appearance of this mystical tree that was fully taking root in the middle of the swirling nebula, vibrant green leaves that released lush essence which changed his body from inside out, continuing to release nonsensically. This essence of life itself was being drunk by his body so much that he even unconsciously released it outward. The 3 women standing a distance away breathing in deep breaths as the smell of something wondrous touched their noses. Thump, the primeval tree beat in conjunction with his heart as he felt himself getting stronger with every beat. Where he knew that purely from his physical strength alone, he was over 5 times stronger than just a few minutes ago. But the more shocking thing was the essence of life itself that was so pleasurable that it made him want to scream out. This was an ultimate law. This was the law of life. Ah, small success in an ultimate law. Raya couldn't help but mutter the shocking words. These 3 girls being witness to a being that embarked on an ultimate law and achieved a small success in it in a matter of minutes. In the Nexus Galaxy and in the grander dark universe, the comprehension of laws was referred to in stages, where one would go from having non-existent comprehension in a law to the stage of small success, and then step into large success before finally achieving completion. At this point, as Raya mentioned small success, it was actually Noah hitting the 3% mark of the ultimate law of life in a matter of minutes. He would be considered at the stage of small success until he reached 49%, where stepping above half of a law's comprehension and gaining in authority meant that one was at the large success stage of this law. Thump, With every beat of his heart, they saw the illusory tree on. Alexander's chest pulsed out with energy, the disturbance in the Imperial Library only continuing as Maya reeled in her shock while glancing around them. Princess, this is causing too much of a commotion. The shock and awe gradually calmed as they fully grasped what was happening, the Imperial Princess shaking her head in wonder as she observed the being that should have been seated on the floor begin to be raised up by the green essence in a show of grandeur, one last blast of green light erupting out grandiosely before his body was returned to the floor, the illusory green tree present on his chest also fading away slowly at this time. It was then that Alexander opened his eyes. That shone with a bright hue, capturing the three girls' eyes as they locked onto him with disbelief. He looked around the fading green light around him as he actually shook his head in disappointment. His eyes staring at an invisible panel that showed his progression in the law of life had hit 5% before the initial burst of comprehension that came with all laws died down. He shook his head in disappointment as he knew it would be arduous to raise this percentage from now on, but the three girls only looked at this scene with even more shock as his next words nearly made them want to strangle him. It seems my talent in cultivating this ultimate law is only so, Your Highness. Rumble, you, Maya had to reel in her words as in the figures of the three women, power nearly erupted out to strangle this arrogant being in front of them as numerous thoughts swirled through their minds. Your talent is so. If your talent is so, then everyone else's talent is trash. Clear and languid laughter broke out of the Imperial Princess as her gaze focused even more around Alexander, an unknown light coursing through her eyes as they looked up around them and tore through the layers of walls around the Imperial Library, her eyes coming to observe the figures of multiple beings that floated around the Imperial Library with careful expressions and bodies that shone with star-shattering power. You've brought me trouble, Alexander King. Her sonorous voice rang out as Noah got to his feet and also felt the auras surrounding them, noticing the appearance of numerous experts at the realm of Black Hole carefully surrounding the Imperial Library. Each of them releasing a pressure that made their very surroundings quake as all their eyes were focused on the isolated space located on the third floor they were in. Now, what are we to do about this? Chapter 647. From the Imperial Library, a rumbling essence came out as librarian Sean, the one who had granted access to Alexander and watched as he went up to the third floor with the Imperial Princess, came out to meet the auras of multiple Black Hole realm experts who were stationed in the Imperial Citadels. Generals, it's nothing major. Just the Imperial Princess and her people exploring universal laws. Librarian Sean's expression was awkward as he rubbed his temples while speaking out to them, his words making all of them having a change of expressions as one laughed jovially while coming closer. The princess is playing around again? And what do you mean exploring universal laws? That was someone gaining small success in an ultimate law. A brute man with a ferocious scar running down diagonally across his face came forward with wild essence as he spoke. General Zayden, I'm just as surprised as you are. Librarian Sean had begun speaking with a light smile, but he had to stop halfway as behind them, they sensed three powerful auras they were familiar with, as well as an extra aura that pulsed with extreme vibrancy and life, still fresh from the first cultivation session of the Doctrine of Life. Noah came out of the Imperial Library with the party of the princess as he stared with shining eyes at the multiple experts in the realm of Black Hole floating in the skies. At their appearance though, these shockingly powerful beings had wide smiles on their faces as they bowed, each of them calling out respectfully to the Imperial Princess in front of them, Princess, Your Highness, Little Anna. One particularly boisterous shout rang out from the expert with a huge scar running down his face, General Zayden floating closer to them as he looked at the veiled princess up and down, and then gave a dangerous glare to Noah's figure which still shone with a green luster. Uncle Zayden. I'm not so little anymore. Noah nearly did a double take as he heard the voice of a shy girl come out of the terrifying veiled figure of the Imperial Princess, causing laughter to ring out among the groups of experts as many beings around the Imperial Library shockingly looked to the skies. You will always be the little girl who gave a beating to a Nebula Realm expert when she was just 15 to me. Now, who is this being that is causing such a commotion, and what is he doing near my Anna? Rumble, the sharp aura of an expert at the realm of Black Hole bubbled forth as Noah unconsciously felt the primeval tree stabilizing within his nebula pulse, green energy bouncing off of him as he repelled nearly all of this pressure. Uncle Zayden, stop it, he's a friend of mine who was slightly good in comprehending laws, so I let him test himself with an ultimate law. The sonorous voice of the Imperial Princess rang out as the many experts around them shook their heads with disbelieving smiles. Slightly good in comprehending laws? You let him try an ultimate law first? Still. He does not have an identity as an Imperial Lord. Little Anna, do you know how hard I worked to achieve that? Your father might ground you again for breaking more of his rules. General Zayden pulled back his aura as he said this to Anna, waving his hands towards the other 6 experts at the realm of Black Hole as they each bowed towards the princess as they began to fade away. But not before giving one last look at Noah as they burned his image into their memories. Don't worry, uncle, I'll talk to daddy and explain everything. Anna seemed to have a mischievous smile behind her veil as the powerful scarred General Zayden nodded while shaking his head, turning his attention towards Noah as he spoke seriously. You have great talent in the laws to be able to gain small success in the law of life on your first cultivation session. Life law masters are extremely rare, and you will be heavily sought after for your ability to endow areas after you obtain your authority. Come to the sanctuary of the Watchers whenever you break into the realm of Black Hole or gain more achievements in this law in order for you to take on the test to become an Imperial Lord. The voice of the general was filled with power as Noah seriously nodded while voicing out, I'll be sure to do so when I am ready, General Zayden. The general nodded at Noah's words as he turned to Princess and completely changed his demeanor, patting her head as his body also began to fade away. Try not to cause any more commotions, little Anna. The voice was filled with love and care as he faded away. The veiled Imperial Princess nodded as she watched the expert disappear, still keeping her shy demeanor until the general left. Noah breathed out silently as he saw the figures of powerful experts of the realm of Black Hole come and go, but his breath had to come to a stop as he heard a telepathic message from the same disappearing general that was extremely cold and domineering. No matter what genius you are, I better not hear about you touching a single hair on little Anna's body. Rumble. The voice was perceptible only to him as the auras of powerful experts all but disappeared, the size of the 2 maids being heard behind them as the princess turned towards Noah and spoke with none of the shyness she showed to the powerful general she called uncle. HIA. You've benefited a lot while nearly getting me in trouble, Alexander. Noah heard this sonorous voice, filled with power as he smiled and replied. I told you that I would owe you a favor, and I'll be sure to honor it. I know you're anxious to continue looking at the techniques you received from the inheritance, so I won't keep you for long. I'll be returning to the castle to make sure my old man doesn't rescind my freedom again. The veiled Anna looked towards Maya and Raya as they each nodded while giving careful looks to Noah, the 2 of them having been surprised by him too many times in the past few days. Anna placed her hands on the 2 maids as Noah could feel her mischievous eyes lock with his behind the veil, the area they were in beginning to vibrate rapidly as this princess was about to take off along with her maids. I'll be sure to put such an interesting genius like you to use soon enough to reclaim that favor. Hold on to this and wait for my call. Boom. Noah only heard a sonic boom as the 3 figures in front of him disappeared, his hand grabbing onto a glimmering green gold medallion the princess had left behind before she streaked away. Like this, the commotion that played out in the Imperial Library, which caused multiple experts at the realm of Black Hole to come check out, resolved itself, leaving Noah some time to himself as he expectantly looked towards the abilities contained in the inheritance of the law of life, as well as he himself checking out the primeval tree that was taking root within his nebula. Chapter 648, on top of the doctrine of life, the inheritance he received from the 3rd floor of Imperial Library included numerous other skills that were being classified into a skill tree and an absolute skill in his stat panel. His eyes shone with ever-increasing brilliance as he teleported away from the skies near the Imperial Library and appeared in the mountains where Master Zeke had led them through to go towards the devouring Hell's Rift, hiding his aura and body as he went down towards the thick trees abundant with greenery all around them. He couldn't help but release a comfortable breath as he came in contact with the abundant vegetation of the mountain he went down in, his newly gained essence of life brimming as the grasses around him became greener and flowers bloomed not too far away. He felt the vibrant life force around him as his eyes glanced at the other skills that came with the techniques of the law of life. Starting with the absolute skill, Life's Apostle, an absolute skill utilized by a being proficient in the ultimate law of life. Abilities include Life Essence Endowment, Law Resonance and Enhancement, Ultra Speed Regeneration, Lifelink, and Origin Repair. A set of gorgeous abilities contained in an absolute skill laid out in front of his eyes as he went through their details with much enthusiasm. Ultra Speed Regeneration was fairly straightforward, granting the user the capability to rapidly heal and regenerate at the expense of life essence, with the effect only becoming more monstrous the more of the law of life one comprehended. Law Resonance and Enhancement was another unique one that explained why the primeval tree within his origin caused a reaction with the origins of other laws. This ability actually showing the supremacy of an ultimate law, Law Resonance and Enhancement. An ultimate law stands above all those underneath it, where the being who cultivates it becomes able to traverse through all lesser laws with great speed. 500% to universal law comprehension and assimilation, 500% to the abilities and effectiveness of all lesser laws. The skill is currently being enhanced by the life ability under the primeval tree of Old Yggdrasil, a great boost, and one that simply made Noah even more terrifying as he saw the rate at which his fire and water spun increased even more, with the other origins of laws also increasing at a more rapid rate. There was also the sentence in parenthesis that explained how the enormous boosts of the ability were coming from the skill tree that Noah had not viewed fully yet, but had simply dumped all the required skill points into as whatever effects it had were being fully given out even at this moment. But he would fully go over this new skill tree with the shocking name of Primeval Tree of Old Yggdrasil later, as he would first focus on the abilities under the absolute skill. Next up was the ability of Origin Repair, that was even more straightforward as it gave a being comprehending the law of life the capability to repair origins. Such a thing was extremely rare, and life law masters were a rare class that was much wanted in all factions. Noah thought about a certain old man in the novice galaxy as he looked at the descriptions of Origin Repair. But his eyes moved to the last two abilities that just seemed to shine more than any others. Life Essence Endowment. The user can utilize their comprehension in the law of life to release endowment over a certain area, being able to cause the revitalization and enhancement of this area as all beings within it experience the vibrant essence of life. The ability can only be utilized over areas that the user has control of. An endowed area gains the boosts of 1000% increased atmospheric essence, 500% increased universal law essence, 500% increased universal laws comprehension, and 100% increased life force for all creatures residing in this area after a certain amount of time. The skill is currently being enhanced by the life ability under the Primeval Tree of Old Yggdrasil skill tree, Life Link. The user can connect their life essence with another being of a similar existence. Once linked, they are able to expand their individual strengths and draw them together in a union, allowing them to achieve untold power. The skill is currently being enhanced by the life ability under the Primeval Tree of Old Yggdrasil skill tree. Life Link was something unique that might have a use in the future, but Life Essence Endowment was the thing that made Noah's eyes tremble with power as he thought of the possibilities. The Atmospheric Essence Boost, the Universal Law Essence Boost in Comprehension, the increase in life force. It all showed boundless possibilities with far-reaching effects depending on how it was used. But whatever possibilities he thought of in the Nexus Galaxy, he could not carry them out here as from the details of Life Essence Endowment that granted enormous boosts to an endowed area. He could only use this skill on an area that was considered under his control, so he could not do anything in the Nexus Galaxy, but his other body in the Novice Galaxy. In the Novice Galaxy, a star shaking green light just recently died down as his body in the Infinite Realm just finished cultivating using the doctrine of life and establishing his own primeval tree within his origin. Feeling the abundant strength as he teleported above the infinite realm while thinking about the newly gained Life Essence Endowment, he could utilize this skill on a world or realm he was connected to, but why stop there? His eyes were shining with a gold-green luster as an idea took root in his mind, sending a shocking message to the core of the Novice Galaxy thereafter. With my connection to the infinite realm and the realm's connection to you, can the Novice Galaxy be considered something under my control, in a sense? You ought to try. The core of the Novice Galaxy already knew of the abilities Noah had received from the Life's Apostle Absolute skill, and saw the grandness and craziness in Noah wanting to try on something that was simply too massive. Any other being that learned the techniques of the law of life and could utilize Life Essence Endowment would most likely be able to use this technique over a small specified area the size of a room, or at most a house, as such a skill used enormous amounts of essence to put in practice. Even General Zayden, the black hole expert who came when Noah caused the commotion in the Imperial Library, told him that he would be sought after for the ability to endow area after he reached authority in the law of life, which meant that the span of an area that Lifelaw Masters could endow must have been extremely minuscule, and was only at a decent level after they passed the 50% mark in the law of life that they could utilize the skill proficiently. It was a skill that granted ridiculous boosts to the endowed area, and thus its cost was also naturally just as high. Yet Noah did not want to try out this skill over an area the size of a house or even a football field, or even a world or a realm at that. He wanted to cast Life Essence Endowment over an entire galaxy. It would normally be an impossible thing, but with infinite mana, what is to stop you? A rumble, raging waves of fate and chaos erupted out just from the daring thought of this. Noah's figure disappearing from the infinite realm as he teleported to the area in the Latalis expanse that Aldrich had shattered some time ago, His eyes couldn't hold in his excitement as golden green lights vibrantly shone from them. His body being enveloped in the essence of a grand controller as he stepped into the boundary of the novice galaxy and went outside of it. His body felt the pervading darkness and terrifying might of the chaotic void for the first time as he stepped out, the essence of a grand controller protecting him with ease as he turned around to observe a barely discernible barrier of an entire galaxy. His hands lay on this barrier of the novice galaxy as he was about to do something wild, something that nobody else in the dark universe ever thought of doing, something that even the most powerful beings who delved into the law of life could not do. This was because multiple strict conditions were required to do it. And Noah met all of them. To be in control of the area he wanted to apply the shocking skill to? Check. To have the mana required to carry it out? Check. To cast a skill capable of affecting an entire galaxy? Big FUCK and G check, he could do it, and so he did. With his hands placed on the boundary of the novice galaxy, he called out simply as a smile erupted on his face, a shockingly luminous light beginning to shine out in the chaotic void. Life Essence Endowment. A single skill, a burst of glimmering green light, the rest is history. RUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUU chaotic void where the novice galaxy lay, intense vibrations were quaking out as an aura of immensity came to fruition. It wasn't an aura of a powerful being or an attack, but the pure aura of mana that was just being used in obscene amounts. With the successful activation of the Life Essence Endowment ability as all its conditions were met, a pure and blinding green light had begun to permeate from the boundary where Noah laid his hands as it began to spread out rapidly, inside his very origin where a primeval tree had taken root. His nebulae was trembling as the immense amount of mana coursed through it and into the tree, and this tree was shooting off the enormous amounts of life essence required to bring the Life Essence Endowment ability to full fruition over its target that was an entire galaxy. To make this possible, a ridiculous amount of life essence was required, and the primeval tree budding in Noah's nebula was only at the stage of 5% comprehension in the law of life, and had not grown to a stage where it could freely release such vast amounts of life essence in such a short period of time. Yet it was being forced to do so as the primeval tree took the endless mana from Noah's nebula and did something it normally would not do. It directly converted his mana into life essence as the ancient tree simply acted like a funnel, taking in one form of energy and converting it another. Normally, one would have to absorb the essence of their surroundings, which was the essence of the universe. In order for this to be converted into the essence of a law as one gained more and more comprehension. One could even progress faster in a law if they were in a location dense with that law's particles, similar to the law spaces present in Noah's infinite realm. This was why Noah could not simply use his endless mana and pump it into a particular law until it reached 100% comprehension, as that was not how one could traverse through the laws. The essence of the surrounding universe was required, and this was why they were called universal laws. Yet at this moment, the amount of essence required to carry out the Life Essence Endowment could simply not be absorbed enough from the surrounding space. And as the ancient tree simply had not grown enough to have the reserves of life essence to carry out the skill at this moment, it had to take the next available source of energy, which was Noah's own mana, as it endlessly pumped out life essence to bring to fruition the skill that met all of its requirements. This caused for a shocking scene that should not have been possible, whereas the ancient tree pulsed and released more and more essence, its branches became even thicker and more numerous as resplendent leaves grew, each one only making the release of life essence faster. As in Noah's stat panel, one could shockingly observe the percentage of mastery in the law of life rising at a visible rate every second. 5%, 6%, 5%. The surrounding chaotic void quaked as the essence nearby rushed towards Noah and into the primeval tree, but it made a very low percentage as his mana went to provide more than 95% of what was required. A magisterial occurrence was happening at this moment as the ecstatic light of life fully erupted out with wild abandon, being fueled by endless mana as it went on to cover an entire galaxy. In a region unknown light years away, an entity was floating near an extremely dangerous area in the chaotic void that held horrendous gravitational forces which would easily tear apart the defense of being multiple levels above the nebula rank. This entity was actually floating next to an enormous black hole as his gigantic figure seemed smaller than a grain of sand. A black hole so large that it was a few thousand light years in size. To understand the sheer grandness of this, one must recall that 1 light year was 6 trillion miles. A small galaxy could range at about a radius of a few thousand light years to tens of thousands of light years or even more, and there were actually numerous black holes within any galaxy you came across. This could be a lesson to some, but there were varying numbers and sizes of black holes in every galaxy, with many stellar black holes being very difficult to even detect. Yet this black hole that covered the site of this entity neared the size of a few thousand light years. That was a few thousand light years times 6 trillion just to understand this in terms of miles. Such a sizable black hole would have been enough to release a shocking gravitational force that would have sucked in anything entering its fringes, yet a unique power seemed to exist that caused the terrifying effects of this black hole to only reach a few million miles away, its fearsome force actually not expanding thereafter. Only when one entered its peripheries would they feel its terrifying force. Even this entity with his extremely large stature was extremely minuscule in front of this black hole, yet his body and soul were not ruptured or destroyed by the terrifying forces being released from it as he entered its range. He was ever so slowly using his essence to get closer into the black hole while also trying not to be completely absorbed and turned to dust by it. His gaze actually locked onto a glistening red page that seemed to be ignoring the horrendous forces of the black hole and was floating peacefully in its periphery. The entity was risking his life as his face seemed extremely annoyed at the location that this shocking page, this page from the Book of Ruination, chose to hide it. He had already been trying to go towards it for the past days. The current page he held leading him to this location as he got ready to obtain 2 pages from the Book of Ruination. Yet at this point, this shocking entity had to come to a stop as he looked towards a certain region, his head turning back as he seemed to barely glimpse the instantaneous shine of a brilliant green light. His interest was piqued as he had lived for many years in the chaotic void, and he knew what a light such as that blinking from such vast distances in the chaotic void meant. Which fool is using such a large amount of mana right now? The shocking question was more to himself as he wondered. The flash of light he observed being something that would only come about from a powerful entity utilizing a terrible skill which could be a final attack to release a force strong enough to obliterate a galaxy without even going inside it to search for its vulnerable core. Did one of those puny galactic rulers overstep their boundaries and anger an entity capable of freely releasing their essence like this? The entity was curious about this light as he saw it fading away, or he knew that if he chose to follow it at this moment, he would be able to observe the shocking scene of its origin. But he was so close to another page from the Book of Ruination as he shook his head and spoke in a somber tone. Oh well, no matter. Whatever galaxy rises and falls is of no consequence, being something that has happened countless times over the eons. What truly matters is strength, and the tools of ruination, that is strength. Rumble. His body shone with a unique luster as he proceeded forward, his eyes focused once more on the glimmering page floating innocently not too far from him. The light that this entity had observed was clear in his eyes because he was actually not too many light years away, or he was actually in a unique position of being able to follow the source of the light to its origin. It just so happened that other entities like it also observed this light, but it was even more brief for them as they were a countless number of light years away, and even if they wanted to follow it to its source, they couldn't. But each of the entities reacted in their own ways as they wondered just which entity was so freely using such large amounts of mana that would cause for the light of whatever ability they used to flash countless light years away. This would forever remain a question to them, and in the future, some would even greatly regret that they had not done all they could to check the source of this light on this fateful day. Chapter 650. Throughout the Novice Galaxy, waves of immense essence were spreading out wildly as they permeated through every planet and realm, through every crevice and hole. Waves of immense green light would wash over the expansive areas, as what followed thereafter was an abundant emergence of essence as the atmospheric essence, universal law essence, universal law's comprehension, and the life force for all creatures residing in the Novice Galaxy were all increased heavily in the central realm. The first infernal lord was overlooking the vast numbers of infernals now freely moving around the realm without any restriction, their essence of destruction having been reduced as they now tried to forge their own path. Yet she felt the immense green wave wash over her as the surroundings erupted with essence of all different colors, feeling her origin thrum with excitement as she felt abundant life force course through her. Even though she was a vessel that the Novice Galaxy could use to more easily express her will, she still wasn't aware that Noah had begun doing something crazy which would cause this, so she was just as surprised as every other being in the Novice Galaxy. Her eyes shook as she looked towards the vast central realm and saw this pervading green light filled with the aura of life washing over everything, the already abundant essence in the central realm bursting out melodiously as it approached dangerous levels where the particles nearly became solidified to be visible to the naked eye. In the infinite realm, Barbados was looking at her army of undead she was raising as she now saw their bodies thrumming with the essence of life, their bones Becoming tougher than the strongest metals as they glanced towards her with glee, she felt the abundant life force erupt within her as well as she observed the changes in the surroundings, receiving messages from numerous other harbingers of sin that this was occurring nearly everywhere. Barbados and all the other beings under Noah felt this enormous change as their minds only had a single culprit that could cause all of this, but it still did not prevent them from being overly shocked as the phenomenon this time was simply too enormous and large scale. 1000% increased atmospheric essence, 500% increased universal law essence, 500% increased universal laws comprehension, and 100% increased life force for all creatures residing in the Novice galaxy. Such were the crazy boosts being applied throughout the Novice galaxy, and the being conducting this skill in question was undergoing enormous changes himself as around him. Abundant lines of fate wanted to rush towards him even though he had already met the 10 million max capacity. So the even wilder chaos particles rushed towards him in hundreds of thousands as what he was currently doing at this moment was too significant and affected too many things. Thump, as Noah felt the primeval tree within his nebula pulse with even more strength and grow ever larger while budding even more branches and leaves. He saw that his comprehension in the law of chaos was shooting up faster with every second as he shockingly saw it would soon reach 100% in just a matter of seconds. He had nearly 7 million chaos particles just a few minutes ago, yet he was now already past 9 million as he neared the complete comprehension of 100% of a supreme law, gaining more than 3 million chaos particles in just a few seconds as the effects of the life essence endowment continued to permeate throughout the Novice galaxy. It was a maddening sight that would make all geniuses go green with envy, as this was not all. The even more shocking thing was his progression in the ultimate law of life that was even harder than a supreme law to traverse. Within his vibrant nebula, the roots of the primeval tree were stably spreading throughout the forged stars, its branches growing in numbers and size as the trunk only became thicker, its leaves shining with all sorts of colors as it was absorbing the essence in the surrounding, the essence of laws, and even more of Noah's own mana, as it cycled all of this essence to provide the life essence required to carry out the life essence endowment skill over the span of an entire galaxy. The percentage of the law of life was showing a rapid increase in Noah's stat panel as it had already risen to 25%. Let's take a step back here and breathe a bit. One might not realize it after watching Noah's feats so many times, but comprehending laws was actually very hard. It took a great deal of effort and time. This was especially so for an ultimate law, where powerful entities spent their entire lifetimes without being able to master it, yet Noah had comprehended 5% the first time he initiated its cultivation, and on the same day as he cast a skill that affected something as grand as an entire galaxy, the comprehension on his stat panel rose by 20%. He had ridiculously garnered over 25% in an ultimate law just a few hours after he began cultivating in it. Where were those that called themselves geniuses? Where were those who thought they were talented? They would pale in comparison to Noah as he stood in a realm of genius that could not even be classified. But this wasn't all. The ultimate law of life still had another ability contained in the absolute skill that dealt with other laws, law resonance and enhancement. An ultimate law stands above all those underneath it, where the being who cultivates it becomes able to traverse through all lesser laws with great speed. 500% to universal law comprehension and assimilation, 500% to the abilities and effectiveness of all lesser laws. The skill is currently being enhanced by the life ability under the primeval tree of Old Yggdrasil. This singular skill meant that as he neared 100% comprehension in the law of chaos because of the vast amounts of chaos his action of endowing an entire galaxy would bring, his other laws were shooting up at extreme speeds as well, nothing as fast as the law of chaos, but as the primeval tree within Noah's nebula pulsed and drank more essence, the nebulae of the laws of fire and water forged even more stars within them as the origin cores of light, dark, earth, and air spun and grew ever larger. Ether particles rampantly entered as the layers of space and the fabric of time shook, every single law he cultivated being enhanced rapidly on this day as the life essence endowment skill completed its effect. As the luminous green light covering an entire galaxy died down, the man responsible was shining with resplendent arrays of light in the chaotic void as he somehow managed to come out with the biggest boon than everyone else.